Welcome to Eternal Dread, where fear never sleeps. Tell us where you're watching from, and what time it is, because terror has no limits. If you're brave enough, share and comment, but beware, something might be watching you too. Now, turn off the lights, and let the dread begin. The girl's body made a sickening sound when my tires hit her. The crack of her skull against the grill of my car. She was bent down, maybe tying her shoe, just low enough that I didn't see her. Right there, in front of me. Why didn't she look up? Why didn't she hear me coming? I'm not going to say where I am. You'll figure it out soon enough when the news gets out. That's fine. I don't care anymore. But what was she doing out there? On that road, in the middle of nowhere? Just dirt and corn for miles. It's not like I wanted this. I didn't ask for it. I was in a hurry. It was raining. A sheet of fog rolled in, thick and low across the ground. 1 minute, I was looking down. The next, wham. Her body was there, twisted and broken, smeared across my grill like some goddamn nightmare I couldn't wake up from. What the fuck was I supposed to do? You think you'd handle it any better? You really believe you'd do the right thing and march her body straight to the nearest police station? It was the middle of nowhere. No witnesses. And I was just supposed to tie the manslaughter noose around my own neck. What if you weren't just driving for fun? What if the reason you were out here, on some forgotten back road, was because your car was loaded with enough weed to lock you away for 10 years? You telling me you'd risk 20, 30, 40 years rotting behind bars for this? Because some idiot decided to wander into the dark? You can speculate. Tell yourself you'd be better than me. But I know better. I lived it. And I'm not about to sit here and pretend I'm some goddamn saint. But you can't tell me it was all my fault. I stepped out, and dear God, what a fucking mess. Her arm was caught in the axle, torn clean from the socket. Blood was everywhere. Curls of auburn hair tangled in the hood, strands matted and slick with rain. Her head, Jesus, caved in, brain matter splattered across the pavement in wet clumps. And her legs pulverized beneath the tires, nothing left but ruin. I threw up. The rain came down in sheets, cold and merciless. The air smelled like a slaughterhouse, raw and metallic, thick with the stench of death. She had shit herself. I could smell that too. Zinc and copper clung to the air, the bite of blood thick on my tongue. There was that sharp ozone tang too, thunder rolling somewhere far off, low and distant like a warning. Then I got to work, yanking flesh free from the axle, every pull slick and nauseating. A fist-sized dent cratered the grill, but all I could see was the blood. Every drop the rain washed away seemed to summon 10 more, oozing relentlessly from her shattered skull. And then I heard it, agonal breathing. That weak, rattling snore of a body too stubborn to die just yet. A thin whistle from her lungs, like her tongue was jammed in the back of her throat. She was alive. Alive. Dying, but still somehow clinging to life. By the time I had her stowed away in the trunk, she had stopped breathing altogether. I found her backpack lying 10 feet from the road, flung out like some sad afterthought. I tried to gather her teeth. God, I think I missed a few. I tossed what was left of her arm in after her, dragging it free from the wheel well, what little remained of it. And as I drove back home, all I could feel was panic clawing at my throat. If I got pulled over, I'd say I hit a deer. That was the plan. The dent in the hood, the blood, a deer. Nothing more. When I got home and opened the trunk, I knew something was wrong. Her body had shifted. I told myself it was just the drive, bumps in the road, gravity doing its work. But then I saw her face. Her eyelids were open. One eye bloodshot, red spiderwebs spread across the sclera like cracks in glass. Blood trickled from her broken nose, down the loose folds of her scalp. Her jaw hung wrong, split maybe somewhere below the incisors. And those eyes. God help me. I stared into them, watched as they centered on me. Pupils dilated, locking on like she was still there. And in that moment, I swear to Christ, she smiled. Those eyes. Transfixing. Haunting. Her broken jaw and all, she was smiling at me. Smiling like the fucking Cheshire Cat after someone took a baseball bat to its smug, grinning face. I slammed the trunk shut, hard enough to make the whole car shudder. My heart thundered in my chest, hooves pounding, relentless. Every beat was pain, sharp and jabbing, like my ribs were trying to split open. My pulse kicked wild in my throat, palpitations firing off like I was about to drop dead from a heart attack. I live alone. Always have. The house, an old 80s-era colonial, was left to me after my parents died. Most homes nowadays don't come with a dirt floor crawl space in the basement, but mine does. And really, where the hell else was I supposed to put her? I don't get visitors. I keep to myself. Reclusive, they'd call it. I worked the toll booth during the day. That's it. No friends dropping by, no neighbors sticking their noses in. But I didn't have the guts to cut her apart, to hack her into manageable pieces, and toss them into some river miles away. That felt like crossing a line. Dismemberment. Desecration. Though really, considering everything I had already done, would it have even mattered anymore? I dug deep. 6 feet down, maybe deeper. Wrapped her in a blue tarp, thick and plastic, and shoved her into the hole. But the smell. God, the smell hit me harder than anything else. It wasn't just death. It was wrong. Sharp ammonia, like rancid cat piss, mixed with the stench of sulfur. Rotten eggs cracking open in the sun. Spoiled milk curdling in the back of your throat. I buried her. Filled the dirt back in. Packed it down as best I could. But the smell didn't go away. It lingered. I scrubbed my car clean. Pulled clumps of hair out of the bumper, strands tangled and slick with dried blood. I tore the upholstery out of the trunk and burned it, watching the fabric curl and blacken in the flames. I didn't dare take the car to a mechanic. If things went south, if someone started asking questions, that car would be the noose around my neck. So I left it, parked it in the garage and locked it up tight. I even burned my stash. All of it. Didn't care about selling it anymore. Money didn't matter. Nothing did. Days passed. I called in sick to work. Food poisoning, I said. My manager bought it, offered that fake sympathy that barely stretched past protocol. Horseshit. They didn't care. Nobody did. I biked to the corner store for supplies, sweat-soaked and paranoid. Car locked away like a coffin on wheels. I bought cans of Febreze, wall diffusers, anything to kill that smell. But it didn't help. The stench was overwhelming. It seeped from the vents, thick and rancid, like the breath of something monstrous and starving. I could almost hear it, each exhale a wet, foul sigh, dragging through the ducts like something alive was tasting the air. I was in the living room a few nights ago, plugs jammed in my nose, when the TV flicked on by itself. The local news. Her face. Not the ruin I had left in my trunk. No, this was before. A photo of her, smiling, bright-eyed, caught in some high school volleyball team picture. Perfect and alive. Guilt hit me like ice water down my spine. My skin crawled like insect legs scratching just beneath the surface, tiny invisible pedipalps brushing up my arms. They said she was missing. Talk of police searches. The community rallying. I turned it off. It flicked back on. I unplugged the TV. The screen went dark, but her face lingered, burned into the glass, a faint ghost image seared into the pixels. I grabbed a paperweight and smashed it through the screen. Shards of glass scattered across the floor. That got rid of her. I stopped answering calls after that. Let them pile up. I found out I'd lost my job through a voicemail I never listened to. A week had passed. I was drowning in panic, too consumed by it to care. I destroyed every radio, every TV. Yanked my landline straight from the wall when it started ringing, and wouldn't stop. I didn't dare listen. I didn't want to know what was on the other end. Then the flies came. Lazy black things, thick as pencil erasers. They bit, hard like tiny can openers tearing at my skin. They gathered on the windowsills, piled high in sticky black drifts, their brittle corpses crunching underfoot. And still the smell lingered. I was taking a shower when I first heard the tapping behind the wall. At first, I told myself it was just the pipes adjusting, nothing unusual. Houses creak and groan all the time. But then came the scuffling. Something dragging. Slow and deliberate. Like a predator pulling along its kill. My mind betrayed me then. I imagined her shattered legs, bent at impossible angles, trailing behind her like the slug-slick remnants of something that should have stayed dead. The sounds didn't stop. The tapping. The dragging. Always there, always closer. Late at night, above my bed, circling like a shark beneath the waves. Dust trickled down from the ceiling, forming neat little pyramids on my sheets. It followed me from room to room. The sound of something sliding across the ceiling. Kitchen to bathroom to bedroom. Like a loyal dog shadowing its owner. But this wasn't a raccoon, and it sure as hell wasn't anything natural. 2 nights ago, I was sitting in the bathtub, trying to drown it out. Just the rush of water filling the tub, the only sound I could trust. I thought maybe I could wash the fear off, scrub the stench of rot and guilt from my skin. But the smell lingered. Damp. Sour. Festering no matter how much I cleaned. Then tap. Soft. Beneath me. I froze, every muscle locking up like ice had filled my veins. Another tap. Closer this time. Deliberate. I told myself it was in my head. Just like the scratching. Just like the dragging in the walls. And then thump. A slow, heavy knock from beneath the water. The surface rippled with it, tiny waves trembling outward. I leaned forward, staring into the water's reflection. And that's when I saw it. Something drifting from the drain, wet and clumpy like tendrils stretching toward the surface. I reached down without thinking, pulled it free. A clump of auburn hair, still attached to a slick patch of scalp, pale and quarter-sized. I threw it across the room. It hit the wall with a sickening thud. My stomach churned, bow rising. But then the drain started gurgling. Deep, greedy sounds like something was drinking from below. The water swirled faster, slurping down in wet gulps. And then it stopped. The drain stared back at me, open and dark, like an eye that couldn't blink. And something inside it moved. A shadow bulged beneath the porcelain. Fingers clawed at the underside, scratching from the other side. I couldn't see them, but I felt them, long, cold nails scraping for release. Frozen. Helpless. I watched as something pale forced its way through. A single, broken finger, bloated and rotten, pushing through the drain. It twitched, searching, like a worm writhing out of the soil during a storm. I bolted from the tub, slipping hard on the wet tile, splitting my knee open. I didn't care. I just needed to get away. It wasn't enough that she had destroyed my car, ruined my life, and put me at risk of prison. No, she couldn't leave it at that. Now she was haunting me, mocking me. I grabbed a roofing hammer from the garage and planted myself in the living room, listening to the dragging, the shifting. She was in the walls now, moving, watching. When I heard her slither past the far wall, rage took over. I couldn't take it anymore. I rushed forward and began tearing into the drywall, hammering again and again. Bits of plaster rained down like snow. I caught sight of something pale. An arm, a leg, slithering just out of reach. And the smell. When the wall cracked open, it hit me like a freight train, rotten eggs, ammonia, and decaying flesh, thick enough to taste on the back of my tongue. She was contaminating my home, infecting it. I swung the hammer again, but before I could pull back, it was yanked from my hands, sucked into the wall with terrifying force. I stumbled backward, crashing into a lamp, breath ripped from my chest. All I could do was stare at the hole, gaping, useless, like a fish out of water. And then I saw it. That eye, dark crimson, bulging through the fracture in the wall. It watched me, split with jagged red lines like a cracked mirror. And every primal part of me screamed, "Run!" I couldn't run. Deep down, in the marrow of my bones and the electric pulse of my brain, I knew I'd fucked up. I'd crossed a line I couldn't uncross. Before this, there were rules. She had the walls. I had the rest of the house. That boundary, thin and fragile as it was, had held. Until I broke it. Until I opened a door. And from that moment on, everything got worse. That night, as I lay in bed, every breath shallow and ragged, I heard it. The peeling of drywall. The slow, deliberate tear of the hole widening. A sound wet and gritty, like muscle being stripped from bone. I thought about vampires then. How they had to be invited in. Had I done that? Was smashing through that wall an invitation? When I finally worked up the nerve to rush downstairs, slower this time, more cautious, I saw what had become of the hole. It had widened into a mouth. The jagged edges of the drywall jutted out like cracked, broken teeth. She was inside now. Inside my house. I bolted back upstairs, locked the door, shoved the dresser up against it with shaking hands. And then silence. No scratching. No dragging. No circling from the walls while I lay there, eyes bloodshot and wide open, plugs jammed into my nose to fight that goddamn smell. Sulfur. Decay. Roadkill. And that's what she was now, wasn't she? Just roadkill. But then came the thumping. Below me, cabinets ripped from their hinges, drawers wrenched free and hurled across the floor. The unraveling of my home, my sanity, coming apart like a loose spool of thread. The destruction lasted all night. And then closer. I heard her crawl up the stairs. A wet, dragging thump, like a half-paralyzed child clawing her way upward. Thump, thump, closer. Then she slammed against my door. Again, and again. No words, no heavy breathing. Just the smell, thick and suffocating, burning in the back of my throat. So close I could taste it. At dawn she left. I heard her slither away, back to whatever crack she crawled out of, retreating to the spaces between reality and madness. When I moved the dresser, I found two things. A framed photo of me and my parents, smashed, crumpled beneath shattered glass and a mangled frame. Bite marks in the wood from a mouth that wasn't whole. Teeth uneven, broken, and the door, punched through. Several holes, as if she'd driven her fists into it. But then I saw the hammer, my hammer, embedded high in the wood. Higher than it should have been. As if she had been standing on those twisted, broken legs. Splintered bone grinding through flesh and cartilage like knives through wet paper. Like a toddler taking its first unstable steps. I laughed. A raw, guttural noise that clawed its way out of my throat. I couldn't take it anymore. Sleepless nights. The stench. The violation of my home. My control. I had to know. I had to see with my own eyes, prove it was all in my head. This was my house. I wasn't going to let some stupid whore, too careless to tie her shoes on the side of the road, take it away from me. I needed to see her. Convince myself she was still there, rotting in that pit. Mangled. Dead. But the moment I crawled into the basement, I knew I'd made another mistake. Like the hammer in the wall. Like smashing through the drywall. I was crossing another line in a rule book I didn't understand. The crawl space was darker than it had ever been. The air thick and humid, the dirt wet beneath my feet, clinging to me like decay. The smell of sulfur and rot suffocated every breath. I started digging. The deeper I went, the more my skin crawled. Goose flesh prickled along my arms, every hair standing on edge. 3 feet down I heard it, scuttling, dragging, far off but getting closer. Click, click, fingernails tapping, a low thump. For feet down, I expected to see her hand, her foot, anything. Thump. 5 feet down I found it. The edges of the blue tarp, crumpled and filthy, half swallowed by the earth. And then, something fell into the crawl space with me. The sound of wet, rancid meat hitting the dirt. From the corner, where the wall met the floor. I didn't look. I didn't need to. I peeled the edge of the tarp open. Nothing. Empty. Hollow as a grave with no corpse. No clicking of nails. Just the wet, dragging sound now. Slow and steady. Like something ancient and patient moving through the dirt. Something hungry. Every instinct in me screamed, don't look. Don't flash the light toward the sound. Don't acknowledge it. So I didn't. But then I saw it. A tunnel. A narrow, collapsed burrow in the earth, leading away from the tarp and toward the cracks in the walls. Like she had writhed her way out, a worm slipping through the soil, dragging herself back into the shadows. I left the hole behind. Left the tarp. Crawled toward the faint glow of the hatch, heart pounding like a war drum. Huffing, stumbling, dirt filling my mouth, the copper sting of fear biting my tongue. But I could hear her behind me. That dragging. No breath, no groans, just silence and that awful, wet pull of something dead moving toward me. The hatch slammed shut above me. I screamed. I couldn't turn around. I couldn't bring myself to shine the light behind me. If I saw her, I knew it would break me. I crawled faster, like a dog, frantic and pathetic. My hands clawed at the earth, my knees scraped raw. My head slammed into a wooden post. Crack. White-hot pain exploded behind my eyes, and blood spilled down my face, thick and blinding. But I could hear her picking up speed. The dragging sound grew faster, more eager. I had to look. I didn't want to, but I had to. I turned the flashlight, and there she was, a broken rictus in the beam of my light, more rotten than I could have imagined. Skin sloughing off in ribbons, scalp peeled back like the torn skin of an orange, revealing wet, red bone beneath. Her body contorted into a sick parody of a crawl, like a spider with every leg snapped. Her arm reattached but wrong, bone stabbing through torn flesh like jagged knives. Her elbows bent outward, her knees twisted inward, an obscene mimicry of movement. And she was grinning, frozen in the beam like a deer caught in headlights. Her spine arched high above her head, jagged and crooked beneath her tattered shirt. An unnatural mountain range clawing for the sky. She didn't speak. She didn't need to, because then she moved. Sudden, violent. She charged. Her hands slapped the wet earth, arms pinwheeling, legs convulsing and crunching with every frantic step. Her broken body hurtled forward with terrifying speed. God, how was she so fast? The sound of cracking bones echoed through the crawl space. Clicks, pops, the awful shuffle of shattered limbs dragging forward, pulling her closer. I reached the hatch. I forced it open, clawing at the frame, every muscle screaming. But something heavy pushed down from above. She was so close. That sulphurous stench, rot, death, and vengeance was inches away, and all I could do was push. I wrenched the hatch open with a burst of raw, terrified strength, and threw myself up the ladder. She hit the ladder behind me hard. The impact rattled the wood like a dog lunging for a ball, and missing by inches. A wet, meaty thud followed as she collapsed below, but she didn't stay down. I heard her shuffle, then brace, knuckling onto her wrists like a broken marionette, finding its balance again. I slammed the hatch shut. Locked it. She wasn't playing anymore. No more taunting. No more games. No dragging sounds meant to pull terror from me like blood from a wound. Now she wanted me. The cellar door shook beneath me as she slammed into it, over and over, relentless. No hesitation. No breath between each hit. A machine with no soul behind its violence. That's when I saw it. The dresser had fallen across the hatch, wedged tightly in place. She set a trap. That calculating, venomous thing had found a way to let it drop. Maybe she had weakened the leg, worn it down until it would collapse at the right moment. She turned on the TV before. God knows what else she could do. I imagined what she would have done to me if she had gotten hold of me. The frantic banging didn't stop. Each hit came without pause, without hesitation. Pure mechanical persistence. I flipped the dresser back over, scattering a wave of those fat, lazy flies that had made my misery their nest, and sat on top of it, bracing myself against the door. And it didn't even feel angry. That was the worst part. It felt like she was enjoying it. The way she threw her broken body into the hatch, again and again, it wasn't rage driving her. It was hunger. The reckless, obsessive violence of a predator that didn't care if it tore itself apart in the process. Like a chained pit bull gnawing through its own flesh just to rip apart a stray cat. Relentless. Predatory. Unstoppable. That was 10 minutes ago. I sat there, thinking about burning it all down. Just torching the entire house, lighting her up along with everything else. But what if she didn't burn? What if she survived? That thought twisted in my gut like a knife. Somehow that would be worse. No, I couldn't let it end that way. I made my decision. I would turn myself in. I'd go to prison. Confess to everything, if it meant I'd never have to hear her again. Never hear her nails scraping through the walls. Never hear her mangled hands thumping toward me in the dark. She had become a disease. A cancer gnawing through the fabric of my reality. But I could take back one thing. Control. I could still have that. Deep within an ancient wood of lofty silver fir, I found a grave. Time had weathered away the name, but there in the shallow recesses grew the striking violet lichen. There is a cure, a terrible cure, one that rattles and twists your bones, the old woman said. You need only find the lichen that seeks the dead. And so I did. I scraped it from the somber stone and stored it in my pouch, eager to return to my bedridden sister in the hut of that old hag. The pox had claimed her skin. For weeks I watched as she writhed in agony, begging for reprieve, but nothing I dared give her would suffice. Take me to the witch, she said one night, through pain-induced delirium. The witch of the wood knows the way, the wordling way of old. Like all children, I knew the tale. I knew to stay out of that wood. But as I looked at the crumpled form of my kin, her eyes pale and hair black with sweat, I found no strength to deny her. Woven from twisted branches and covered in moss, the old woman's hut lay in a small forest clearing where the fog saw fit to settle. Not a bird sang here. The only sound was the cracking of a meager fire and the humming of the old women who stoked it. Did you bring it, child? The old woman said. I think so, I replied. And the gold. You'll get the gold when she's better. It was a lie, of course. We did not have 2 pennies to rub together, much less her well-known fee. Stooped over the fire, she held back a knob-lead hand. Quick boy, the lichen. It must boil for an hour, and the girl has little time. In the corner, my sister slept, her breath ragged and slow. Does it truly work? I asked, handing over the precious plant. If you are strong enough. And if you are not? The old woman turned. Her face was wrinkled and dirt had long settled in the creases. Gone was any remnant of beauty, except for her eyes, like sapphires in starlight. As I said, it's a terrible cure. I waited at the foot of the bed as the woman prepared the draught, dabbing a damp cloth on my sister's brow. Stay with me, I prayed. She had been so full of life, which is the type of thing that is always said, but it was true. She loved climbing a twisted pine, or dipping her toes in the ember flow while I swam. Never have I known someone so kind, and even though she detested spiders, on the principle of having far too many legs, she would cup them with her hands and shoo them outside. I don't think she would approve of this cure. There's magic in spider legs, my child, the old woman said as she reached for a shelf. Magic and chaos both. Nestled deep in the shelf was a glass jar containing the biggest spider I'd ever seen. It was a shiny black all over, except for the pale blue dot on its belly. Have you ever watched how they walk? How their spindly limbs snap to and fro, never moving, just appearing in a new position? Only evil things move like that. And make no mistake, child, this pox is evil too. But what is one malady to another? And with that, she opened the jar and yanked off a leg. Sent into a frenzy, the poor creature jolted and scrambled helplessly along the glass walls of its prison. And what does the lichen do? I asked. Is it evil as well? The old woman dropped the spider leg into the bubbling cup she held. No, not evil, she said as she approached the bed. The pox seeks to corrupt all life, and what is more alive than a plant that blooms in death? It needs only a passageway. She handed me the cup. Have her drink deep, child, she must drink it all. I lifted the foul-smelling concoction to my sister's lips. As soon as the first drops touched her tongue, her eyes shot open. She struggled, sputtering and gagging, but I ran my fingers through her hair to calm her. It will make you better, I said. You have to trust me. The more I poured, the more panic set into her features. By the final drops, she was fighting me off her with all the feeble strength she had left, screaming my name, begging for me to stop. "It hurts US," said a voice that was not hers. It was deep and guttural. "You'll kill her," it shouted. "You'll kill US both, fool. Every last drop," the old woman said, rushing to my side and tilting the cup more. "Pay it no mind. Stop, we'll let her live, we swear," the voice begged. "We swear on the nameless one." The last drop fell onto her trashing tongue, and then there was silence. I waited without breathing for a sign of life. Anything, any hint or whisper of movement. But she did not stir. She was gone. "I am sorry, my child." The old woman placed her shriveled hand on my trembling shoulder. She was too far gone. My eyes blurred with anger as bitter tears streamed down my cheeks. "You said you'd save her." "You." I said it was a terrible cure. The witch said sternly, "And now you must go, but first my gold." She held out her other hand as her fingers dug into my arm. "Get off!" I screamed, batting away her arm. "I have no gold. I have nothing." "Very well." From within her cloak, she drew a cruel-looking blade. "There are other things you can give me, and I perhaps—" "Many things call for an eye." I backed to the wall. There was no way out. She stood between me and the doorway. "Come now, child, I'll make it quick," she said as she stepped ever closer. "Stay away from me, you witch." I pleaded. "Don't touch me. Please." Snap. The sound stopped us both. From the bed came a horrid noise, like branches breaking in a storm. Silhouetted by the orange glow of a dying fire, my sister arose. Long and emaciated were her many legs, and her head hung backward, 8 unblinking eyes with a violet glow. "No, that's impossible." But that was all she got out before my sister lunged. In a ravenous frenzy, she devoured the witch, ripping sinewy flesh from bone and painting the humble hut red. "Sarah?" My sister paused her feeding at the sound of my timid voice. Her limbs shambled about like a newborn deer as she dragged her blood-soaked hair across the floor. And in that moment, as I looked over her pitiful pox-covered flesh and into soulless eyes, I knew she was truly gone. I sprinted for the door, and as I tore through the woods I could hear it give chase. It wailed like a mourning lover, and the pounding of its legs echoed through the trees as I reached the forest's edge. Plunging into the frigid waters of the Emberflow, I swam towards home with all the strength I had left. I crawled up the bank, shivering and coughing, and when I looked back it was watching from the other side. It dipped a tentative leg in the water, and quickly pulled it back. Then, with frightening speed, it ran off into the murky darkness of the woods. I never went back to that wood. I never went looking for her. But she's out there, that much is certain. Some nights I hear her screams on the wind, though the doctor says it's all in my head. If you're ever in the woods, and you hear many legs, make for the river. She never did learn to swim. The Forbidden Ski Resort. The cabin was alive with laughter as the group of friends settled in for their annual winter retreat. Outside, the snow blanketed the landscape in a thick, glistening layer, transforming the world into a winter wonderland. Inside, the warmth of the fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the wooden walls. The scent of pine mingled with the rich aroma of hot cocoa and whiskey, creating a cozy atmosphere. They shared stories of past trips, reminiscing about the exhilarating slopes, the laughter that echoed through the nights, and the strange, unexplainable sights they had encountered along the way. moments that had become cherished memories and inside jokes among them. As the night wore on, Jake, emboldened by the warmth of the whiskey coursing through him, leaned back in his chair, a playful grin on his face. "Hey, remember that ski resort we went to 2 years ago? That place was... Sure." Emma's voice sliced through the cozy atmosphere like a shard of ice. Her eyes flicked anxiously to the windows, where the wind howled and the snow swirled violently outside, as if the snow itself were listening. The laughter in the room faded, replaced by a heavy silence. The others exchanged anxious glances, their earlier smiles now replaced with unease, sensing the weight of unspoken memories hovering in the air like a ghost. "What?" Jake protested, confusion knitting his brow. "What's the big deal? Don't talk about it, never bring that trip back up." Mia whispered urgently, her voice trembling slightly, as if the very mention of it could summon something dark. She leaned closer, her wide eyes reflecting the flickering firelight, filled with a mix of fear and desperation. "Don't you remember? We agreed never to mention it again." Mia's tone was serious, almost pleading, as she glanced nervously at the door, as if expecting it to burst open at any moment, unleashing the specters of their past. The atmosphere grew thick with unspoken dread, wrapping around them like the chilling wind outside. Jake rolled his eyes, trying to dismiss the tension that hung in the air like a thick fog. Yet, the unease in the room was palpable, each of his friends stiffening at the mention of their shared past. "Come on, it was just a freak accident. The avalanche was a fluke." "It wasn't an accident," Mark interrupted, his voice low and gravelly, cutting through Jake's bravado like a knife. He leaned forward, the firelight casting harsh shadows across his face, revealing the lines of worry etched deep into his brow. "You know what happened after that?" His words hung heavily in the air, a chilling reminder of the chaos and fear they had faced, and the haunting memories that still lingered in the corners of their minds. The fire crackled softly, sending up occasional sparks that flickered like fireflies, while the shadows danced on the walls, twisting into ominous shapes. Jake scoffed, trying to mask his unease, but the weight of their words hung heavily in the air, thickening the atmosphere around them. "You guys are being ridiculous. It's extremely sad we lost Tony to the avalanche," he said, his voice tinged with frustration. But blaming his disappearance on something that wasn't even there is just delusional. He leaned back, crossing his arms defensively, though a flicker of doubt crossed his face. "Besides, I believe Tony is still out there. I don't think he died in that avalanche." His conviction felt fragile, as if the very act of saying it could shatter the hope he clung to, and the room fell silent, each person grappling with their own memories of that fateful day. Emma leaned forward, her expression grave, the firelight casting deep shadows across her features. "We barely made it out alive," she said, her voice quivering with the weight of the past. "Yeah," Mia chimed in, a shiver running down her spine as if the memories were a chill that seeped into her bones. "I still have nightmares about it. Those whispers we heard. I still hear them from time to time." Her eyes widened as she recalled the eerie sounds that had pierced the howling wind, a haunting echo that refused to fade. The room felt colder, the flickering flames suddenly inadequate against the creeping dread that enveloped them, as they collectively confronted the shadows of their shared trauma. Jake opened his mouth to argue, but the words caught in his throat as he noticed the eerie silence that had settled over the room, amplifying the tension. Outside, the wind howled like a wounded animal, and a sudden chill swept through the cabin, causing the flames in the fireplace to dance erratically. The lights flickered ominously, casting elongated shadows that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. In that moment, a wave of memory surged back, crashing over him. The frantic escape through the snow, adrenaline coursing through his veins, the shadows lurking just beyond the tree line, watching and waiting, and the visceral sense of being hunted, as if something unseen was trailing them through the darkness. The recollection gripped him, and for the first time, doubt crept into his mind, challenging his earlier bravado. "All right, fine," Jake said, swallowing hard, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. "Let's change the subject." But the very act of trying to dismiss the haunting memories seemed to stir something in the atmosphere, a restless energy that crackled around them. The lights flickered again, this time more violently, buzzing with an unsettling urgency before plunging the room into darkness. The sudden absence of light felt suffocating, wrapping them in an oppressive silence that was almost tangible. Panic surged through Jake as he glanced around, the familiar shapes of the room now distorted and menacing in the pitch black. This time, there was no reassuring glow to guide them back to safety, only the weight of their fears pressing in from all sides. "What happened?" Mia whispered, her face pale, the dim light casting an ashen hue over her features. Just the wind, Mark replied, though uncertainty laced his voice, making it clear he wasn't entirely convinced. He glanced toward the windows, where shadows danced ominously against the glass, and the howling wind outside seemed to echo his unease. There's supposed to be a snowstorm coming. I just checked the weather before we lost power. We should probably leave by tomorrow morning, so we're not caught in the storm, like the last time. His words hung in the air, heavy with meaning, conjuring memories of that fateful day when they had been trapped, helpless and terrified, as nature unleashed its fury upon them. The thought sent a shiver down Mia's spine, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, as if to ward off the chill of the past. Yeah, Mark is right, Emma said, her voice tinged with fatigue. Maybe we should call it a night. I mean, the lights are out anyway. Mia nodded in agreement, her eyes darting nervously to the dark corners of the room, as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. But Jake brushed aside their suggestions with a wave of his hand. If you guys want to go to bed, feel free, but I'm staying up and having another drink. Care to join me, Mark? He asked, a hint of defiance in his tone. I'll have one more, Mark replied, glancing between Jake and the door leading to the bedrooms. But then I'm with the ladies. If we leave tomorrow morning, you don't want to be too hungover. His voice was light, yet the underlying tension in the air made it clear that even a casual drink felt like a gamble in the face of uncertainty. The flickering embers in the fireplace cast a warm glow, contrasting sharply with the chilling darkness outside, as if the cabin itself was urging them to retreat from the night's creeping dread. Yeah, Jake said, the burn of the alcohol already warming his cheeks and dulling the edges of his worries. As Emma and Mia headed upstairs to prepare for bed, their footsteps fading into the creaking floorboards, Jake sank deeper into the worn sofa beside Mark. The flickering fire cast a soft glow, illuminating the room in a warm, intimate haze, while Mark lit a cigarette, the smoke curling lazily into the air. They chatted about sports, lively debates about teams and games, that filled the space with a sense of camaraderie. The conversation shifted to skiing, with both men reminiscing about past trips, the thrill of racing down slopes, and the camaraderie of the lodge. Then, with a hesitant breath, Mark opened up a little about his crush on Emma, his voice lowering as if sharing a secret. He described her laughter, the way her eyes sparkled when she spoke, and the way she seemed to light up the room. Jake listened, a knowing smile creeping onto his face, the warmth of the alcohol mingling with the warmth of friendship, yet the underlying tension of the night lingered just below the surface, reminding them of the shadows outside. Dude, you should just tell her. We've all been friends for a while, Jake said, leaning back into the cushions, the alcohol giving him a sense of boldness. Yeah, that's the thing, Mark replied, a frown creasing his brow. We're just friends. I don't want to make things weird. His gaze drifted to the flickering fire, as if seeking answers in the dancing flames. You'll never get your answer unless you go for it, Jake said with a dismissive shrug, tossing back the last of his drink and feeling the warmth spread through him. He set his glass down with a thud on the coffee table, the sound echoing in the quiet room, and then turned to Mark, curiosity piqued. Say, what's up with you and the ladies about that ski resort? I get it was tragic, but I mean it's been 2 years, man. Mark's expression shifted, a shadow crossing his features as he recalled the memories tied to that fateful trip. The weight of the past hung heavy in the air, mingling with the smoke from his cigarette, and Jake could sense the unease beneath Mark's bravado. The flickering fire illuminated their faces, revealing the unspoken fears that lingered just below the surface. Mark shifted uncomfortably in his seat, the cushions creaking beneath him as he ran a hand through his hair, a nervous habit that betrayed his agitation. Jake, you know as well as I do they never found Tony's body, he said, his voice low and tense, laden with the weight of unspoken grief. You heard the whispers like we all did, the stories that spread through the lodge like wildfire, chilling our bones. And those shadow figures, you saw them too. His eyes locked onto Jake's, searching for understanding, for validation. So why are you acting like nothing happened? The flickering firelight danced across his face, highlighting the tension etched in his features, as memories of that fateful trip clawed at the edges of his mind, refusing to let go. Because we were scared. Our brains imagined all the extra stuff to boost our adrenaline and get us out of there, Jake argued, his voice rising slightly as passion ignited in him. Tony is still alive and out there somewhere. I just know he is. He leaned forward, his eyes alight with conviction. He's a tough man, an adventurer, used to the outdoors, especially in the snow. I don't believe he's buried deep beneath a blanket of white. I believe he made it out." A flicker of desperation crossed his face as he continued. "He's somewhere, Mark. I know he is. Coming from the guy who called us delusional, you sound very much the same." Mark shot back, crossing his arms defensively. The fire crackled in the background, casting shadows that danced along the walls, and the tension in the room thickened as their opposing beliefs clashed. Mark's brow furrowed, and he struggled to reconcile Jake's unwavering hope with the grim reality they had faced. The memories of that harrowing night loomed large, and the unresolved pain swirled in the air between them, heavy and palpable. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the cabin, sharp and jarring against the quiet. The two men exchanged bewildered glances, confusion etched on their faces. There shouldn't be anyone at their cabin, especially not at this hour, when the night draped everything in an unsettling stillness. Jake sensed Mark's unease, the way his hands fidgeted in his lap, a clear sign that the mention of the ski trip had rattled him further. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jake stood up, his heart racing as he approached the door. The warm glow of the fire flickered behind him, casting elongated shadows that danced along the walls. He leaned in close to the peephole, peering through its small lens, but the view revealed nothing but darkness, a void that seemed to swallow the night whole. A chill ran down his spine as he wondered who, or what, could be lingering just beyond the threshold. "It must have been the wind," Jake said, trying to sound casual, though a knot of unease twisted in his stomach. Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang reverberated from the other side of the door, startling both men and causing them to jump in unison, their hearts pounding in their chests. The sudden noise shattered the fragile calm of the cabin, and the air felt charged with tension. From upstairs, Emma and Mia rushed down the creaking stairs, their eyes wide with concern. "What was that? Are you guys all right?" Mia asked, her voice laced with worry as she glanced between Jake and Mark. The flickering firelight illuminated their anxious expressions, and Jake could see fear reflected in their eyes, the atmosphere thickening with uncertainty, as they all grappled with the unsettling mystery of what lay beyond the door. "Yeah, we're fine. Just must be some really strong winds out there," Jake replied, forcing a casual tone despite the unease gnawing at him. "Let's call it a night and head out in the morning." He finally agreed, eager to put the unsettling encounter behind them. However, just as the group began to turn away, another loud bang echoed through the cabin, reverberating with a jarring intensity that froze them in their tracks. The sudden noise hung in the air, and Jake slowly turned to face the door, his heart racing. "Go see what that is," Mia urged, her voice rising with urgency. "Why? Let's just go to bed and ignore it," Jake countered, a hint of defiance creeping into his tone. But before he could dismiss the noise again, the banging intensified, becoming a relentless rhythm that pounded against the door, each thud echoing ominously in the stillness of the night. The tension in the room thickened, and the flickering shadows around them seemed to grow darker, as if the cabin itself was holding its breath, waiting for an answer to the growing mystery. "It's back," Emma whispered softly, her voice barely above a breath, as if acknowledging an unwelcome presence that had returned. There was an eerie acceptance in her tone, a resignation that made Jake's skin crawl. "No, it's nothing," he insisted, trying to shake off the chill creeping up his spine. "Geez, I'll prove it since you guys want to be scared so bad. There's literally nothing behind this door," he declared, stepping forward with determination. He began walking towards the door, each step amplifying the rapid thumping of his heart, a drumbeat of dread echoing in his chest. The reluctance to confront whatever lay beyond the threshold weighed heavily on him, a palpable tension that made his palms sweat and his breath quicken. With trembling hands, Jake grasped the doorknob, his fingers icy against the metal as he turned it. As the door creaked open, a rush of frigid air swept into the cabin, wrapping around him like a cold embrace. The sharp scent of pine filled his nostrils, but mingling with it was something far more sinister, an odor that was distinctly rotten, clinging to the air like a dark omen. Outside, the snow swirled in a chaotic frenzy, thick flakes obscuring his vision and transforming the world beyond into a swirling white abyss, as if it were hiding secrets he wasn't ready to uncover. "See guys, there's nothing there. Just snow," Jake said, trying to maintain his composure. But before he could finish his thought, he paused, a chilling realization creeping over him. Somewhere in the distance, he could hear it, the unmistakable sound of a voice he thought he had left behind. As he squinted into the swirling white, a figure began to emerge from among the trees, its outline blurred and indistinct against the backdrop of the storm. The voice rang out again, cutting through the howling wind, echoing through the woods with a haunting familiarity that sent chills racing down his spine. Each syllable felt like a ghostly whisper, intertwining with the frigid air, and Jake's breath hitched as the dread in his gut intensified, solidifying the sense that they were no longer alone in the wilderness. "Jake, come back inside now," Emma screamed, her voice laced with panic, but he felt as if he were rooted to the spot, caught in an irresistible pull that drew him toward the mysterious figure. Suddenly, the figure moved closer, and Jake's heart raced wildly as he recognized the familiar face. A friend they had lost during that fateful trip, the memory of which haunted them all. The figure's eyes, wide with desperation, locked onto his, and he felt an overwhelming urge to reach out. "Help me," the friend mouthed, the words barely a whisper against the howling wind, floating toward him like a ghostly plea. The cold air seemed to thicken around Jake, wrapping him in a chilling embrace as the reality of the moment sunk in, blurring the lines between memory and the present. Without thinking, Jake took a step forward, compelled by a force he couldn't comprehend. But before he could move any closer, the others lunged at him, gripping his arms tightly and dragging him back into the cabin. The door slammed shut behind them with a resounding thud, echoing like a final verdict, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What had once been a tense silence was now pierced by laughter, a chilling, echoing sound that rose like a crescendo, growing louder and more mocking. It slithered through the walls, wrapping around them like a sinister shroud, as if the very essence of their fear had taken form and was reveling in their terror. The laughter twisted in the air, a taunting reminder of the danger lurking just outside, igniting a primal instinct to flee, yet leaving them paralyzed in dread. "Why did you say anything?" Mia cried, her voice breaking as tears streamed down her cheeks, glistening in the dim light of the cabin. "We were safe. We could have just stayed inside. Where do we go now?" "We're trapped," Emma shouted, her panic rising like a tide, her eyes darting around the room as if searching for an escape that wasn't there. "Whatever you do, don't look outside," Mark warned, his voice steady yet strained, a fragile facade masking the terror swirling in his eyes. He shifted his weight, glancing at the door as if it were a living thing, ready to burst open at any moment. The air was thick with tension, each breath heavy with unspoken fears, as they all braced themselves for whatever darkness awaited them just beyond the walls. The banging on the door was so powerful and intense that they could see the sturdy wood quaking with each violent blow, splintering the fragile calm that had enveloped them. The relentless pounding reverberated through the cabin, growing more thunderous with every strike, until it felt as though the entire structure was shaking with fear itself, rattling the very bones of the walls. "Do not look outside," Mark shouted again, his voice cutting through the chaos like a knife. He turned to Jake, whose face wore an unreadable expression, a mixture of dread and determination flickering in his eyes. "It's him, it's Tony. I told you he was out there still. We have to help him," Jake exclaimed, urgency lacing his words as he stepped closer to the door, the gravity of his plea hanging heavy in the air. The fear in the room intensified, a palpable tension that threatened to suffocate them as they grappled with the choice between safety and loyalty. "No!" Emma shouted, her voice cracking with desperation. "It's not him, Jake. It's not." Mark stepped forward, grabbing Jake by the shoulders and shaking him with urgency, as if trying to jolt him into reality. But honestly, what was reality at this point? The lines had blurred, and the cabin felt like a trap, its walls closing in around them. "It is him. You saw him," Jake insisted, his voice rising with a fervor that echoed his desperation. "I'm going to help him." He pushed Mark away, determination burning in his eyes as he took a step toward the door, the cold air outside beckoning him like a siren's call. "Jake!" Mark yelled, lunging forward to grab his shirt, yanking him back with all his strength. "Don't be stupid." But Jake, fueled by a mix of fear and resolve, responded with a swift blow to Mark's face, breaking free from his grip. He sprinted toward the door, heart pounding in his chest, each step echoing the reckless urgency of his decision. Mark rubbed his nose, still in disbelief, his mind racing as he stood frozen in place, paralyzed by the unfolding chaos. "Jake! Please no!" Emma screamed, her voice filled with a mixture of fear and desperation that echoed through the cabin. But it was too late. With a sudden burst of resolve, Jake swung the door open and shouted, "Tony! I'm here, Tony, where are you?" As he stepped outside, his foot sank almost a foot into the thick, powdery snow, the coldness biting at his ankles. The wind howled around him, picking up intensity, and the storm began to roll in slowly, dark clouds swirling ominously above. "Tony!" Jake called out again, his voice strained against the roaring wind, desperation lacing each syllable as he scanned the white landscape, hoping for a glimpse of his friend amidst the encroaching darkness. He heard something moving behind him, a rustling in the eerie stillness that sent a shiver down his spine. But before he could turn around to investigate, a cold, hard object came crashing into his skull with a sickening thud, sending stars exploding behind his eyes. Pain radiated through his head as Jake crumbled to the ground, the shock of the blow stealing his breath away. The pristine white snow, once untouched and glistening, was now stained crimson, a stark contrast that painted the scene with an ominous finality. As darkness began to creep in at the edges of his vision, the world around him felt distant and surreal, a chilling reminder of the peril he had stepped into. The others huddled together in the dim light of the cabin, their faces etched with worry and fear. "Jake hasn't come back yet," Emma said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if saying it aloud would make it more real. "What do we do?" Mia asked, her eyes darting nervously around the room, searching for answers in the shadows. "Stay here. He was dumb enough to go out there," Mark snapped, his frustration boiling over as he paced the cramped space, the tension in the air thickening with each passing moment. "But are we safe here?" Mia questioned, her voice trembling slightly, a flicker of doubt creeping in. Mark didn't respond, his silence heavy with uncertainty. Just then, they heard footsteps crunching in the snow outside, a sound that sent chills down their spines. "Jake!" Mia exclaimed, her heart racing as she rushed toward the door, hope igniting within her. But as she swung it open, she was immediately pulled back by what she saw next. A dark figure emerging from the swirling snow, its silhouette ominous and unfamiliar, twisting her anticipation into dread. Mia fainted, her body collapsing like a rag doll onto the cold wooden floor, the thud echoing in the tense silence. Emma and Mark rushed toward her, their hearts pounding with urgency, but they too halted in terror at the sight before them. Standing in the doorway was the same figure that had haunted their nightmares for the last 2 years, a dark silhouette cloaked in shadows and dread. Its presence felt suffocating, as though the very air around them had thickened with fear. This was the same entity that had taken their friend, snatching away their sense of safety and plunging them into a world of despair. Now it seemed to loom larger than ever, a chilling reminder that it had come for another, and the reality of their situation settled in like ice in their veins. The figure loomed before them, an imposing presence that stood nearly 10 feet tall, casting a long shadow across the cabin. Its body was grotesquely thin, as if it had never known sustenance, with bones protruding at odd angles, creating a nightmarish silhouette. Its fingers were unnaturally elongated, tapering to sharp, blade-like tips that glinted menacingly in the dim light. The creature's teeth jutted out like tusks, sharp and glistening, giving it a feral appearance that sent a wave of revulsion through Emma and Mark. With a primal cry that reverberated in their chests, it leapt over Mia's unconscious body, a pool of crimson liquid rapidly spreading across the wooden floorboards, stark against the pale surroundings. Mark's instincts kicked in, and he started to scream, desperate to divert the creature's attention. His voice echoed in the cabin, but it only served to draw the creature closer. In an instant, it pounced on him, howling as it pinned him down, its weight crushing. Emma stood frozen in terror, paralyzed by the horror unfolding before her. All she could do was watch in silent despair as the creature towered over them. As it straightened up, hunched and menacing within the cramped space, it turned its dark, sunken eyes toward Emma. A chill ran down her spine as it spoke 2 words, its voice hauntingly familiar, echoing Jake's tone. "I'm back." The night raid. Alaris woke to distant screams, her heart pounding as if trying to escape her chest. For a split second, she thought it was just another nightmare. She'd had plenty since finding the carnage at Whisperglade's gates. Then she realized her eyes were already open. She hadn't been fully asleep, just drifting in a shallow doze beneath the cedar where she and Farron had sheltered. Night pressed down on the forest. Every distant wail cut through the silence like a blade. Farron, the wounded elf she'd found cowering among broken crates, stirred beside her. She'd bandaged his shoulder, but he was far from healed. He jolted awake at the screams, breath hitching. "What's happening?" he gasped, eyes wild with fear. Alaris shook her head, pulse racing. "I don't know. I thought they'd moved on." She glanced at the patch of sky visible through the canopy. Moonlight cast the cedars in ghostly silhouettes, but couldn't show her what lurked beyond. Minutes earlier, she'd thought the village attack had ended. Whisperglade lay ravaged, bodies scattered in the streets, the stench of blood heavy in the air. She'd crept away with Farron, hoping only to survive until morning, to search for traces of her missing mother and sister in daylight. But now the screams rang out again, closer. The vampires were still nearby. Her veins flooded with adrenaline. She stood, grabbing her bow. "Stay here," she told Farron, voice low but steady. "I need to see what's happening." His hand shot out, gripping her forearm. "No, don't go back. They'll kill you. People are still alive in there. Maybe refugees who'd hidden during the first attack, or victims just now discovered by the vampire thralls. Either way, she couldn't listen to those cries and do nothing. Her father's face flashed in her mind. Her failure to save him gnawed at her, fueling a fierce determination. Farron exhaled shakily but released her. "Just be careful." She nodded. "If I'm not back soon, find somewhere deeper in the woods. I don't want both of us caught if it's a trap." He looked like he wanted to protest but said nothing. Instead, he pulled his makeshift bandage tighter and pressed himself against the cedar trunk, trying to blend with the shadows. Alaris ducked under a low branch and slipped into darkness. Every instinct screamed at her to tread lightly. The forest felt taut, charged with dread. She remembered how quickly the vampires had sensed her before, and how narrowly she'd escaped. The memory of red eyes and blood-stained teeth made her skin crawl. Yet she kept going, drawn by the echoes of terrified screams. The path back to Whisperglade was marked with broken branches and deep footprints, evidence of the earlier rampage. Her boots made almost no sound on the leaf-strewn ground, a skill honed from years of hunting. She paused at the forest edge, pressing against a thick pine as she studied the village perimeter. The scene turned her stomach. The vampire onslaught hadn't ended. Large columns of smoke curled into the night sky, orange-tinted by flames. Several buildings inside Whisperglade burned, their thatched roofs collapsing as sparks arced into darkness. Shrieks split the air. Along the main street, shadowy figures sprinted, some desperately fleeing, others in relentless pursuit. Horror washed through her as she realized the vampires were cleaning up, making sure no survivors remained. They're gathering stragglers or anyone who was hiding. She swallowed hard, steadying her trembling hands around the bow. Summoning her courage, she moved toward the battered south gate, where splintered wooden planks hung from the gatehouse. Flickers of flame lit the entire perimeter, making it dangerous to approach unseen. But Alaris stuck to darkness, finding shadow pockets behind toppled carts and collapsed fences. Occasionally, she caught the swirl of a black cloak or heard a thrall's hiss. The vampires moved through chaos like predators in a feeding ground. A child's scream pierced the night from somewhere inside the village. Alaris clenched her jaw, anger and terror coiling in her gut. She had to do something. She knocked a silver-tipped arrow, one of her few remaining ones. If she could distract or kill a thrall, maybe at least one victim could escape. But how many vampires were there? She counted at least 4 or 5 shapes moving among the burning homes. Flames jumped from building to building, thatched roofs igniting swiftly. Smoke thickened the air, stinging her eyes. Bow ready, she crept into the main street. The bodies she'd seen earlier were still there, some half-burned, others being dragged away by gaunt thralls. She forced back her revulsion. The vampires wanted no trace left. Ahead, she spotted Whisperglade's communal hall, once a gathering place for festivals. Now its double doors stood wide open, fire flickering inside. She heard frantic shouts. Someone was trapped. Just as she prepared to move closer, the doors slammed shut. A pale figure in a ragged cloak appeared, holding the door with one arm while grinning at the screams from within. This thrall was different from the others she'd glimpsed, taller, with a face that retained traces of aristocratic features beneath its monstrous pallor. It wore tattered finery, as if it had once been noble before turning. A strange pattern of ritual scars marked its exposed throat, visible even in the dim light. Alaris's heart hammered. She aimed, drawing the bowstring taut. The thrall's attention was fixed on the hall, unaware of her. Her arms tensed as she released. The arrow sped through smoky air and hit its mark. A choked snarl burst from the thrall as the arrow sank deep into its back. It spun around, releasing the door. The screams inside intensified, and Alaris saw a frantic group, 2 adults and a young boy, burst through the doorway. Their clothes were singed, the boy crying. They ran into the street, terror in their eyes. The thrall locked onto the fleeing survivors. Alaris knocked another arrow fast, but the vampire whirled with inhuman speed, lunging for the boy. "No!" she shouted, loosing her second arrow. The thrall dodged, and the arrow only grazed its shoulder, leaving a thin line of sizzling flesh. It hissed, reeling back, but the family took their chance and disappeared behind burning houses. Alaris's relief vanished instantly. The thrall turned toward her, crimson eyes glowing in the firelight. It yanked out the arrow from its back and flung it aside, black blood dripping from the wound. Then it charged at her, moving almost too fast to see, claws outstretched. Her breath caught. She dropped low, seeking cover. The thrall leapt after her, moving with the speed of a striking snake. It crashed into the debris, scattering splinters as it clawed through wood. She scrambled away, choking on smoke. She circled the wreckage, but the thrall vaulted onto a cart, poised like a predator. Its eyes locked with hers, not just red, but swirling with dark veins, as if blood vessels had burst and reformed beneath its irises. When it opened its mouth, she saw rows of needle-like teeth behind the prominent fangs. It let out a sound she'd never heard before, half hiss, half laugh, vibrating at a frequency that made her skin crawl. Before it could pounce, Alaris jabbed an arrow upward, the silver tip catching the thrall's throat. Its body crashed partly onto her, but she wedged her knee against its torso and shoved. Black blood splattered her tunic, the stench making her gag. The thrall rolled off, gurgling. She forced herself up, ignoring the pain in her hip where it had struck her. The vampire tried to rise, but the arrow in its throat kept it down. She heard bones crack, saw hatred blaze in its eyes. After a final spasm, it lay still. Alaris staggered back, vision graying at the edges. She steadied herself against a wall, glancing at the carnage around her. She'd killed a vampire thrall in direct combat, but how many more waited in the shadows? A distant scream cut through her thoughts, a voice she recognized. High, frantic, filled with heartbreak, Tanel. Her young cousin, only 40 by elven count, barely an adolescent, always bright-eyed and curious. Alaris's chest tightened. She's alive. Tanel, she shouted, forgetting stealth. She ran toward her cousin's voice, dodging bodies and burning debris. Flames cracked above, and a nearby roof collapsed in a shower of sparks. Heat seared her skin, but she pushed forward, half blind from ash. She followed the street until it opened onto a narrow lane between the weaver's cottage and storage sheds. This area was partly burned but not yet consumed. Dark shapes moved in the smoke. She heard Tanel again, sobbing, begging for help. "Hold on!" Alaris cried, tears stinging from the acrid smoke. She slipped on blood, her boots sliding on wet cobblestones. Through the gloom, she saw Tanel crouched beside a body. The elf on the ground didn't move, likely Tanel's mother or father. Alaris's heart contracted, but she couldn't stop. Tanel screamed as a tall vampire in dark leathers approached. This one moved differently, with precision rather than feral aggression. Its pale skin was stretched too tight across its bones, giving it a skeletal appearance. Two more thralls hovered behind, silhouettes in the firelight. They watched with curiosity, exchanging words in a guttural language that sounded like rocks grinding against metal. "No!" Alaris roared. She dashed forward, arrow ready. She fired before the thrall could turn. The silver tip sank into its side. It snarled in pain, stumbling, but didn't fall. Tanel looked up and saw Alaris. She tried crawling toward her, but her left leg was twisted, her skirt soaked with blood. Alaris gritted her teeth, readying another arrow. The thrall whipped around, eyes narrowing as it recognized her. One of its companions lunged from the side, forcing Alaris to leap back. She fired in panic, her arrow vanishing harmlessly into smoke. The thrall was on her in a heartbeat, slashing at her middle. She twisted away, but claws tore through her leather jerkin, scraping her ribs. Pain flared. She kicked out for space. The thrall snarled, mouth partly open, showing elongated fangs stained with fresh blood. Alaris tumbled into the dusty street, scrambling for her dropped bow. Another thrall joined the attack, cackling with an eerily human voice. She was outnumbered. Ash blurred her vision. "You'll die if you stay," a cold voice warned in her mind. "But Tanel!" A blow struck her shoulder. The second thrall pinned her against a collapsed fence. Her bow clattered away. She reached for her dagger, but the vampire was too quick, a clawed hand closing around her throat. The stench of death and rot filled her nose as it leaned in, hissing with triumph. Desperate, Alaris smashed her forearm into its face, briefly loosening its grip. She yanked her silver-edged dagger from her belt and drove it upward. The blade sank into the thrall's chest. It shrieked, half scream, half roar. Hot, tainted blood sprayed her hand. She rolled aside as the thrall clutched its chest, staggering. She rose, heart pounding, searching for Tanel. Her cousin still lay on the ground beside the motionless adult. The first thrall, the one she'd shot in the side, limped toward Tanel. "Stop!" Alaris snarled. She charged, ignoring the pain in her ribs, and tackled the thrall from behind. They crashed onto the cobblestones. She stabbed downward repeatedly, silver flashing in firelight. After the third strike, the thrall gasped and went limp. Breathing hard, Alaris turned to Tanel. The girl's face was ashen, green eyes wide and wet with tears. Blood pulsed from a wound on her thigh, and her left arm hung limp, possibly broken. "Tanel!" Alaris crouched beside her, ignoring the cinders burning her hair. "Can you hear me?" The girl's breath was shallow, her words barely audible. "Alaris, you came back." Alaris smoothed Tanel's hair, trying to keep her voice steady. "It's going to be all right." The lie tasted bitter. She glanced at the elf Tanel had been holding. It was her Aunt Oline, Tanel's mother, her throat torn open, eyes staring lifelessly at the sky. Grief twisted inside Alaris, but she had no time to mourn. More thralls were out there. "Can you stand?" she asked, checking Tanel's injuries. The leg wound was serious. Blood soaked through the torn skirt. The bone might be fractured. Tanel's tears cut tracks through the soot on her face. I don't think so. My parents. I'm sorry." Alaris squeezed her shoulder. "But we have to move." A burst of sparks made her flinch as the weaver's cottage collapsed, flames billowing into the lane. She heard more inhuman shrieks and growls. Vampires were closing in. "I'll carry you," she muttered, bracing herself. She slid an arm under Tanel's good shoulder and tried lifting her. Tanel screamed in pain, nearly breaking Alaris's grip. Hot blood soaked through her fingers. Tanel trembled violently, her face chalk white. "My leg," she sobbed. "It hurts." Alaris bit her lip, tears welling. Tanel was losing too much blood. With a surge of adrenaline, Alaris hoisted her up, putting the girl's arm around her shoulders. Tanel moaned, leaning heavily against her. Where to go? The gate was behind them, but probably crawling with thralls. Half the village burned, leaving only the narrow side streets. She thought of the clearing where Farron waited. If she could get Tanel there, maybe they could escape deeper into the forest. A hiss behind her made her turn. Another thrall, the one she'd stabbed in the chest, lurched from shadows. Its face twisted with fury, black blood still dripping from the wound. Though mortally injured, it wasn't dead yet, driven by pure hatred. Alaris had no time to fight while carrying Tanel. She stumbled forward, half dragging her cousin. Her lungs burned, the cut on her ribs throbbed. The thrall hissed again, then lunged. She heard claws scraping cobblestones behind them. She looked left and spotted the weaver's shed door, partly collapsed but maybe passable. She pushed through the debris, ignoring the burning rafters overhead. Tanel whimpered. Sparks rained down, scorching Alaris's scalp. Her eyes streamed. Just a little further. The thrall forced its way in, screeching with rage. Alaris saw a heavy wooden beam fallen from the roof. Gathering her remaining strength, she heaved it one-handed across the thrall's path. The creature stumbled, momentarily trapped. Go, Tanel, go, she urged, though her cousin could barely move. Step by agonizing step, they reached the back of the shed. One wall was completely ablaze, but a small window offered escape. Desperate, Alaris kicked at the boards around the window, widening the gap. The thrall howled, throwing off the beam. Heat intensified around them. If the shed collapsed now, they'd be trapped. Up you go, she gasped, lifting Tanel toward the window. Despite her pain, the girl managed to squeeze through. Alaris followed, hissing as a burning timber grazed her leg. They tumbled into an alley behind the shed, cold air shocking after the inferno. No time to rest. The thrall was forcing its way through flames to reach them. Alaris scanned the alley, one end blocked by debris, the other leading to a side street that might offer escape. Come on, she urged, supporting Tanel's waist. They staggered down the alley, the thrall crawling through the window behind them, shrieking as flames burned its flesh. Still it pursued, single-minded in its hatred. Alaris's limbs felt leaden. Each fight, the smoke, her injuries, all drained her strength. Tanel's weight made every step a struggle. The thrall was gaining. With horror, she realized they couldn't outrun it. They reached the side street, and Alaris glimpsed hope, the southern edge of Whisper Glade, where forest darkness might hide them. If she could just reach the trees. Hold on, she gasped, dragging Tanel forward. The thrall's ragged breathing drew closer. A wave of dizziness hit her, but she pushed through. They passed the last burning buildings. No other vampires in sight. The thrall behind them growled. She turned just as it leapt for Tanel. No. Alaris twisted, raising her dagger. The impact sent all three crashing to the ground. Tanel cried out in fresh pain. The thrall's claws missed her by inches. They landed hard, Alaris pinned beneath the thrall's weight. Its face hovered inches from hers, lips pulled back in a snarl. She stabbed upward, but it knocked her arm aside. Her vision sparked with pain. Tanel tried pushing the vampire, but she was too weak. The thrall turned its feral gaze on her. Alaris summoned her last strength and wedged her knee into its stomach, creating just enough space to free her other hand. She grabbed a short arrow from her quiver and jammed the silver tip into the vampire's neck. It reared back, gargling a scream. Black ichor gushed from the wound. Alaris kicked it off and lunged forward, plunging her dagger into its chest. She twisted until the body went limp. Gasping, she collapsed sideways, lungs burning. The world spun, but Tanel's pained moans pulled her back to reality. She crawled to her cousin, who lay bleeding on the cobblestones. "Stay with me," she begged, pressing her hand against Tanel's wound. The girl's eyes rolled back, tears cutting through soot on her cheeks. "It hurts so much," Tanel whimpered. "I can't feel my foot." Panic flooded Alaris's chest. The wound was terrible. Tanel was losing blood too fast. Even if they escaped, she had no way to treat such an injury. Behind them, Whisperglade burned, vampires prowling through flames. There was no safe haven, no healer to find. Still, she refused to give up. She tore a strip from her sleeve, trying to make a tourniquet around Tanel's thigh. The girl's scream cut through her heart. "I know," Alaris said, her own tears falling. "I'm sorry. Just hold on." She heard vampires calling to each other from the burning streets. The raid wasn't over. If she stayed, they'd soon be discovered. Despite the danger, she tried lifting Tanel again, but the girl's body hung limp, consciousness fading. Blood soaked through the makeshift bandage. "Come on," Alaris muttered, straining. She hefted Tanel onto her shoulders. The girl weighed less than an adult, but still felt like stone. She managed one step, then another, the tree line tantalizingly close. Suddenly, Tanel coughed blood, spattering Alaris's tunic. Her body convulsed. The tourniquet was already soaked through. "Stay with me," Alaris pleaded. Each step sent pain through her ribs, but she kept moving. 50 yards to the trees. Then Tanel's body spasmed. Her voice rose in feverish muttering. Mother, father, Alaris?" The girl's eyes fluttered, a gurgle escaping her throat. Alaris felt her muscles go completely limp. She had to stop. Tanel might die in seconds. But stopping meant the vampires would find them. Despair crashed over her. She carefully lowered Tanel to the ground. The girl's breathing was ragged, gaze unfocused. Alaris tried tightening the tourniquet, but blood kept flowing. Tanel's skin had turned ashen. "Please, Tanel," she whispered, pressing her forehead to her cousin's. "Stay with me. I'll get you out. Don't give up." A tear slid from Tanel's eye, though she made no sound. Alaris heard hisses in the distance, footsteps approaching. She had to move now, or they'd both die. She tried lifting Tanel again, but realized with horror that her cousin was too far gone. Even if they reached safety, Tanel needed immediate skilled care. The village herbalist was dead, everything in flames. There was no escape route fast enough. Tanel's eyes fixed on Alaris's, suddenly clear amid her delirium. Her lips parted. She whispered, "Go run." Alaris's throat tightened. "I won't leave you," she said, tears flowing freely. Tanel gave a tiny head shake, her own eyes glistening. "You can't save me. They'll kill you too." "No." Alaris choked, but one look at Tanel's leg told the truth. The wound was fatal. Even if Tanel lived a few more minutes, the vampires would find them. She's right. Time stretched painfully. Footsteps drew nearer. Tanel's breathing grew shallow, pupils dilating. She looked at Alaris with heartbreaking fear and acceptance. "Forgive me," she whispered. "I'm sorry." Alaris fought back sobs. She kissed Tanel's forehead. "No, Tanel. I'm the one who's sorry. I wish I could save you." Tanel shuddered, pain making her fingers curl. Alaris held her hand, feeling its chill. "I'll find who did this," she promised. "I'll make them pay." Tanel's lips moved silently. Then her eyes closed. Alaris felt her final breath leave. Silence fell, broken only by distant flames. Alaris pressed her hand to Tanel's chest, hoping for a heartbeat. Nothing. Her cousin's face had relaxed, all tension gone. Tears burned Alaris's eyes as a broken sob escaped her. From the village came a guttural cry, a thrall calling to others. If she didn't leave now, she'd be trapped. Rage, grief, and helplessness churned inside her. She wanted to carry Tanel away, try once more, but she couldn't fight reality. Tanel was gone. With shaking hands, she closed her cousin's eyes. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. Ash drifted between them, carrying the scent of burning wood and flesh. She rose on trembling legs, heart heavy with despair. One last look at Tanel's still form, then she turned away. If she stayed, Tanel's final words, her final sacrifice, would be meaningless. Shoulders hunched, tears streaming down her soot-streaked face, Alaris slipped into the trees. Behind her, Whisperglade burned, the screams of victims mixing with triumphant vampire howls. The onslaught had consumed everything, and she was powerless to stop it. She moved on instinct, driven by the raw need to survive. Branches scratched her face and arms, but the forest's darkness shielded her from vampire eyes. Undergrowth caught at her boots, as if trying to drag her back. She pushed on, her mind filled with images. Tanel's lifeless body, her father's torn corpse, her mother and sister missing. An unbearable sense of failure hollowed her soul. I couldn't save them, she thought. I couldn't even save Tanel. When she recognized the cedar trees where she'd left Farron, she paused, gathering herself to speak. She heard him first, ragged breathing, a whispered prayer she didn't understand. "Farron," she called softly. He gasped. "Alaris?" He emerged from behind the cedar, relief in his eyes quickly turning to horror as he saw her condition, covered in blood and ash, tears cutting tracks through soot. "Gods," he whispered, approaching. "You're hurt." She touched the claw marks on her ribs. "I'll live." Her voice barely held. "The vampires, the village is..." Words failed her. Farron helped her sit against the trunk. I heard screams, then saw the fires grow. I was afraid to follow. Guilt lined his face. "I'm sorry." She shook her head. "You'd have died. They're everywhere." He gently examined her wounds, exposing the shallow gashes across her rib cage. They stung at his touch, but weren't deep enough to be fatal. She winced. "I have salve in my pack," he said, reaching for the small bag at his side. "Not much, but it'll clean the cuts." As he tended her injuries, Alaris leaned back, closing her eyes. She tried to steady her breathing, but images of Tanel's final moments surged, stoking a hollow ache inside her. She died alone, with nothing but my useless promises. "They're killing everyone," she murmured, voice numb. "Burning everything, dragging bodies away." Farron's hands trembled as he applied the salve, but he continued working. "I heard rumors vampires were attacking other villages too. My hometown in the lowlands was said to be under siege. That's why I came north, to see if elves had defenses." A bitter laugh escaped her. "Defenses? We never expected a full-scale attack." Whisperglade was peaceful. Her voice broke on the last word, remembering how that peace had vanished in a single night. He finished bandaging her, his touch gentle despite his own injuries. "That's all I can do now." She nodded gratefully, gazing through the trees toward the burning village. Orange flames still glowed against the sky. "My home is gone. Everything is gone. Did you find survivors?" Farron asked quietly. Fresh tears threatened. "A few," she managed, voice cracking. "But I couldn't save them." He squeezed her shoulder awkwardly. "I'm sorry." She stared at the burning horizon, hatred and grief warring inside her. "Me too." They sat in silence, listening to distant roars and crackling flames. Eventually, the night grew eerily quiet. Alaris remained alert despite her exhaustion. Her limbs shook, her wounds throbbed. Farron dozed fitfully beside her, pale from blood loss. Finally, the glow over Whisperglade began to fade, replaced by columns of smoke. She imagined the vampires withdrawing, leaving only ashes and bodies. The nightmare had begun. Alaris forced herself to stand, wincing at the pain in her ribs. She picked up her bow. "We can't stay here," she said, voice hoarse. "They might search the forest at dawn." "Where will we go?" Farron asked. She hesitated, trying to think clearly through her grief. "There's nowhere truly safe," a voice whispered. But she pushed back, east, toward the old watchtower. "It's abandoned but might offer shelter." Farron frowned, looking toward the ruined village. "Shouldn't we look for more survivors?" Alaris closed her eyes briefly, remembering Tanel's agony and the vampires swarming every street. If anyone escaped, they fled deeper into the woods by now. Going back is suicide. He nodded reluctantly. "Lead the way." They began their difficult trek through darkness. The forest was treacherous at night, the ground uneven. Alaris relied on her hunter's instincts, watching for signs of pursuit. They moved in tense silence, each step taking them further from the only home she'd known. Her father's face haunted her, then Tanel's final words. With every painful breath, the memories assailed her. But she pressed on, forcing herself to focus on survival. Keep moving or die. Farron struggled behind her, his shoulder wound limiting his movement. Several times he stumbled on fallen branches, and Alaris had to steady him, ignoring her own pain. They were a sorry sight, two wounded refugees with no destination. After nearly an hour, they stopped by a moss-covered boulder. To the east, the forest grew denser, its canopy almost blocking the moon. If they continued, they might reach the old watchtower by dawn. Rest, Alaris said, her voice raw. She sank onto a fallen log, hand pressed to her bandaged side. Her body ached as if beaten. Farron leaned against the boulder, teeth clenched in pain. For several minutes, they just breathed together, listening for danger. The forest's night sounds, owls, insects, rustling leaves, seemed ordinary, but each unexpected noise set Alaris on edge. Why are they doing this? Farron finally asked. What do the vampires want? She thought of old tales she'd never fully believed. Blood, she said simply. Some say they follow an ancient vampire lord who can coordinate attacks across vast regions. If that's true, maybe they're expanding their territory. Her voice caught. Or maybe it's just killing for killing's sake. My grandmother said vampires were just legends, Farron murmured, shaking his head. I wish she'd been right. Alaris looked up at the scattered stars peeking through branches. Her mother and sister might still be out there, captured or fleeing. With each passing hour, the chances of finding them shrank. I can't think about that now, she told herself, though it was nearly impossible to push the fear away. Rising, she helped Farron stand. We should keep moving. Another hour and we'll reach the watchtower. We can hide until morning. You think sunlight stops them? He asked, hope in his voice. She shrugged. They're weaker by day, they say. At least they don't roam as freely. She didn't add that it might not be enough to save them. Together, they continued east, each step a painful reminder of all they'd lost. Behind them, the glow of Whisperglade's destruction faded into darkness. In her mind, Alaris carried the dead. Her father, Tanel, neighbors she'd known her entire life. Their faces drove her forward, promising a reckoning she couldn't yet imagine. The vampires had shown their claws, and she would remember every drop of spilled blood. As they walked, she sent a silent prayer to any god still watching. Forgive me for those I couldn't save. Help me protect whoever remains. The path ahead looked grim, but she wouldn't falter. She couldn't save everyone, but perhaps if she kept fighting, she might save someone, and in doing so, defy the darkness that had swallowed her world. As they moved deeper into the forest, Alaris felt a prickling sensation at the base of her skull. She turned, scanning the shadows behind them. Nothing visible, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. A twig snapped in the distance, too deliberate for an animal. Then came a sound that froze her blood, a low whistling call, answered by another from a different direction. The sound carried a strange melody, almost musical, but with no human warmth. What was that? Farron whispered, eyes wide. Alaris reached for her bow. They're tracking us, she murmured. Keep moving. The whistles came again, closer this time. They weren't running fast enough. A few days ago, Rob, the new intern, came into my office about 3 in the afternoon. He looked pale. Hell, he looked sick. Rob, damn man, you okay? I said, looking up from my workstation. The newest beta for our AI model was in the final stages of compiling. It had been our biggest project for almost 9 months. Rob swallowed hard. I don't know. I found a problem, he said. This caused me to raise an eyebrow. A problem with the new AI model? I asked. If so, this could be a problem. A lot was riding on the rollout of this new software. I could see Rob visibly take a moment to collect himself. Not exactly. Let me show you something. Rob walked over and put his laptop on my desk. He opened it up. Take a look at this. On the screen was an AI-generated image. The watermark and beta number for our new software was across the bottom. It was a simple scene, a smiling blonde woman eating salad. A standard test image we used to calibrate the AI learning model. What's the problem? I asked. The fingers. Look at the fingers. Rob said. I looked closer. The hand holding the salad fork had 6 fingers. Rob, don't beat yourself up. The entire AI industry has been dealing with that weird issue for a while now. Hell, it's practically a meme at this point. It's not that, Rob said with this odd break to his voice, and suddenly I realized Rob wasn't sick. He was scared. "Rob, what the hell is going on?" I asked, concerned. Rob looked around nervously. "Come over here. I want you to look at something." I stepped over to the doorway to my office, looking out over the cubicle farm where dozens of employees were working. Rob was scanning the cubicles, his eyes moving in a weird, darting motion. He stopped and gestured over to one of the workers, a stocky older guy working in a desk not far from my office. "See that one? Eric, I think his name is. Eric Simmons. He's one of our database guys. You know Eric. He's worked here for years, as long as I have." I said, not sure where this was going. "Count the fingers on the hand he's using to control his mouse." Rob said. "Rob, this is getting way dash," I started. "Just trust me," Rob said. I sighed. I counted the fingers on Eric's hand. 5. "He's got 5 fingers, Rob, same as you and me," I said. Maybe the stress of the deadline had gotten to Rob. "Okay, now, don't look directly at him. Look. Look at the motivational poster on the wall behind him. And then, from like the edge of your vision, count the fingers," Rob said, keeping his voice down. "Rob, listen man, this job is stressful, I get it. Take the afternoon off, get a start on your weekend. You've worked your ass off, you D-Sir Dash." "Please," Rob said, cutting me off, his voice practically begging. "Just do it." Even now I'm not 100% sure why I humored him. I closed my eyes and blinked several times. I focused on the... Even now I'm not 100% sure why I humored him. I closed my eyes and blinked several times. I focused on the poster, some generic office print, a picture of a sculling team with some trite teamwork slogan slapped below it. Never paid it any attention. With the picture in my focus and Eric's hand on the edges of my vision, I counted again. 6. I blinked. I looked, directly looked at Eric's hand again. 5. I counted again. 5, 4 fingers and a thumb. No question about it. I looked back at the poster, letting my eyes focus on a point behind it like one of those old magic eye pictures. I looked at Eric's hand again. 6 fingers. A thumb and 5 full other digits. Rod could see the expression on my face. "You see it too, don't you?" What the hell?" I finally let out. "Step back in your office with me. I'll try to explain," Rob said. Back in my office, Rob gestured at his laptop. "When I got brought on the team, they asked me to look into the whole wrong number of fingers problem. So I decided to start at the most basic, run a simple pattern algorithm using a large number of pictures of hands. So I used these." He pointed at the screen. It showed dozens of pictures of hands. Hands holding plates with food. Hands holding plastic party drink cups. But from the background and certain faces, I knew these pictures. "The company Christmas party," I said. "Exactly," Rob said. "They were already on the shared drive, no issues with rights. And this was just a basic first test run. It was never going to get used for anything. I really just needed some images to start out with. So I used the base AI model we're already working on and ran them through it. Got a bunch of pictures back with the wrong number of fingers. But here's the thing. I don't know why. I looked over the code. There's no reason counting fingers should be an issue. Like you said, it's almost a meme at this point, but has anyone actually stopped to ask why? Why something that can make a photorealistic face can't count fingers? Computers are a lot better at counting than they are at aesthetics and facial features. Rob, listen, these AI models are some of the most complicated pieces of software ever made. We're going to be finding quirks in them for decades. I said, trying to convince myself as much as Rob. Yeah, I had the same thought. So I did another test run, with a dozen pictures of fake plastic hands as the base image model, and ran it through the exact same AI model. Every single generated image had the proper number of fingers. Rob said. He brought up another set of pictures on his laptop. Again, a slideshow of dozens of pictures of hands, but all fake. Mannequin hands, those possible wooden art hands, gloves on stands, all with the correct number of things. I ran this through the exact same algorithm. It makes zero sense why these would come out any different. So Rob, what are you saying? And what does this have to do with Eric's hand? I asked. Rob exhaled. I'm saying I don't think the AI model is generating the wrong number of fingers. I think the AI model is right. I think it is seeing something we're not seeing. I made a nervous laugh. What? Humans all have a secret hidden extra finger that AI models can see, but we can't. Rob didn't return the laugh. Our hands are in the picture from the Christmas party. Involuntarily, I looked down at my hand. 5 fingers. This time Rob did laugh. I've been doing the same thing. Staring at my hands, trying to look at it from every angle and every field of focus. No luck. So what does this all mean? I said, pulling my eyes away from my hand. Rob shrugged. I have no idea. I don't have enough data yet to tell if this anomaly is in everyone or not. I'd need a sample size many factors bigger than this to even start model patterns or trends. Did everyone's hand show the wrong number of fingers? I asked, not sure which answer I was hoping for. Rob shook his head. No, about 1 in 10. Eric was one of them. That's why I pointed him out. Doug in accounting, Janet in HR, and the CEO. That's why I came to you. You're the senior person who wasn't showing the wrong number of fingers when I ran those pictures through the AI model. Rob, this is insane. It has to be a software glitch of some kind. It's freaky as hell, I admit, but I trailed off, not sure how to respond. I know, but Rob paused, and I could see on his face he was choosing his words very carefully. I'm very good with this stuff. If you could see the data like I do, really see the code, you'd get it. This software is running correctly. Something is wrong with reality. He looked down, perhaps a little taken by how absurd it sounded when he said it out loud. But when he spoke again, there is a powerful earnestness to his voice. Something is very wrong with some of the people here. I took a deep breath. To hell if he wasn't sounding convincing in pure conviction, if nothing else. But still, what he was suggesting was crazy. I decided to aim for a middle ground and put the ball back in his court. So what do you suggest we do? I asked him. I don't know yet. I'm going to spend the weekend taking more pictures. I need to know how far this goes. Rod said. This caused me a moment of worry. Not only was he starting to sound just a little more unhinged, one of our employees getting arrested, or going viral for walking around the city photographing people's hands was not what the company needed right now. Rod, like I said, go home, get some rest. If you want to look into this more, okay, but be subtle about it. I told him, yeah, I guess you're right. I need to think on this some more. I'll be back Monday morning, okay? Maybe after a good night's sleep this will make sense. Rod said, and I thought I saw a tiny flicker of relief on his face. Rob left. I went back to working my section of the code, mostly front-end and UI tweaks. Rob was really the genius as to the core of the AI model. About an hour before quitting time, I happened to glance up and see Eric standing in the doorway to my office. Oh hey Eric, sorry I didn't see you standing there. I said. Eric smiled. Oh no worry. Just swung by to ask, what were you and Rob talking about earlier? It seemed intense. He asked. His voice was non-committal, but for some reason I detected a slight edge in the question. Oh nothing, just ironing out some last-minute bugs with the AI model. I said. I gave a short laugh. Poor kid is still trying to work out the kinks in the hand modeling. Eric's smile dropped. Then it quickly returned, but the new smile felt very forced. Then the weirdest thing happened. Eric walked over to my desk, and in a very weird, very deliberate motion reached down, and using only his fingertips touched my desk with his fingers spread. He's intentionally showing me his hand and fingers, I thought with a slight shudder. Eric spoke. Yes, that's quite a difficult problem, I understand. I hope Rob doesn't blame himself if he can't solve it. There was nothing specifically threatening in either his tone or his words, but there was something just under the surface that made me want to run away. Eric slowly took his hand away from my desk, and then without another word, turned and walked out of my office. I sat there for a few moments. I worked in tech long enough to shrug off weirdness from the techie types. It comes with the territory in high-end software development, especially as a personality type begins at delightfully quirky and ends at downright fucking weird. But still, I'd worked with Eric for years and never came out of an interaction with him feeling this creeped out. I had enough for the day. I made sure all my work was saved and backed up to the company file server, locked my workstation, and head out. On the way down the hallway, I passed Doug from accounting. He looked at me, gave me a smile that never touched his eyes, and slowly and deliberately, with his fingers spread wide, waved a cheerful goodbye to me and said, "Enjoy your weekend." Janet from HR was in the front lobby, updating something on the big bulletin board. When she saw me, she smiled and started briskly tapping her fingernails, one by one, on the edge of the bulletin board as I walked by. I drove home. Tried not to think about it for the evening. Tried really hard not to start at my hands and count the fingers. I tried to watch TV, but I kept getting distracted, keep counting the fingers on the actors and actress and newscasters. I almost got watching into a Red Sox game, but at one point the camera zoomed in on the pitcher's hand while he had it behind his back before a pitch. I turned it off after that. They all had the correct number of fingers, but I keep expecting to blink or see it out of the corner of my eye and see 6. I put on some music and drank a beer, then went to sleep. I felt better in the morning and spent a normal Saturday and Sunday, mostly convinced that Rob had just had a minor breakdown from the stress of the project, and his inability to fix what I was again thinking was just a long-running and hard-to-pin-down software glitch. I decided I'd talk to him on Monday morning, pull him off the project for his own good if need be. And that was it, until Monday morning. I'm not at the office. I'm at coffee shop a few blocks from my house. About 6:30, about a half hour before I usually head out for work, my phone started blowing up. Rob was dead. The morning news report filled me, or at least filled me in with what they knew. On Saturday afternoon, he had gotten into an altercation at a Target. He was following people around, taking pictures of people's hands. Some father had taken him as a pervert trying to take pictures of his daughter and clocked him one, and it escalated into a minor fight that someone had, of course, managed to catch on their cell phone camera. Both Rob and the other guy were let off with a warning. That wouldn't even have made the news, except that about 3:30 on Monday morning a newspaper truck found Rob dead near his car, parked in the parking lot of our office. He had used his badge to buzz into the building about midnight. The login records showed he worked at his workstation for a couple of hours. Then he had deleted a bunch of stuff from his profile and left. Then someone had killed him. The delivery driver found him next to his car. His head had been bashed in good. His laptop was smacked on the ground next to him. The police are looking for the guy Rob got into the fight with on Saturday, but I don't think that's the guy who killed him, because whoever killed him cut off his fingers and took the time to arrange them in 2 neat little rows off 5 right next to his body. My phone is ringing constantly, but I'm not answering it. I'm sipping my coffee and counting fingers on people. I'm wondering whether to go to the police and counting fingers on people. I'm counting fingers on people, and I don't know what else to do. I hope I figure it out before I finally count 6 fingers on someone's hand. I'm debuting as an idol soon. Born in South Korea, I've wanted to be an idol ever since I was a kid. Luckily, one of the top talent agencies was secretly scouting for a multi-gender, English-speaking group to rival new-gen groups like Stray Kids and New Jeans. I've been a fan of the older groups since I was young. My mom was a huge fan of older-gen groups like Big Bang and Girls' Generation, so they were always on TV when I was a kid. BTS, Blackpink, etc. I grew up in the US obsessed with them. When we moved to the US, I took dance classes every week to improve myself. After graduating high school, I planned to move to Korea to stay with relatives. If things didn't work out, I'd head back to the US. Now at 25, I know that's considered old for an idol. I'm still not sure how I made it through. I auditioned because it was my dream, but I wasn't expecting anything to really come out of it. I mean, my singing and dancing was subpar, and I barely met the beauty standard. I remember the audition was cruel. The judges were too honest. They weren't judging people. These guys were insulting them. Overweight. Disgusting. Pig. Terrible. I almost walked out. Twice. However, my group all managed to pass without even performing. There were 4 of us, thankfully in my age range, early to mid-20s. I'm going to be substituting names due to NDAs in place. Min, a bubbly singer from Thailand. He was really into animals. His whole camera roll was his dog from back home. Min was sweet. Jay, the youngest, a scowling British guy who brought a book to read while we were waiting. Initially, I thought he was an asshole, especially when he ignored others' attempts to talk to him, shooing them away with an uncomfortable look. But he was just really awkward. When he actually started talking, Jay, unintentionally, made me laugh. His icebreaker with me was, "I haven't left my room since I graduated college." I laughed, but he looked pretty serious. Then he went off on a weird tangent about League of Legends. I didn't know what that was, but he seemed really into it. Finally, there was Winnie, an Australian model, who arrived late. But because of her looks, she was the one receiving apologies. I watched as fully grown men insisted on grabbing her, telling her how beautiful she was. Winnie had a resting bitch face, so I immediately kept my distance. But when she came over and introduced herself, I found myself unable to stop talking to her. She spoke like she was on fast forward, but that was what made her endearing. Winnie had no idea the whole room was staring at her, and only her. Min seemed intrigued by her, the two of them immediately connecting. Jay gave her a wave, offering his seat, since there were none left. I keep thinking back. Was it fate that we all met beforehand? There were around 200 people auditioning, and out of them, only the 4 of us got through. It's not like we had connections. I was from a relatively poor background. Min and Jay had part-time jobs to survive, and Winnie was walking around with holes in her shoes. All of us were, and still are, unknown. I kept going through it in my head. How did we pass? What made us better than others? To put it simply, lookism. Korea is obsessed with beauty. They didn't see our talent. I don't even think they wanted talent. They saw faces they could endorse and capitalize on. At the time, I wasn't complaining. It was a compliment. It's nice to be called pretty. Jay was admittedly gorgeous. His accent was the icing on the cake. Min had boyish charm and a baby face I knew would sell. Winnie was self-explanatory. Whenever the 4 of us entered the room, all eyes were on her. Our looks had already sailed us through, and I don't think I believed it was happening for a while. It only fully hit me when we began training, and as a trainee, I came to realize there was no such thing as eating. I thought it was just junk food initially, which was understandable. Mom sent chips and candy in a huge comfort package for all of us to share, only for our manager to trash it right in front of us. I don't mean she threw it away or confiscated it. I mean she dumped the package in a trash can and set fire to it. No, I'm not joking. So no junk food. I could understand that to an extent. During my first month as a trainee, I counted almost 15 times a food item had been snatched from my hands, and it wasn't even bad food. I was eating carrots and celery sticks to keep me going, and the next thing I know, the bag is in the trash, and I'm being forced to my feet to complete 100 push-ups. It wasn't just me. Jay made the mistake of eating a candy bar. I had zero idea where he'd gotten it from. The guy managed one singular bite before he choked on the rest. Under the pretense of he's choking, the candy bar was taken off him. I wasn't sure if it was Jay's failure to chew, or the K-pop gods sending down their wrath. He did get it back, after it had melted and re-hardened in our dance instructor's pocket, and was basically fucking inedible. We shared an apartment, and the refrigerator was empty. When Min attempted to go grocery shopping, he was stopped in the middle of the street. We did end up devising a plan when lack of food was becoming a problem. By problem, I mean if we didn't get something sustainable into us, we were gonna go fucking crazy. I was already highly irate. I couldn't concentrate on training, because all I could think about was food. Jay, who had a short fuse, was argumentative, getting into fights with 2 dance instructors. His behavior was completely out of character, and it was because the guy hadn't eaten anything in days. Conveniently, training sessions ran through lunch, and all we were allowed was a limp-looking salad with a grand total of 3 lettuce leaves. There were no carbs, no real vegetables or dressing, or anything to at least keep us going until dinner. So, I drove half an hour in a random direction to get management off of our tail. The plan was to buy as much food as possible and smuggle it in a storage container only we knew the code to. I don't mean buying candy and chips and shit that will screw up our health. I mean healthy home-cooked meals that we could survive on. However, the second I jumped out of my car in front of a community-owned store, our manager was standing in front of me. He was gentle, offering me a candy bar, like I was a fucking child. But he did usher me into his car, not so subtly locking me in. According to him and his higher-ups, we were deemed the most visually captivating group. Min stood tall and athletic, his handsome features sculpted to perfection. Jay possessed a flawless jawline that drew attention effortlessly, while Winnie's figure was described as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I was told my eyes were what sold me. I could entertain a crowd just by looking at them. I could captivate a whole concert hall. Eating meant piling on weight, and weight meant failure. Still though, whatever excuses he had didn't stop us from eating at every opportunity we had. Waking up every single day with an empty stomach, dragging ourselves to training and eating 3 lettuce leaves was unsurprisingly putting a toll on us. We got into fights over the tiniest inconveniences. Min tore my head off because I used his body wash by accident. Jay and Winnie had an argument over who was using the sofa bed after 24 straight hours of grueling training, where we were allowed one single 5-minute break. Min and Jay got into heated arguments over stupid shit that didn't even matter. I ripped Winnie's head off when she used my toothbrush. 6 months in, Winnie tried to leave. I can't do this. She broke down to us one morning, and we were her support network. I hugged her, and the boys joined in, wrapping her into a comfortable cocoon. Korea called Winnie beautiful, healthy, glowing. I had another word for it. When she tried to leave the training room, the girl was gently apprehended, and when she asked our manager for something other than salad, he gave in and ordered a child-sized bowl of rice. Winnie ate like an animal. The rest of us watched her, ravenous. I was exhausted, insatiably fucking hungry, and losing my mind. I would not regret tearing it out of her hands and eating it myself. Training was becoming more demanding, and we were starting to lose our minds a bit. It felt like we were slipping into a Lord of the Flies scenario. There was a strict rule against intimacy with fellow group members. One night at 3 a.m., I stumbled upon the others in an awkward threesome on the couch. Exhausted and possibly hallucinating from hunger, I didn't think much of it. The next day at a later time of 4 a.m., after another 15-hour grueling training session, I found myself collapsing onto the couch with them, and one thing led to another. I ended up joining in. We talked about it, each of us agreeing it was nice. But there was no way we could continue something so special while we were trainees. There reached a point when my manager's words were no longer registering. I awoke every day at 5 a.m. after 3 hours of sleep. I went over choreography until my body was aching, my thoughts reduced to mush. But I always had one goal in mind: debut. I was stopped in the middle of the street by a kind woman who told me I was beautiful. She hugged me and gave me 2 granola bars. I ate the first one so fast I couldn't even remember the taste. I saved the rest to share with the others. I did try to share it. My group mates were barely coherent after we were forced to repeat the choreography 26 times because Jay kept stumbling. It wasn't that he was a bad dancer. He was too tired. We were all so fucking tired. When I showed them the food, they barely reacted. I wasn't expecting the higher-ups to enter the studio when I was pulling apart the bar and offering pieces to them. Our manager didn't snatch it away, thankfully. I ate that fucking granola bar right in his face. However, he did extend training by 3 hours. I wasn't the only one struggling. Min was losing color in his cheeks due to lack of sleep, and somehow it was his fault. Min didn't even eat salad after that. Instead, while we were all eating our 3 allocated lettuce leaves, he went to the gym. In his words, "I'm going to work off all of the calories." What calories? Somehow, keeping to the diet actually paid off. We were set to debut. Not publicly, but in front of the industry higher-ups. The night before, however, we decided to treat ourselves. McDonald's. I suggested it when our manager went out to dinner. For once, he wasn't stalking us, and neither were his entourage of guards. I ate 2 triple cheeseburgers and 3 helpings of fries. Winnie downed 4 burgers, somehow, and 2 sodas. The guys were hesitant at first, but once they started eating, they couldn't stop. I had never seen them so happy, and at that moment I actually felt like a normal person. Afterwards, we grabbed drinks and snacks, constantly looking over our shoulder to see if we were being followed. We were not. So when we got back to the apartment, we indulged in soda and chips. I went to sleep happy and full for the first time in months. It's crazy how good a proper meal can make you feel. I was woken up, however, maybe a few hours later to violent retching. Jay, it's not out of the ordinary for a trainee to wake up to vomiting. It's pretty normal for trainees to purge at night and then get rid of any evidence. That is what I figured was happening. But I could hear him crying, his sobs echoing down the hallway. After a while of sitting up in bed, half aware of my muddled thoughts and a sharp pain in my lower gut, Winnie stumbled into my room, hysterical. "It's Jay!" she shrieked. In the dull glow of my bedroom lamp, her cheeks were sickly white. "There's something wrong with him." Winnie covered her mouth suddenly, before she threw up all over herself. I could hear Min choking in the hallway. Coughing quickly morphed into barfing. Food poisoning, I thought, my own stomach lurching. I could taste it, a sudden rotten slime slowly inching up my throat. Surely, it was the fast food we ate. Those burgers. They did taste weird, but I thought it was just like spicy mayo. I didn't make it to the bathroom, dropping to my knees and spewing through my hands. Whatever it was, whatever we had, did not agree with us. I had body aches that made it impossible to move, to even breathe. The next 24 hours were horrific. I spent the entire time running backwards and forwards to and from the bathroom, crashing into the others like a fucking cartoon. I couldn't keep anything down. Bottled water just came back up, tea and honey, Gatorade, even anti-sickness meds. I was delirious, hot and cold, and then somehow not feeling at all. I passed out on the bathroom floor, my legs entangled with Min. He muttered something along the lines of lawsuit, because those burgers had made us really fucking sick. At some point, I was in the shower, trying to cool myself off. But I was so hot. Lost Wiyuyit. Min was singing, half delirious, curled into a ball. Lawsuit. Fucking lawwit. His voice felt like a pickaxe knocking against my skull. Jay's voice was a relief. I thought he was unconscious. Shut the fuck up. But it's a lawsuit. I heard something hit the wall behind Min, maybe a book, from Jay's direction. Min's delirious chanting of lawsuit came to an end. The shower was too hot. Then it was too cold, and then it was burning my skin. I felt like my skin was peeling off, my blood boiling in my veins, my brain coming apart. It was like being set alight. I was half conscious. I only remember tripping over Min's outstretched legs, triggering a far weaker, mumbled lawsuit. I collapsed into bed, my body twisting and contorting. It didn't feel like a virus or even gastritis. I was barely conscious, sitting on the side of my bed, when I sneezed something into my hands, choking up chunks of deep, dark red. Jay was on the floor, and Winnie was on the ceiling. I didn't remember eating anything red. I stared at the gloopy red lumps trickling down my palm. It wasn't food. I had already brought up the entire contents of my gut. This was too warm. It was lumpy and bright, staining my hands. All of it. I want you to bring up everything, Sonny. The voice came from behind me. Something was behind me. I could see its inhuman, bulging shadow. I felt its slimy, wet fingers rubbing circles on my back. Do you want to be an idol? The thing demanded, its tongue flicking out, licking my neck. It's hungry. It wants to eat. It wants to feast. The voice dropped into a monstrous snarl. I could feel warm saliva pooling down my neck. Will you feed it? I think in my state, I screamed. Yes. The others echoed my cry. I found myself repeating his words, the others joining in sync. You do not need to eat. You need to feed it. We do not. Breathe. Sleep. Think. We feed it. It. That dripped from the walls, in every corner. Masses of writhing flesh closing in on us, gnawing mouths twitching wider and wider. Its voice inside my head demanded more. It wanted more. It wanted to feast. Min was slumped into the wall, opposite me, his head hanging, half-lidded eyes glued to what poured from the walls, what was swallowing us up. Jay was gone, his body devoured by writhing mounds of flesh, red, slithering amalgamations spilling into the room, swallowing Winnie whole. It looked like the inside of a human being, without the skin. It told me not to be afraid, but I was already scrambling back on my hands and knees, watching it chew through my friends, merciless slimy mounds ripping through their flesh. Its breath, hot and sticky, curled against the back of my neck, and I think I gave up. I pressed my cheek to the cold bathroom tiles and curled in on myself. I let it seep through the door, let it spill into my mouth and nose, filling my lungs, stealing my breath, stealing my will to breathe. I can't remember anything after that, except waking up, covered in warm slime slick on my arms and legs, already hardening between my fingers. I tried to push through, but I couldn't move, half aware of my body contorting beneath me. I lay there for hours, watching Min's arm break through hardened, crystallized slime. I could see Jay, or what was left of him, poking from a bulging mass of flesh. I didn't feel sick anymore. I didn't feel anything. The sheer exhaustion and fear sent me into a deep sleep. Min woke me up with a sheepish smile, but his eyes were hollow. Sunlight was pouring through the windows, and he was already dressed for the day. Crazy dream, right? He laughed a little too hard and ran back to the bathroom. But it wasn't a fever dream. If it was, we wouldn't have shared the same one. I could still see the markings on his arm, where it had consumed him, head to toe. I pointed them out, and he just shrugged, smiling, saying, I probably slept weird. Neither of us wanted to say the obvious. Those markings on his arm were fingers. I had them too. A doctor came to see our group, diagnosing us with food poisoning. But I'm pretty sure food poisoning can't cause significant changes to appearance. The boys were somehow glowing, their figures too perfect, almost surreal, like looking in a fun mirror. Min's baby face was exactly what they wanted, as if it had been meticulously structured and molded. Jay looked ethereal, but beauty like him shouldn't exist. Yet somehow it did in idols. It was forced beauty, manufactured and tailored beauty that wasn't natural, wasn't normal. Jay was already pretty. He already met the beauty standard, so why did they insist on turning him into this? Into someone I barely recognized? Winnie was too thin, to the point of looking like a fragmented reflection. Her skin was so pale, sickly, and lacking color. My eyes were no longer my only defining features. I had a body that moved gracefully, allowing me to twist it to fit any choreography. I forced down a cupcake and threw it back up. I tried water to wash out my mouth, and threw that up too. This wasn't happening. That's what I kept telling myself. There was no way my body was just rejecting everything. I went crazy as soon as I figured out I couldn't keep down anything I ate. Pasta, bread, meals, noodles, soda. Nothing. When I manage to stuff something down my throat, my stomach immediately revolts. It's not just appearances that have changed. The others are acting weird, like they're permanently high. Personalities, too. Jay has switched from an awkward guy with a friendly smile who I had grown to love, to someone who wouldn't even look at you if you weren't on his level. Min brought a girl home 3 nights ago, but I didn't see/hear her leave at any point. I asked him before training, and he just shrugged with a clueless smile. She stayed for dinner. I nodded slowly, suddenly conscious of him talking about dinner, which meant he was eating. Why didn't you invite the rest of us? I asked, dumping my backpack on the ground next to his. What did you guys have to eat anyway? Just food, he said, shooting me a grin. His cryptic behavior was starting to drive me crazy. Okay, so what food? Min didn't answer, only pressing a finger to his lips with a smirk and dancing away. Are you guys dating? I asked, waiting for his snort. His laugh was more of an ironic sputter. Trainees can't date. He's gotten really good at dancing, almost to the point of it looking inhuman. Min's backflips are effortless, his body moving like flowing water. I stayed at the studio late that night and made my way home around midnight. When I pushed through the door, Min and Jay were in the kitchen. Winnie was on the couch. Ego surfing, probably. She can't do it publicly yet, so Winnie scrolls through what fellow trainees are saying on our shared group chat. The girl offered me a quiet greeting, her gaze glued to her phone. Since our manager finally let us have our phones back, my friend hasn't let go of hers. She was a little bit too obsessed with others' opinions. After being named the face of our group, Winnie wanted to keep it that way. Hey, Sonny, Min shouted from the kitchen. Jay sat on the countertop, swinging his legs, his eyes glued to the pan. Do you want to see what I'm cooking? I nodded. Curious, I headed over to what was bubbling away in the crock pot. Meat. Min leaned close, and I caught a smear of tomato sauce on his shirt. Smells good, huh? It did. I couldn't keep the smile off of my face. Beef stew, I figured. There were dumplings and vegetables to go with it. We all sat down, and I ate something real for the first time in weeks. It was perfectly chewy and melted in my mouth. And the best part, I didn't throw it back up. In fact, I was hungry for more. So hungry, in fact, that I decided to grab leftovers when the others were training. By now, my mouth was watering. I could still taste the stew. It was the best thing I had ever eaten. It felt almost nostalgic, like a home-cooked meal from back home. I wanted more. However, the refrigerator was empty, bar a few cans of beer and some old cheese I remember managing to smuggle through a mutual friend. I did try the cheese in a sandwich, only to find myself choking it back up. The only thing I could eat was Min's stew. I figured maybe he was hiding some in his room. That was my half-delirious thought process. But I didn't find beef stew. Instead, under his bed was what was left of the girl he'd brought home. Her severed head stared up with vacant, lifeless eyes. The jagged edges of her neck bore the marks of a saw, the flesh uneven and raw. Pieces of her body were meticulously wrapped in plastic, blood pooling through clear sheeting staining it deep dark red. Her limbs were bound together like butchered meat. The smell was overwhelming, choking my senses. I wrenched back, stumbled out of the room, and slammed the door. I called the cops, but halfway through the call, my phone cut off. Every time I try to talk to our manager, he pushes me away. It's always, not now, Sonny. Or can this wait? When I went back to Min's room, the body was gone. There was more beef stew that night. I stayed in my room, despite my growling stomach. I stood next to Min on the practice stage yesterday, and I'm terrified of him. This man is going to debut at some point. This fucking monster. His teeth are too sharp, pricking through a wide grin. I fucking swore he was drooling, saliva seeping down his chin. I caught him smirk at a girl in the audience. But Winnie and Jay aren't much better. I've caught Jay dragging guys backstage during small concerts, and Winnie disappears all night. She comes back with guys, pulling them into her room. I can't stop thinking about that girl's body disappearing. Min keeps making beef stew, and the more I eat it, the hungrier I become. But every time I eat, I throw up. What the fuck is wrong with me? Min brought home another girl today. I can hear her laughing. I can smell her. Her perfume is so fucking strong, I can't think straight. I'm going crazy. Sometimes I lose track of myself. I'm here sitting in bed, and then I'm halfway down the hallway, and her voice is in my head, like cymbals crashing in my skull. I can't get her smell out of my head. Music is helping so far, but I don't know how long I can deal with this. I'm so hungry. I'm eating chips right now, but they're not staying down. I keep blacking out. I blink, and then I've somehow moved. I'm further down the hallway, my head trapped in fog. Jay joined me last time, his vacant eyes glued to the lounge door. He caught my eye and winked. I think he's waiting for something. There was a predatory, territorial look in his eyes. I think he's waiting for the girls' laughter to stop. Jay, Min, Winnie, all of them scare me. I'm terrified of myself. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Every passing day, the people that once felt like family are morphing into strangers. Monsters. I caught Min looking in the mirror last night. He pulled his shirt off, and his back was stretched, like his skin was hanging off. Jay didn't seem to mind. He just grabbed a pair of scissors, cutting off the excess. Then, he ran his fingers down his perfect, sculpted body, his lips breaking into a grin. I'm not allowed a lock on my door, so I've pushed my bed against it, barricading myself in my room. So far, I think I'm okay. Please, if you're an Idol fan, stay away from us when we debut. Don't come near any of us. Just stay away from idols in general. For your own safety. Because I think the others want to feed it. I finally met Jeremiah Weinberger. He was standing at the bus stop, just like I'd seen him before. Tall, with dark hair and a nervous energy about him. He kept glancing around, like he was waiting for someone who was never going to show up. Perfect. I approached him slowly, my hands in my pockets, trying to look harmless. Friendly. Hey, I said, giving him a small smile. You look like you could use a drink. He hesitated, his eyes narrowing just a bit. But then he smiled back. Yeah, man. It's been a long day. I nodded like I understood. Like I cared. I live just around the corner. I've got some beer if you want. He looked me over, sizing me up. I could see the doubt in his eyes, but also the loneliness. That's what always gets them. The loneliness. Sure, he said finally. Why not? We walked back to my apartment together, making small talk. He told me about his job, his ex-girlfriend, how nothing seemed to be going right for him lately. I nodded along, pretending to sympathize. Inside, I was already planning it. The drink, the drugs, the silence. When we got to my apartment, I offered him a seat on the couch. Make yourself comfortable, I said. I'll grab the beer. I went to the kitchen and poured 2 glasses, making sure to add a little something extra to his. The pills dissolved quickly, just like they always do. I carried the glasses back to the living room and handed him his. Cheers, I said, clinking my glass against his. He took a sip, then another. I watched him closely, waiting for the moment when the drugs would take effect. It didn't take long. His eyes started to droop, and he set the glass down on the coffee table. I don't feel so good, he mumbled, leaning back against the couch. It's okay, I said softly. Just relax. He tried to say something else, but the words came out slurred. Then his eyes closed, and he was out. I sat there for a moment, just watching him. He looked so peaceful, so still. It was almost beautiful, but I knew it wouldn't last. I stood up and grabbed the rope I'd hidden under the couch. I tied his hands and feet, making sure the knots were tight. Then I waited. When he woke up, he was confused at first. He tried to move, but the ropes held him in place. What's going on? He asked, his voice trembling. I didn't answer. I just watched him, taking in every detail. The fear in his eyes. The way his chest rose and fell with each panicked breath. It was intoxicating. Please, he begged. Let me go. I shook my head. I can't do that. He started to cry then, big, heaving sobs that shook his whole body. I reached out and touched his face, wiping away a tear. Shoo, I whispered. It'll be over soon. I stood up and went to the kitchen, grabbing the knife I'd set aside earlier. When I came back, he was still crying, but quieter now. Like he knew there was no point. I knelt down beside him and pressed the knife to his throat. He flinched, but didn't struggle. It's okay, I said again. Just relax. And then I did it. The warmth of his blood was the first thing I noticed. It spilled over my hands, hot and sticky, and I couldn't help but smile. There's nothing else like it. Nothing that compares to the feeling of warm blood on your skin. It's better than anything I've ever felt. Better than the touch of another person. Better than the cold, sterile world outside. It's alive. It's real. He screamed then, a high-pitched, almost comical sound that made me laugh. It was so unexpected. So human. I nearly got hard from it. The way his voice cracked, the way his body jerked against the ropes, it was perfect. I leaned in closer, watching the life drain out of him. His screams turned to gurgles, then to silence. And then it was over. Afterward, I sat there for a long time, just staring at him. His body was still warm, but the life was gone. I felt empty, but also satisfied, like I'd accomplished something important. I got to work then, cleaning up the mess. I wrapped his body in plastic and carried it to the bathroom, where I'd set up my tools. It was methodical, almost ritualistic. I took my time, making sure everything was just right. When I was done, I sat down on the couch and lit a cigarette. The apartment was quiet again, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator. I thought about Jeremiah, about the way he'd looked at me when he realized what was happening. I smiled. "You're mine now," I whispered to the empty room. And then I turned on the TV, waiting for the news to start. I don't know where to begin with this patient. I really don't. I guess I'll just start at the beginning. In 2016, a serial killer began to operate in Aleppo. The sheer scale of destruction and chaos affecting the region provided cover for his actions, as did his victim profile. This individual only targeted soldiers. The murderer showed no preference as to the allegiance of his victims. The fighters belonged to myriad forces, including the Syrian government, various rebel factions, ISIL, Russia, and the United States, among others. In fact, the only reason investigative bodies were able to connect these murders in the first place was because of the killer's bizarre modus operandi. He tore each victim's throat out with his own teeth, then removed their hearts immediately post-mortem. The few witnesses that investigators managed to locate all claimed that prior to each murder, they heard the deafening laughter of a hyena. The perpetrator's base of operations was discovered when a woman who had previously considered herself sympathetic to his cause reported him after he killed her brother, a soldier who fought with the Syrian Liberation Front. She notified a U.S. soldier with whom her brother had been close. Shortly thereafter, soldiers ambushed the abandoned structure in which the suspect was reported to live. Upon entry, they discovered a scene of almost unimaginable horror. The remains of 9 soldiers in various stages of decomposition lay around the floor. The victims all wore the blood-caked remains of military uniforms. Each of their throats were torn out. Each of their chest cavities were open, their rib cages popped to expose the organs within. Each and every one had had their heart removed. Their hearts, along with the remains of dozens of others in various stages of decay, had been arranged along the north wall of the structure. When the suspect finally emerged, he appeared innocuous. A middle-aged man who was thin to the point of emaciation, with multiple injuries and a ghastly wound in his chest. The soldiers opened fire. According to the survivors, the frail man transformed into a monster. The bullets did not even faze this creature, let alone kill it. Through sheer luck and accident, the soldiers managed to lure the creature into an armored vehicle without touching him. Once trapped, the creature shrank back down into the shape of a frail man. With great difficulty and several casualties, the man was eventually detained, at which point he introduced himself as Isam B, and threatened to kill any soldier who dared to touch him. The intricacies involved with the detainment and incarceration of Isam B are myriad and highly complicated. In brief, it was determined that his targeted assassinations of soldiers constituted war crimes, rendering him a war criminal. He expressed no remorse and in fact insisted that he would continue to attack and murder soldiers regardless of their affiliation until the end of his life. It was thereafter agreed that Isam could not be incarcerated at a military prison. It also became clear that Isam was exceptionally dangerous in ways that standard incarceration facilities are distinctly unequipped to handle. As a result, the U.S. military made the decision to appeal to the Agency of Helping Hands for assistance. It should be noted that the agency was honored to step in. Upon evaluation, agency personnel discovered that Isam possesses 2 extraordinary abilities, neither of which lay entirely within his control. The first is an ability to disarm explosives. Through an unknown mechanism, his mere presence renders all explosives inert. The potential field applications for this ability are extremely exciting. For this reason, both the Agency of Helping Hands and the U.S. military hope that Isam can be successfully rehabilitated. Isam's second ability is a truly astonishing defense mechanism. In essence, Isam is untouchable. This is because any injury, attempt at inflicting an injury, or even offensive or defensive touch, triggers a stunning transformation. In simplest terms, any threatening touch turns Isam into an immensely large entity that cannot be harmed by any known conventional or unconventional means. This entity resembles a monstrous hyena. Because he transforms into this entity whenever he is threatened, Isam has been given a designation of indestructible. When not threatened, Isam typically appears as a male approximately 40 years of age. He has black hair, brown eyes, and a frail frame. Isam is highly intelligent. He is fluent in 3 dialects of Arabic as well as English, French, and Hebrew. His diagnoses include complex post-traumatic stress disorder and dissociative identity disorder. Although Isam was discovered in Aleppo, Syria, he has declined to confirm whether he is in fact a Syrian national or whether he migrated from one of the myriad unstable areas in the region that suffered during the Arab Spring and the conflicts that followed. Isam frequently insists that he has no heart. It must be noted that he is not engaging in hyperbole or allegory. Even though Isam is powerful, and even though he is very much alive, he literally has no heart. His heart has been removed just as he removed the hearts of his victims. Whether he removed his own heart, or whether such damage was inflicted at or after his time of death, is not known. Isam has a large wound in his chest that has thus far proven resistant to all forms of treatment, including sutures, organ transplant, and more. Isam's containment protocols are simple, yet exceedingly strict. No personnel are to touch him for any reason. Any touch triggers his transformation. Once transformed, he is exceptionally difficult to control and contain. In the past, his transformations have resulted in 2 staff casualties. The interviewer would like to note her strong objection to the patient's current title due to its derogatory nature, and has requested an immediate change. It must be noted that in the early hours of January 16, 2025, the inmate's containment protocols were ignored. As a result, Isam broke containment. The agency's specialized interviewer, that is to say me, interviewed him approximately 8 hours prior to his containment breach. After his escape, I was assigned to help track him and bring him back into containment. I'll be honest, I wasn't sure whether to write about his recapture before the interview or after. After dithering for a while, I decided to arrange his record chronologically. His interview happened on January 15th. His escape and subsequent recontainment happened in the early hours of January 16th. As a result, I've gone ahead and presented his interview first, followed by my direct and terrifying experience in facilitating his recapture. Interview subject: the Ghoul of Aleppo. Classification string: uncooperative / indestructible / chthonic / protean / severe / demon. Interviewer: Rochelle B. Interview date: January 15th, 25. The instant before a bomb detonates, there is a sense of perfect, profound silence. To me, this silence always feels like the opposite of an explosion, as though a miracle has caused the bomb to swallow sound and chaos instead of creating it. If you do not know better, and sometimes even if you do, you will feel relief when you hear that silence. I always felt relief. For a fraction of a second, that perfect silence always makes me believe that the bomb won't detonate, that everyone around me, on my street and in my home and in my heart, will be safe this time, that the sheer force of my belief magically makes it so. Only then does the bomb explode. I will tell you now, there is no magic in my story. There is only war. Before war, I had my hyena. Before he died, my grandfather used to tell me stories of the hyena friend he made as a little boy, years before the packs were killed or driven away. Some of my favorite memories are of sitting at his knee, listening to him recount his friendship with his hyena. I liked the idea of a hyena friend. Hyenas look frightening to me in ways that little boys like to be frightened. I wanted a frightening friend. Of course I couldn't have a real hyena, so I made myself a hyena friend. He lived in my head and I knew that, but he also felt real. Every bit as real as my family's pets. Every bit as real as me. I saw my hyena in my mind's eye as clearly as I see you in front of me. Immense and very handsome, with thick fur and bright, knowing eyes. It was important that he knew me. I never felt known, not until I made my hyena. He came with me everywhere. To school, on errands, during playtime. Sometimes he played with me, but mostly he protected me from threats as dangerous and imaginary as him. I knew he wasn't real, but he didn't need to be. He was at my side, padding along the streets, alert and watching for dangers. That was all that mattered. One day, a man followed me home from school. I only noticed him because my hyena began to growl. I turned as my hyena slid in front of me, and I saw this man. He was smiling kindly, but something in that smile made me shudder. Then my hyena barreled into him. Even though he wasn't real, the force of his body knocked the man to the ground. I ran. My hyena followed. He loped joyfully beside me, tongue lolling in a smile, for rippling in the wind. I knew my hyena wasn't real. I wanted him to be, but knew better. I really did. I grew up knowing better because my brother Jamal didn't know the difference between what was real and what was not. He was schizophrenic. His disease was treated and well managed. He was a good boy who grew into a good man. He was never dangerous to anyone except himself, and only then when he was at his worst. But I had seen him at his worst because I had grown up with him. It was important that I saw him at his worst and that I knew how to take care of him, because I would take charge of Jamal's care one day when I was grown. I was happy to do this. I loved Jamal so much. He was my heart. So you see, I knew what Jamal suffered when he was at his worst. I've seen the agony of a mind that cannot differentiate between reality and fantasy. I was terrified of that agony. So even when I saw him, even when his fur rippled in the wind and sun, even when his bright eyes found mine, even when he smiled, even when he loped beside me everywhere I went, even when he seemed like the realest thing in the world, I made sure I always knew my hyena was not real. And indeed, he became less real as I grew up and the world around me came into focus. I grew smarter, older, and much stronger. Many young men think they can take on the world, that they are so strong and so smart and so capable that nothing and no one has any hope against them. I was one of those young men, and when you feel like you can successfully overcome the world, you have no need for help, especially not from imaginary hyenas. And one day, there was no more hyena. There was no more hyena for a long time. Not until the war. I told you there is no magic here, and I am not sure there is even a story. No matter what anyone tells you, war is not a story. War is your world falling into chaos overnight. War is gathering all the young children in your house under a blanket fort while explosions shake your building and bombs whistle in the night, so you can tell them stories to distract them. Stories that make them feel safe even though that is a lie. There is no way you can keep them safe. Even the hyena watching from the corner cannot keep any of us safe. War is my oldest brother dying. He was working, not fighting, not even protesting. Fighters pulled him out into the street and shot him. War is my father screaming amidst smoking rubble, cradling his granddaughter, while my hyena looks on somberly. War is watching the child's blood soak into his clothes. War is watching her flop like a rag doll as he tries to revive her. War is thinking that she does not even look real anymore. War is my brother Jamal rocking back and forth, praying and laughing and screaming to a God who has never been here. War is my sister being dragged into a riot and never emerging. War is the soldier who shot my neighbor for answering a question too nervously. War is a tangle of lies that convinces you to fight for everything except your family and yourself. Everyone lies. Lying makes the world go round. I lie. I lied to my family, and I lied to myself. Sometimes a lie is the only thing that keeps you sane. I lied that the war would be over soon. I lied that we would all be all right. My hyena used to laugh when it heard me lie that the fighting would end. He also laughed when I lied to myself that the bombs would not detonate. But they always detonate in the end. That is war. When you live in war, you compromise or you die. I compromised. I aligned myself with people who frightened me, people who hated me, people I hated. They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but it is not so simple. It is more like this. Something out there wants to kill all of us even more than we want to kill each other. So why don't we kill it before we continue killing each other? That is war. There has always been war. But war once came in a cycle. War used to stop for a while. There was time to rebuild, to grow and regrow, to learn, and to make ourselves strong before war came again. We have not had that privilege. We have only had more war. I lived in war and had no comfort except my hyena. The hyena was not real. He was my imaginary friend. I know that, but he was a wonderful friend, imaginary or not. Hyenas have a bad reputation for no reason other than tradition. They are brave, intelligent, and loyal. He was loyal to me. Even though I had outgrown him, even though I had banished him, he came back to me when I needed him. It is difficult to explain why I needed him, even to myself. I suppose he gave me something to hope for, something to focus on, something to divert my attention towards when terrible things threatened to steal everything in me and break it all apart. That is why I needed my hyena. Thin chest heaved. His laughter changed to sobs. Then he uttered a prayer and hurled himself into my arms, weeping. We wept together while my hyena kept watch. I knew we had to get out of the city. We had to get out of the country if we could. I no longer knew which side was winning the war, or how long they would keep winning. Jamal didn't know either. To be frank, we didn't care. No matter who was winning his, no matter who won, Jamal and I had already lost. All that mattered was that we not lose each other. I planned a way out. I knew my way to the refugee camps at the border. I knew how dangerous it would be. At that point, leaving the city was as dangerous as staying. But if we stayed, we would almost certainly die. If we could get out and get to a camp, we would almost certainly live. My brother wouldn't leave until we'd searched the ruins of our family's house for keepsakes. Most were destroyed, but he found a necklace belonging to our mother and a handful of damaged photos. He put the necklace around his own throat and stuffed the photos into my pocket. Then he searched the home again, just to make sure we hadn't missed anything. When he found nothing, we set off. My hyena loped ahead, bright eyes scanning for dangers. Even though I knew he was not real, I was glad to have him near. Real or unreal, he is the only thing that has ever made me feel safe. It took days. Jamal and I picked our way through fires, ruins, riots, and knots of soldiers from every faction I knew and a few that I didn't, or had maybe simply forgotten. At the end of the second night, near dawn on the third day, we finally reached a checkpoint. The soldiers manning it were armed. I thought nothing of it. It was war. What soldier isn't armed in war? I did not recognize them, but I recognized their uniforms because I had so recently worn one just like it. We fought for the same side. This was such an immense relief. I approached the checkpoint with my hands up. Jamal raised his arms too, showing we had no weapons and meant no harm. The soldiers pointed their guns at us. Jamal began to laugh, then pray to the God who has never been here. My hyena drew up beside me, coming between me and the soldiers just as he once came between me and a man with a dangerous smile. His presence gave me strength. They demanded my name. I told them. They asked if I was a soldier. Yes, I said. I'm a soldier just like you. I fought with you. We're on the same side. The soldiers told me, everyone says that. They looked at each other, then they sauntered toward Jamal and me. There is a look a soldier has and a way a soldier moves when he knows he has control over someone he is about to kill. I told you I have watched many soldiers move that way. I have moved that way more than once. These soldiers were moving that way now, and they were moving toward Jamal and me. My hyena snarled. My heart swelled, not with happiness but with rage. It swelled so much I felt it press against my ribs and crush my lungs. My hyena grew too, as though he were swelling alongside my heart. We're on the same side, I said again. Jamal kept praying and laughing. We fought together. I fought with men you knew. I might have even have fought with you. Jamal gave a high-pitched laugh that turned into a sob. Then, with no warning, he dropped his hands to grab our mother's pendant. The soldier pulled the trigger. There was a moment of perfect, profound silence. For an instant, a fraction of an instant, I thought the bullets would not fire. That Jamal and I were safe. That magic had finally come. Then the gunfire exploded. Jamal crumpled to the ground. My hyena leapt in front of me. Bullets tore him apart. He was not real. My hyena is not real, but I still felt his blood splatter across my face. My hyena did not seem to realize that he was torn apart. Bleeding bright ribbons, he laughed and launched himself through the darkness, knocking the soldier to the ground. Laughing all the while, my hyena tore out the man's throat. My heart swelled again, finally with joy, because even though it was far too late, I thought that the magic had finally come. Until I closed my eyes and opened them again, and I realized I was straddling the dead and bleeding soldier. Until I saw that I was looking down as blood gushed from his ruined throat. Until I tasted his blood and the flesh on my tongue. Until mad, wild laughter exploded out of my own throat. The other soldiers shot me. The bullets tore me to bleeding ribbons, but I did not feel them. I did not even realize I had been torn apart until after I killed them all. I tore out their throats with my teeth and broke their ribs apart with my hands and took their hearts, just as they had taken mine. I put their hearts in my pockets. The blood ruined the photos Jamal had salvaged from our home. I wanted to care, but could not. The photos were nothing. The people in them were gone. The photos were only reminders of war. I did not need those reminders. I am already made of war. When those soldiers were all dead, I found more to kill. There were so many soldiers, so many fighters. Some I fought with, some I fought for, some I fought against. It did not matter. All soldiers are war, and I am done with war. When I attacked them, they always shot me. Their bullets tore me to ribbons, but did not kill me. Something with no heart cannot be killed, because it is already dead. Besides, every time they shot me, every time they grabbed me, every time they hit me, every time they touched me to hurt me or defend themselves from me, my hyena came out to protect me. That is the only good thing to come of war. My hyena finally became real. just as he deserved. He was always realer than real to me. Now he is realer than real to all of you too. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I can't even think about that interview without wanting to cry. So it figures that about 8 hours after I finished it, some dumbass employee got into a fight with Isam. The fight made him morph into his indestructible monster form, and he broke containment. Within an hour, the director assigned me to Isam's recapture mission. In light of your recent promotion to A-class, it only makes sense, he said. I was absolutely horrified, but had no choice. And believe it or not, it was considered a simple mission. And in some ways, I guess it was. Since we can't grab Isam, pin him, or even handcuff him, recontainment protocol for Isam is unique but really kind of easy. Protocol requires a huge, specially designed steel cage with a large entry and a much smaller exit at the back, as well for team members. 2 team members act as reinforcement and backup. 1 team member, in this instance Christoph, mans the large front door, and 1 team member acts as bait to lure Isam into the cage. I was the bait. The excuse given was that I'm the only staff member small enough to squeeze through the tiny door in the back. That's important, because even in his frenzied transformed state, Isam won't enter the cage unless his target is already inside it. So his was the plan. I lure him into the cage through the main opening. Once he's inside, Christoph slams the front grate shut. I then exit the much smaller back grate, which is way too small for Isam to exit easily, and close that grate before he can wriggle out after me. Basically, I was assigned to stand in the cage until he came after me, at which point I was supposed to slip out the back before he hurt me. Under the circumstances, the agency made me practice before we deployed. They set up the crate, put me inside, and had Christoph pretend to attack while I tried to escape out the small back opening and slam it shut. It took me 17 tries to beat him out, and another 60 to manage 3 times in a row. Administration decided that was as good as I was going to get, and sent us out to catch Isam. Before we left, they dressed me in fatigues and gave me a fake set of dog tags. Since Isam only targets military personnel, it was their way of ensuring he came after me. Based on our location, there was really only one place the agency expected him to be, an abandoned Air Force base less than an hour from our facility. And sure enough, the minute we arrived, before I even got out of the vehicle, I heard wild laughter echoing from the hangar. Shrill, sonorous, inhuman. That was good because it meant he was still in his monster form. Even though Isam more dangerous that way, he's much easier to manipulate. And in his monster form, he's way too big to escape through the crate's small door. We unloaded the crate and carried it into the hangar. The moment we opened the door, heavy footsteps echoed on the far end. Deep in the shadows, I caught the dim reflection of eyes. We worked quickly, setting up the crate near the doorway. I climbed inside immediately, hoping that the sight of me would be enough to lure him. It didn't work. Isam prowled along the far wall, eyes shining. At the commander's instruction, I got out of the crate and repositioned myself about 10 yards away. Laughter filled the hangar as Isam's massive shadow shifted far ahead. I saw his eyes, shining like dim, dirty mirrors. Beneath those eyes glinted a rictus of teeth. His laughter came again, louder and deeper than ever. Goose flesh erupted along every inch of my body. His massive form dipped low. I backed away. He pounced. I turned and ran. He hit the ground so heavily the building quaked. Another explosion of resonant laughter made my bones shudder as I tore my way across the hangar and up into the cage. He leapt after me with such force that the crate rocked and threatened to tip over, knocking us both off balance. He was so intent he didn't notice. He also didn't notice when Christoph slammed the main door shut. I don't even know how. I guess because he'd been knocked over and was a wild tangle of limbs. But I squirmed out the back and slammed the door just as he wrapped an enormously long hand around the frame, preventing it from closing. He started to push back. In a panic, I slammed the grate again and again to force him to let go. But he wouldn't, even after one of his fingers snapped. The bone broke up through his skin, but he didn't seem to notice. He kept pushing back, laughing. Christoph hurled himself against the door, smashing it shut and crushing Isam's hand. He roared with pain as tears stung my eyes. But within seconds, that howling turned to laughter. When we loaded him up for transport, the permanent wound in his chest as caught the light. It was enormous, hollow, and dark. It made me want to cry. It must have shown in my face because Christoph said, "Welcome to A-class. Now get in the truck." I won't lie. I'm still fucked up. I'm probably going to stay that way for a while. Content warning: grief, trauma, and paranormal elements are present. Trigger warning: this story contains descriptions of death, child death, fire, and intense psychological distress. My name is Troy David Hunter. I'm 28 currently, but this story happened to me when I was 18 to 25. I was a fresh graduate back then, and I had just gotten my first car. It wasn't much though, just a dirty old Chevy with the paint chipping off. I should have known my dad would be a cheapskate. He would always try to get the cheapest option. A week after graduation, my little sister died in a car crash. My car collided with a big blue Ford truck that came out of nowhere, and my car wrapped around a light pole. I somehow survived, barely. A few of my ribs were shattered, and my skull was fractured. In the last few seconds before I went unconscious, I looked at my sister's lifeless body, and then things started getting blurry, and I went unconscious. When I woke up, I asked my parents about my sister, and they couldn't answer me because they were crying so hard. I couldn't cry because I was so out of it. I was lightheaded and loopy. Suddenly I passed out again, and everything went black. But then I heard my sister's voice. She was crying and speaking incoherently. I couldn't make out exactly what she was saying. The only word I understood was house, and that's it. Then I heard someone scream, and I woke up in the hospital, and 2 days passed. My parents sat beside my hospital bed, and when I saw them holding a picture of my sister, I finally cried. A week later we had the funeral, and I was unable to respond to anything that my relatives were saying. That's when I heard my sister's voice again. It sounded like she was in the house yelling for me. I thought I was hallucinating or just hearing things, but it sounded so real. I decided to ignore it and try to act as sane and level-headed as I could. I didn't want anyone to start recommending a therapist or something. Every day after that I kept hearing her voice, hearing her crying and whimpering. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't move on, and I couldn't escape the sounds of my sister screaming and crying. My parents decided that it would be best for me if I moved in with my older brother and his girlfriend in Indiana, and I agreed with them. I had to get away from those agonizing cries and screams of my sister, and I had to get away from that house to heal. The year I turned 25 was when I finally decided to go back to that house. Mom and Dad didn't live there anymore. I felt like I had to go back there for whatever reason. It had been years since my sister's death, and I had almost forgotten about her voice echoing in my ears constantly. But once I stepped foot in that house, I was quickly reminded of those last few months I spent there, the pain. I decided to spend one night there. Of course, there wasn't any furniture in the house, so I slept in my car. I was suddenly in the house. It was late, and there were pictures of my sister everywhere. I don't know how I got in there, but then I slowly began to realize that I was dreaming. There were lit candles lining the hallway, and I followed them to my sister's room at the end of the hallway. The door was charred and smoke was coming off it, like it was lit on fire recently. There was heat coming from the door, and the doorknob had a lit candle on top which melted and covered it. I was afraid to open the door, but I grabbed the doorknob anyway. I told myself that there was nothing to be afraid of, and I opened the door. Nothing. Just an empty black void. Then I heard a scream. It came from the void. Then I woke up, and my heart pounded hard. I couldn't sleep the rest of that night. I stayed up till 4 a.m. I woke up the next day to find a cop tapping at my window. I started the car and rolled down the window. She told me that I needed to leave because this area was being taped off for demolition, which confused me. I then told her that I used to live there, and I asked her if I could have 5 more minutes to say goodbye to the place. She agreed and let me go inside to look around and say my goodbyes. I decided to go to every part of the house one last time, and my last stop was my sister's bedroom. I went inside and found the room to be empty, except for a music box in the middle of the floor. It was my sister's music box, and it looked slightly burnt. I picked it up and opened it, and the music started playing. Then I heard my sister singing. I looked around the room, but it was still empty, and no one but me was in there. Eventually, I decided to leave. I got back in my car and drove back up to Indiana, and I cried the whole way there. A week after that, my brother's girlfriend asked me to watch her little brother Mason for the day, and I agreed to do it. Everything was going great the first few hours, until I heard my sister's voice talking with Mason. When I went upstairs to check on him, he came running downstairs, and he went outside. I followed him to the backyard, where I found him building a small house made of sticks and a tarp. I asked what he was building, and he told me that he was building a house for Lucy. Lucy was my sister's name. After he finished building it, his mom came and picked him up. After that, I kept hearing the sounds of my sister crying, screaming, and singing coming from inside that stick house. A week later, I found the stick house burning. It had apparently gotten struck by lightning. Before I put the fire out, I saw my sister inside the fire, and she screamed for me to help her. I tried, but something was pulling her down. Before I knew, she was dragged into the ground with fire blazing around her, and I screamed and cried. She kept yelling my name, and I kept yelling, "Don't go." I couldn't sleep for a month after that. I can still hear her crying and screaming, and I feel nauseous when I think about it. Me and my dad decided to buy the lot where the house was and build a new house over it. We're still working on it, and we're planning on making it a memorial for my sister, a place we can visit anytime to remember her. But every now and then I see her shadow wandering around in that area. When I was a child, 2 railroad tracks ran a short distance from my home. This is the source of an unimportant problem which has been vexing me. The town was sleepy when I was a child, but had been consumed by urban sprawl by the time I was a man. What little appeal the town once had is now dead. Commercial real estate developers, like Mongol hordes, thundered into my village on horseback and cast down our old idols. We swear fealty now to the numerous khans, which is to say, money spent in the town now leaves the town. My friends and family have all left it. It belongs to the strip malls now. The town had been founded in one of those black and white times before anyone I knew called it home. I know little of its history, honestly. I know only of the town between 2003 and 2016. I had begun creating and storing memories around 2003. My human brain can do this for important things like learning to read or complex mathematics, but I have taught it instead to use this gift for useless matters. My first memory was standing next to my bed, which lay parallel to windows looking upon the Niebuhr's house. I thought, I will remember this. I still do. I'm not good at keeping promises, so I don't know why this one is important to me. The double railroad track, which ran by my house, also crossed the center of town. It was of such importance, being tied in some way to the town's founding, that it found its way onto the town's seal. The 2 tracks, however, did not both operate. One looked older than the other, and I never saw it used. I suspect that there was something wrong with the older track, or perhaps it fell into disrepair, and it was more cost-effective to construct a second new track right next to it. This has always been my favorite theory. As a teenager, I would often walk to high school along the track, which ran the distance between school and home. I would tend to stick to the older track. Its wood was sun-bleached, and the granite rubble it was built upon had been ground down over the decades. Worse, the new track was coated in some thick and smelly oil. The wood was treated against fire or bugs or something, I suppose. It reminded me of my father's work somewhat, which seemed defined by random smelly chemicals slowly cooking in small pools around buzzing machinery. He did something with oil wells, as most fathers did in the town. The other fathers tended to be more connected, he would explain me, when I asked why all of our stuff seemed a little worse than theirs. Connections are everything, I would come to learn. My father would park his small and dirty truck behind the chrome leviathans of his peers. It brings to mind images of Olympic swimmers next to Olympic gymnasts. Surely these are not members of the same species. "Hey look," he would remark to the connected man, "your truck took a shit." One day, walking upon the old track, I was sulking about something. I was a teenager, so I'm sure it was very important. It was due to this, perhaps, that I was feeling rebellious. I was consumed with adolescent fury. I was to show the fakes and phonies, and I would do it by slightly breaking minor rules wherever I found them. My first opportunity presented itself in the form of a train approaching from behind. Of course, I was on the old tracks and didn't even deign to face the steel leviathan, no matter how liberally the engineer blew the horn at me. I certainly wasn't supposed to be walking on any track, but I was a rebel. I struggled to construct the chain of logic here, years later, because I suspect there wasn't much at the time. As I heard the train's approach from behind me, however, I began to lose heart. The train grew impossibly loud. My teeth rattled against each other, as tons of steel mixed the juices my brain marinated in. It felt as though I was some delicate forest creature in its final and terrible moments, before some great beast snapped its jaws around me whole. I heard a sound of thunder, and every cell in my body screamed at me to move. I got off the track, and the train drove by at a safer distance the engineer probably preferred. At one point, a single mother in the neighborhood was visited in the night by a legless man. He pounded on her door in the dead of night, begging for help as though he was in great danger. She didn't let him in, and he slunk back into the night. My father told me sternly that I was not to walk by those railroad tracks. as the man had been seen camping in the area. I had never been a particularly athletic child, but that warning did hurt. There was something sinister about the older tracks which I could never place. Hearing news of old classmates dying is something I know I will grow used to at some point, but I am too young still to hear the few I have. There was a young man I used to smoke weed with. We would roll it in copy paper or carve pipes out of apples. He was found dead next to the track recently. He had never been quite okay. It was as though he was just borrowing his skin and wasn't used to it. One time, at the tender age of 15, his girlfriend texted him that she was willing to have sex with him. This bold child drove an hour and a half one way. I asked him if it was worth it. He said no. Only locals can tell you where the haunted houses are. There could be one of those cheesy ghost tours in every town, if the commercial real estate developers learn the value of all the old gossip. As things stand, they bulldoze all the haunted houses. The house next to mine was one such candidate. I would tell all the slack-jawed tourists about the story told to me by its owner, a one-legged chain smoker who God thankfully saw fit to give us. Her name was Mrs. Thompson, and she had many redeeming qualities. Among her greatest features was her deeply held belief that her cat, a cranky old ball of black fur named Smokey, had been trained to pee in the toilet by a ghost. This ghost, we all knew for certain, was the wife of the previous owner. An eccentric tattooed man we all called Cricket. He had 2 sons my age which my brother and I would play with. This is the only story I know of the town's history. Cricket's wife killed herself on the railroad track when I was too young to know her. She lay down upon the same tracks which I walked to school on. I am not trying to disparage her memory when I say that she must have been wildly drunk. I don't know how else she could bear the sound of thunder. I forget in what way this was connected to Smokey's exceptional bathroom habits. The house Mrs. Thompson lived in, I can confirm, was haunted. As a boy, in the room I shared with my brother, our bedroom window faced the house directly. In the leaves of a few young trees which separated our 2 homes, I could make out a face. It troubled me greatly when I tried to sleep. I told my dad of it at length, and he eventually would cut it down at my request. It was a small enough tree anyway. The face, I insisted, could only been seen with the lights out and just looked like leaves in the light of day. The face remained after the tree's removal. I would have nightmares of the house as well. Formless and hungry things lived within it. They skittered across its beams and foundation, dancing and giggling beyond the periphery of our vision. These were nightmares unlike any I've had since. Perhaps it was my youthful imagination which I now lack. That ominous and formless evil contrasts strongly with the childish nightmares of my adulthood. The nightmares I have now are cartoonish and simple. My recurring nightmare is that I'm running around on a sheet of ice, and a shark is snapping up at me from beneath the breaking ice. I am writing all this for preservation's sake. I recently visited the town. I had no reason to, in all honesty. It's not home anymore, and I feel like a ghost when I go there. I saw to my disappointment that the old tracks have been ripped up. Certainly, they had no reason to still be there, and they were far from the first useless old things to be ripped out of that town. I mourned their loss all the same. I told my brother about it when I saw him. His puzzled frown and confused gaze has unsettled me since. What old tracks? Growing up, I spent a lot of time on my grandfather's farm. He raised corn mostly, but also had few cows and sheep he raised there as well. We'd head up there every month or 2 to visit with him. He'd take us fishing, riding on the tractor, and let us feed the animals. He only ever had one rule when my brother and I would visit: don't go near the old well. When I was younger, I didn't think much about it. It was dilapidated old well, and I figured he didn't want to risk a couple of kids falling down it and getting trapped, hurt, or killed. It made perfect sense in that context, and that was the end of it. Or, at least, it was until he had a stroke. I was 30 at the time, and I hadn't seen my grandfather in years. It wasn't because I didn't want to. I was simply too busy with life's demands and hadn't made time for it. That's why it hit my heart so hard when I heard of the stroke he had. I made the long trip to the hospital to visit him, my mother and father already there. My younger brother was out of the state at the time, which was pretty normal for him. He was in some kind of corporate management and did a lot of traveling as a result. I never bothered to learn the details of his career, probably because I was more than a little jealous. Anyways, that's why James wasn't there that night. I walked through the hospital, my nose wrinkling at the abrasive smell of the disinfectants they used to sterilize every inch of the building. Each open door lining the hallways was a glimpse into a private tragedy of some kind. Through one doorway was a man on a ventilator. Through another was a woman being fed by a nurse while staring into nothingness. I have never liked hospitals, but on the day I went to visit Grandpa Silas after his stroke, I was keenly aware that my life may end in a place like this. That one day, some young man may walk past my open door and glimpse my own private tragedy. My grandfather's room was towards the end of the hall. As I approached, I started to knock, but realized he may not be able to speak, so I just gently cracked the door open a little. "Hello, Grandpa. It's me, Chester," I said before opening it fully. The old man was laying in a bed facing the door, half his face lighting up as I walked in, and the other half drooping with paralysis. "Chester, you came to visit me. You have no idea how relieved I am to see you," he told me through the half of his mouth that could move. I walked in and took the seat next to his bed, then reached out to hold his hand. "Of course I came to see you. What kind of grandson would I be if I didn't? Listen, Chester, I'm going to be all right, but I need you to do something for me. There's no one to watch the farm right now. I'll be here a few weeks, but in the meantime, you need to do that for me," he said, each word strained and enunciated with effort. I had planned to watch the farm for him. My mother had told me to expect that request since I was the only one in the family that could. I was the only one that had no pets, no significant other, and was in the state at the moment. Fortunately, I had saved up my vacation days at my job, not that they would have any problem giving me time off. I worked in a warehouse that did all kinds of shipping, and after one of the forklift drivers took his own life, a nasty rumor had spread that it was because he had been overworked, so they were pretty much ready to give anyone whatever they wanted at the moment. That was a strange situation, one that could be another story entirely separate from this one, but it isn't important here. I already talked to Mom and cleared my schedule. "I'll look after the farm, Grandpa." "Not just the farm, Chester. I need you to look after the well," he whispered, suddenly looking scared. "The well? You mean that old thing you told Daniel and me to stay away from when we were kids?" I responded in a confused tone. "Yeah, that well. I knew someone would have to take my place one day. It's just coming sooner than I thought." I wondered if the stroke was making him talk nonsense, but he seemed lucid enough as he explained. "When I was a kid, my daddy owned the farm. It didn't grow much of nothing back then. This was in the middle of the Depression, when the Dust Bowl was wiping out all the farmland. I remember how we were always hungry. Someday you'll learn that when the kids are always hungry, the adults are practically dying. Anyways, one day the farm started producing. Not just producing, but overproducing. I didn't know what had changed back then, but anything we planted there seemed to grow fast and strong. When my daddy was on his deathbed, I found out. It was the well. As long as we fed the well, the land would feed us." "Grandpa, this sounds kind of crazy," I said as politely as I could. "Listen, boy, you might think I'm just a half-witted old man, but I'm telling you, that well isn't a well. It's a mouth that's got to be fed. I need you to feed it while I'm recovering. Promise me, boy. You promise me," he exclaimed with sudden force. "I promise, Grandpa. I just don't understand, though. What do you mean when you say feed the well?" "I mean you need to throw meat down there. If you look under my bed at the farmhouse, you'll find instructions in an old book. The same book my daddy left me when he passed. You gotta follow those directions to the letter. I've been doing it for 60 some odd years now. You can do it for a few weeks. Just promise me, boy. Promise me you'll do it, Chester." "I promise," I said again, my words seeming to make the old man relax. He let go of my arm that I hadn't even realized he had been gripping and laid back down. I wasn't sure if I'd keep this promise, but there was no harm in telling him I would. So that's how I ended up on my grandfather's farm in the country, surrounded by corn and sky. There wasn't any cell towers out there, so I had no internet and no phone. Except on the rare occasion, I would make the hour-long drive into the nearest town for a single bar of signal. I felt totally removed from the world, as if I had stepped through a portal into a different dimension entirely. I was from the city, with its constant lights and sounds of traffic that I had grown so used to that the absence of its presence was disturbing to me. My first day there, I drove up the long driveway to the farmhouse and got my first good look at the place since I had been a child. My first impression is that it had been frozen in time, looking the exact same as it had in the 2 decades since last I had seen it. Just an old farmhouse of brown wood, a chimney rising on one end of the roof, and the old porch I had played on in my childhood. A warm sense of nostalgia washed over me, eliciting a smile from me with just a glance. The old barn was still standing a short distance from the house. The same little trail leading to the pond we had gone fishing at was still there, and the mysterious well with its rough circle of bricks still jutted up in the distance. I couldn't help myself. I walked over to the well to take a closer look. It was smaller than I remember, but I had only ever seen it from a distance back then. I looked down it and saw nothing but the dark pit that I was expecting to see. I picked up one of the loose stones from the ring that surrounded the top of it and tossed one down there absent-mindedly. I listened for a thunk or a splash to alert me to the depth of it, but there was nothing. Just silence. I didn't think much of it though, just shrugged and walked inside the house. It was exactly as my grandmother had kept it before she passed. I figured either Grandpa Silas kept it that way out of respect for her memory, or the more likely of the reasons, she had laid down the law so effectively that he wouldn't violate it even after her passing. She had a way she wanted the house to look and took extreme pride in it. She was a woman of great fortitude, and my whole family misses her every day. The house was neat and clean, not even dishes in the sink or an unwashed window. I crept up the stairs and into the bedroom to the left. Under was an old leather-bound book, the pages of which were full of handwritten notes. I flipped through them and found most of them were on farming techniques. Little notes about crop rotation and when to let which field lie fallow for the year. Towards the end was a page bearing a pencil sketch of the well. My great-grandfather was quite the artist, capturing the fall end and broken stones in a perfect likeness of it. The next page had notes on it. The well is why the land is good here. Feed the well, and it will feed us. Usually, 20 pounds of beef or lamb seems to keep it satiated. Sometimes, it will get riled up and demand 30 or 40 pounds, but that's rare. During the harvest moon, it needs human meat. We got ourselves a deal in town with the local coroner. Once a year, he'll misplace a body to go into the well. It's a ghastly ordeal, but we only need to do it once a year. It's not just about the harvest, Silas, it's about the well itself. Before you were born, when we first got the farm, we dug that well. It was violent back then, but we've reached an understanding. As long as we perform our duties, the well stays peaceful, content to be fed instead of hunting. You'll know if it needs more meat when it howls. Don't let it wait too long if it calls. It'll get hungry and start hunting. Needless to say, I was curious. I looked through some more pages to see if there was anything else written about it, and found nothing. I hadn't really believed my grandfather. I didn't even expect to find a book under his bed, let alone the written instructions he was referring to. My first thought was that the whole thing was an elaborate superstition or something, but decided I would do as I was asked. So I went to the cellar, found the refrigerator full of meat, and pulled out 20 pounds worth. I walked out to the well, shrugged, then tossed it down. After throwing the hunk of beef into the hole, I listened for it to hit either hard ground or water and heard nothing. After a while, I realized I was holding my breath and let it out. As I did, I heard a wet crunch come from the well. It made me jump back from it, startled. I immediately felt sick, as if I was standing next to some gaping mouth instead of an old hole in the ground, and walked quickly back towards the house. I was still curious, sure, but I was so unnerved by the whole interaction that I was content to just forget about it as quickly as possible. I spent the rest of the day trying to entertain myself. I called my mom and talked to her on the old landline affixed to the wall of the home. She said Grandpa was still recovering, but to just keep the farm running in the meantime. I didn't tell her about the well, fearing I'd sound crazy. After all, I had decided I imagined the whole thing at this point. I got off the phone and went looking through the bookshelf in the living room. I eventually decided on a worn copy of The Count of Monte Cristo and spent the rest of the afternoon reading. I must have fallen asleep reading, because I woke up in the same leather armchair I had settled into with the book sitting open in my lap. I had made it to the part where Edmond Dantes was escaping the prison, apparently. I stood up and stretched, trying to relax my muscles, and walked outside. I had forgotten to feed the cows and sheep yesterday, and they were vocalizing as I walked up to them. They had been stuck in the barn all night, while I had remembered to uselessly feed the hole in the ground. I felt more than a little guilty as I poured feed into the troughs. I finished up and began walking back to the house, pausing to look at the well as I did so. I shook my head in disbelief when I remembered how convinced by all this nonsense I'd been. I decided I wouldn't be wasting any more time on this stupid well nonsense. I went back inside to continue reading and eat lunch. I sat there, engrossed in the tale of Edmond Dantes finding the Isle of Monte Cristo, when I heard a loud shrieking sound coming from outside around 3 in the afternoon. I ran outside, thinking someone had been injured, and began looking around frantically. There was nothing, just the breeze whispering its way through the endless sea of corn and trees around me. I was about to head back inside when I heard it again, a piercing howl coming from the well. I felt a chill run through me and ran to the cellar, grabbing a hunk of lamb from the refrigerator, and ran to throw it down the well. I watched it tumble into the darkness and quickly disappear, only to hear that same loud, wet crunch, like someone had bitten into an apple. I stood there in disbelief, feeling horrified. If my grandfather and great-grandfather had been insane, then I surely was too, because I believed all of it in that moment. Any sense of doubt was driven out by the worrying thought of whatever was in that well coming out to hunt, or whatever. The next few days continued uneventfully. Every day around noon, I'd toss a hunk of cold meat into the yawning mouth of the well. On the 4th day of my stay, I found a lantern in the closet of my grandfather's bedroom and got an idea. Using an old rope I had found in the barn, I tied the lantern on tight and went out to the well around feeding time. I lowered the lantern in, watching as the walls changed from stone to hardened dirt in its yellow glow. I kept lowering it as it became a distant yellow dot in the black of the well. I kept lowering it even after that dot vanished into the depths and I could see nothing of it. I was running low on rope when it inexplicably found a bottom. I dropped the hunk of flesh I was holding in my free hand and watched it tumble after the lantern. After a couple seconds, the bottom the lantern was resting against gave way and the rope tightened like something was pulling against it. Then, I was falling back as it went slack, the weight of even the lantern vanishing. I hit the ground just as I heard a wet crunching sound. I reeled in the rope while I was laying there, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I reached the end and looked at where the lantern should have been. The fibers splayed as if something had bitten through it. I got to my feet and dusted myself off, glancing nervously at the hole with its circle of crumbling masonry. I was so shocked, I couldn't will my body into action, instead continuing to stare in fixed confusion and horror. After a few seconds of this, I heard a bubbling sound come from the well. I cautiously glanced over the side to peer into it, then had to jerk my head back to dodge the flying piece of shrapnel rocketing up from its depths. I watched the blur zoom past my head and fly into the air, falling in a parabolic arc to land by my feet. It was the lantern, or what was left of it. It had been crushed in the middle, the metal bent inwards around the mostly broken glass of the center. I picked it up, considering it with incredulity, like my own eyes were deceiving me. I didn't throw it away, instead keeping it on the porch to look at every time I began to doubt any of this was real. Over the next couple days, I began to glance anxiously at the old paper calendar hanging in my grandfather's kitchen. There was a big red circle with the words "Harvest Moon" in the center. It was only a week away. I called my mother again and asked about Grandpa Silas, wondering how long before he'd return to the farm. She told me there was no way to be sure, that he was still recovering. "Okay, it's just that I can't afford to miss too much work," I told her. "Don't worry, honey, it'll probably be another week or so. The whole family really appreciates you doing this," she said. "Have you been doing everything you're supposed to be doing?" "Of course, Mom. I've been keeping on top of all of it. Just make sure you feed the well," she added. "What?" I asked, feeling a sudden coldness shoot through me. "Just make sure you're feeling well," she reiterated. "You sound stressed, and you know how I worry. Make sure you're eating enough." "I will, Mom. I love you, I got to go." I finished and hung up. All of this was starting to get to me. Hopefully, Grandpa would be back soon, and I could do my best to convince myself there was some rational explanation for all of this. That's when the well began to howl. I had already fed it today, but it was apparently still hungry, so I went out and went through the ritual of taking meat from the cellar and throwing it down the well. I went back inside and sat down to read the Count of Monte Cristo, and tried not to think of the harvest moon drawing ever nearer. The days passed while I grew more agitated, hoping I'd get a phone call letting me know that Grandpa was headed back to the farm, releasing me of my solitary confinement and letting me escape Thistcato D if I found myself in. When the phone finally did ring the day before the harvest moon, I answered it excitedly, hoping to my mother, or even my grandfather, letting me know that I was free to leave this place. "Hello," I said into the receiver, unable to stop myself from smiling. "Hello, Chester. This is Evan Parker, the coroner here in town. Your grandfather left instructions to call you and arrange for your pickup." I felt sick, immediately knowing what he was referring to. "Oh," was all I could think to say. "Listen, son, I know this is probably awful strange for you, but for us, this is just that time of year again. It's unsavory business, to be sure, but it'll be okay. We do this every year. You'll feed the well as usual tomorrow. but come to my office after. When the harvest moon is overhead, that's when you give it the sacrifice. Sacrifice? I said in shock. We just call it that. Just be happy we have a body this year. That isn't always the case, he replied ominously. What happens when you don't have a body? I asked. Better you don't worry about that. Just be here tomorrow, understood? I just whispered, okay. The next day, I fed the well and ventured into town. I drove my grandfather's beat-up pickup truck, an old Chevy that looked like it had to be older than me. I pulled up to the coroner's office and met Evan at the door. He was a little younger than my grandfather, his white hair neatly combed back and glasses with thick black frames perched on his nose. Okay, it's the box here by the door, he immediately said with no preamble. Give me a hand carrying it out, and we'll lay it down in the back. I'm sorry, I have so many questions, I blurted, even as I grabbed one end of the rectangular wooden box. What is this well? What happens if I don't feed it? Son, Evan grunted while helping me walk the box to my waiting car. You don't need to worry about all that. All you need to do is follow instructions. Just know that if you don't feed that thing, all hell will break loose. We secured the box and closed the door, Evan turning back towards the office to walk away before I could ask any more questions. I yelled after him anyways. I deserve to know. You guys got me doing all this. I deserve to know why. I called to him. He stopped and turned towards me, looking unsure as he slowly walked back towards me. We feed the well, it feeds us. It's that simple, Chester, he whispered, looking a little scared. And if we don't feed it, it'll feed on us. What we do now is the best way to handle it. We've done it like this for over a century for a reason. Okay, but what the hell is down there? Do we know? Son, you don't understand. The only thing down there is teeth and a stomach we gotta keep full. You look out there at it, and you just see the tip of the iceberg. You're seeing the lure of an angler fish, that's all. Pray to God that you never see the rest of it. He walked away before I could ask any more questions, not that I could think of any. I got in the truck and began heading back to the farm, trying not to look at the box in the back seat, trying to think about what was in it, trying not to think about how I was going to have to open it that night. I was so engrossed in trying to get back to the farm and get away from box that I hadn't realized I was speeding. Red and blue lights lit up behind me, and my eyes widened in fear. I pulled off to the side of the road and tried to think of some kind of excuse. A police officer stepped out and walked up to my open window. He shined a light into the car without speaking and looked at the box in the back, then focused the light on me. Silas is your granddad, he said, not a hint of a question in the statement. Yeah. I'm Chester, I said nervously. Slow it down a little, Chester. You got plenty of time. No need to speed. With that, he walked back to his car and pulled away. I gulped hard, feeling cold sweat beading at my brow. I just wanted this to be over already. I pulled into the driveway of the farmhouse, parked the truck, and pulled the box from the back. It was heavy, but I managed to drag it next to the well. I was tempted to get the gruesome act over with, but remembered the coroner's warning to wait until the moon was overhead, so I walked back to house and sat on the porch, staring into space. I don't know how long I sat there, but I watched as the sky dimmed with the orange hues of a setting sun. I heard the phone ring from inside the house and finally roused myself. I grabbed the phone and put it to my ear, hearing a voice speak before I had time to say anything. Chester, came the voice of Grandpa Silas. I'm sorry you're having to do this, but there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Okay, Grandpa, what's going on? I said shakily, filling my eyes brim with tears. I'm sorry, Cheese. You got thrown into this out of nowhere, I know. I need you to do this, though. You got to. Can't you just tell me what it is? I need to know what it is. There was a pregnant silence that hung in the air for a few seconds before he started to speak. I'm not even really sure what it is. The well is its mouth, we know that. The rest of it is under the ground. It's lived there for a long time, long before we built the farm. It used to hunt there, you see. My father told me that it would hide in the ground, waiting for someone to walk over it, then burst out like a trapdoor spider. It sounds like a monster, but it isn't one, not any more than we are for raising cattle or hunting deer. My father worked out this arrangement with it and built the well to keep it fed. In return for feeding it, it helps the crops grow and feeds us. The only caveat was that once a year, during the harvest moon, we had to give it human meat. Usually, there would be a body in the morgue to use, but sometimes we had to make tougher calls. If there wasn't a body, we'd go to the jail and find the worst person we could to throw them in. A couple of very rare times, we took more drastic measures. You don't need to worry about any of that, though. You just have to feed it tonight. I'll be home tomorrow, then you can forget about all of this and go back to your normal life." "How can I forget about any of this?" I asked, receiving no answer. "Just get this done, Chester. I'll be back tomorrow morning." I got off the phone and looked outside, looking at the moon starting to slide over the sky. I walked out to the porch and sat back down, watching as the moon shone bright and brilliant over the fields of corn. I knew I couldn't put it off any longer and walked down to the well. It didn't take long to pry off the lid of the wooden box. Inside was a woman's body, curled up in the fetal position, so it would fit inside its pitiful excuse for a casket. I placed my hands under the arm of the body and lifted out the stiff and cold corpse. I sat her on the stony lip of the well and looked down the hole, trying not to imagine the teeth waiting near the bottom. I pushed the body over the side and watched it vanish. I expected the familiar wet crunch, but I didn't expect was for it to be repeated again and again. I realized with a shock of terror that whatever was down there was chewing. I went back inside and sat down in the living room. I sat there staring out the window in the direction of the well and didn't sleep that night. I barely blinked. My only grace was knowing my grandfather would be back in the morning. Only he wasn't. As the day dragged on, I got increasingly worried, until late in the afternoon when the phone rang. It was my mom. "Chester, I have some bad news." "What is it, Mom?" I asked, feeling my heart begin to pound hard in my chest. "It's your grandfather. He was heading back from the hospital." She started crying and was having trouble finishing the sentence. "What happened, Mom?" I whispered, feeling all the hope drain away. "Your grandfather was riding home from the hospital when he got in a car wreck. He didn't make it." I could hardly breathe, feeling my eyes begin watering with desperation as what she was saying dawned on me. "We're coming down there to prepare for the funeral. You just need to look over the farm for a while." "I'm sorry." I didn't respond to her for a while. Finally, I told her all was well and that I loved her. I would have liked to stay on the phone for a bit longer, but I had to go. The well was howling. That's what we called it. The Idiot Mile. We used to think it sounded cool, but the adults talked about it and hyped it up so much that we just got a bit sick of the idea and started calling it that. I grew up in a small village, secluded in the middle of nowhere. Somewhere down in Mississippi, I think. Or was it Alabama? I'm not sure. It was definitely somewhere deep in the South. And despite the very small population, we were a diverse bunch. Kids of all ethnicities. I don't remember ever going to another settlement in my youth. And I don't remember the name of the village I grew up in. In fact, I can't remember a lot of things about it, but I remember the walk. It's hard to explain to someone what the walk really is. To most people, it might sound insane, maybe even cruel. But to us, it was just a part of growing up. It's a rite of passage. The walk marks the day you stop being a boy and start being a man. It was like a line in the sand. Every boy who's old enough has to do it. It's expected. When you turn 13, you go on your walk. You get your time, you get your route, and you walk. It's not something we talked about, really. Growing up, my friends and I had heard about it many times from our parents and some of the older boys in the village. How great it would be for us, how we'd come back as young men. We'd always scoffed at it. Maybe this isn't something many people will relate to, but when we were younger, we didn't care much for the idea of growing up. Being a kid was enough. As we got closer to the point in time when it'd be our turn, though, our dismissal turned into real anticipation. I guess we'd just unanimously decided that now we were ready to be men. Anyway, the point I'm making is that when you're younger, you didn't ask that many questions. You didn't even think about it much. You just knew that when your time came, you'd do it too. It's a tradition like everything else in the village. And traditions, well, traditions just are. When my turn arrived, it had been decided by the adults that for the first time, all the 13-year-old boys in the village would go together. A group. A shared experience. Maybe it was supposed to be as a sort of bonding exercise. Maybe they thought it'd make the walk easier. But I don't think it worked out that way. In fact, I think it made it worse. The group was 5 in total. Like I said, it was a small village, and we were all good friends. We were the only boys in the village of the same general age bracket, so it made sense. Myself, Sam, Jonah, Robbie, and Christopher. We set off the day after Jonah's birthday, since he was the last one in the group to turn 13. And contrary to how we'd mocked the adults' constant reminders about the walk when we were younger, we were really excited. We were ready to grow up, to be men, to reach our potential, and be what we were destined to be. Despite my excitement, I was still nervous, but I didn't show it. That'd be a bad start to becoming a man. My dad had warned me, but not in a way that scared me or anything, just with a quiet seriousness. "It's only a walk, son," he said when I asked him how it went for him. "It'll feel weird maybe, but that's just the way things go." We stood there together at dusk, at the corner of the only shop, where the edge of the village meets the country roads. The sun hung low in the sky, and there was a slight chill in the air that I didn't like. The whole place seemed oddly quiet, like everyone was holding their breath. The older boys, the ones who had already gone, were watching from the porches, their faces unreadable. Christopher's dad was the one who ushered us along our way. "Time to get going, boys. Make the most of it. You're about to be new young men," he said with passion in his voice. "You have the start of the route, that's all you'll need. You'll come back when you're ready." He stepped aside, and we exchanged a last few words with our families before we got going. "You all set?" my dad asked with an encouraging smile. I nodded. I was sure I was. I looked down the road. It stretched out ahead of us, just the same old country road we'd seen 100 times before. There was nothing special about it, nothing scary, just a road, with long patches of grass on either side. A few houses dotted the way out of the village, spaced far apart like everything else in the place. I couldn't really see what could possibly go wrong on a road like this. My dad gave me a small, hard pat on the shoulder before turning back to other adults. "You'll be fine," he said, and that was it. And so we set off. At first, I felt nothing. The road was as it always was. The houses, the fields stretching out beside me, everything was familiar. It was just a walk, just like Dad had said. Sam and I were cracking jokes. Christopher was already trying to push Jonah around, and Robbie was just walking alongside us, zoning out as he tended to do. It was just like any other time we hung out. About an hour later, the sun had all but set. It was a cloudless night, though, so we could still see where we were going reasonably well. It was around this time that our usual joking and dicking about stopped. Instead, for the first time, we began to feel real excitement. We were going to be men after this was done. We cheered, laughed, slapped each other on the backs. I can't remember ever feeling such thrill or camaraderie. The road we walked was simple. Not a single noteworthy thing about it. We passed a few houses, some right by the road, and some we could see off in the horizon. A couple of barns scattered here and there, and fields that seemed to stretch on forever. But eventually, something about the road itself started to seem off. It was me that noticed it first, at a point where the road went straight ahead for a long distance, no bends or turns in sight. The road seemed to be continuously shrinking inward as it went on. The edges of it were perpendicular, closing inward, and yet as we continued forward, it never seemed to get any smaller like it should have. When I pointed this out, Sam agreed that it didn't make any sense, but the others seemed to think we were crazy and didn't see it at all. I couldn't understand. You have to believe me when I say that by this point, it was more than obvious that the metrics of the road made no sense at all. I even crouched down to inspect both sides, confirming my suspicion, but the other 3 boys just shrugged it off and told us to stop being weird. The thing is, Sam had a look on his face by this point saying that maybe he wasn't so sure himself. Sam was my closest friend in the group and tended to take my side whenever a debate broke out, and I guess in hindsight, I find myself wondering if he'd just been doing the same thing then, while inwardly thinking I was crazy too. I don't know if I prefer that to the other possibility, that the road had become some sort of fugitive to the laws of geometry. I decided to just move on from it and try my best to ignore the bizarre detail, however much it nagged at the back of my mind. Things shifted back to normal between us fairly quickly, as we went back to all our excited predictions for what it'd be like to finally be growing up. The road was no longer familiar to us, not at all. We'd walked along many bends and turns at this stage, although somehow, not once had we come across a fork in the road. We'd been walking for what felt like hours by this point, and, to be honest, I was starting to wonder when we'd actually come to the point at which we were ready to return. The others were all so focused on the journey and their anticipation of becoming men, though, that I thought it better not to ask, so I just bottled it up and focused on the walk. At one point, I noticed Robbie was quiet. Not in his usual way, though. He looked uneasy. The kind of look you get when you know something's wrong, but can't figure out what. He kept glancing over his shoulder, like he was worried about something behind us, but when I turned around, I didn't see anything. Just a long stretch of road and trees. "You good, Robbie?" I asked, trying to lighten the mood. Yeah, just... I don't know, man," he muttered, his voice tight. But before I could ask him what he meant, Sam, being Sam, cracked a joke. "You hear those twigs snapping just now? Old man Terrence is probably hiding out somewhere watching us. He's always got his eyes on the new kids. Think he's still hiding that shotgun. That got a laugh out of Robbie, and for a second, it felt like things were okay again, but the feeling didn't last long. As we passed the first house we'd seen for quite a while, we noticed something strange. A figure standing by the mailbox, just off the road. I squinted. It was a boy. He looked to be pretty young, probably 7 or 8. He had a kind of dopey look on his face, with his eyes wide and staring, and his mouth hanging open, mouth breather style. He didn't move, didn't speak. He just watched us. We had all stopped walking to stare back at the kid. Jonah took it upon himself to break the tension. Hey!" The kid didn't give any verbal response, but his eyes quickly went more normal, and he beamed a smile at us. It wasn't a mocking or malicious smile, either. He honestly just looked like a pretty normal kid now. It was a smile of politeness. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. We just started walking once more, though our pace was a bit faster. I could feel the kid's eyes on my back like a dead weight. I told myself it was nothing to fret about, that it was simply nerves. Just a weird kid that had snuck outside at night for whatever reason. But then we saw another person. Just past the bend, a woman standing by her front gate, looking out at us with that same honest and polite smile. And it didn't stop. They were everywhere now. People, mostly old men, women, and a few boys, just standing in their front yards, watching, saying nothing. Why were there so many damn houses? We hadn't seen one before this for almost an hour. They didn't move. They didn't speak. They didn't blink. Just flashed us those compassionate smiles. And soon, they weren't out in their porches. There were no more houses in sight after a while. But for a few minutes, I could have sworn I could still see people staring down at us from the fields on both sides of the road, faces rising just above the hedges on the perimeter. Eventually, it seemed like whatever that had been was over. We didn't talk for a while afterwards. After 10 or so minute of next to no conversation, Jonah stopped walking. Just froze. No reason. No explanation. "Jonah," Sam called, walking back a few steps. "What's up with you?" Jonah didn't answer. His eyes were wide, his face pale. He was staring at something ahead of us, but there was nothing there, just empty road. After a long moment, he blinked and slowly shook his head. "It's nothing," he said, but there was something off about his voice. He wasn't looking at any of us anymore. His eyes were far off, like he was seeing something else entirely. Christopher stepped forward. "Hey, come on, Jonah. Let's keep moving." Jonah didn't respond. After that, we all seemingly realized in unison that suddenly, there was something deeply wrong. I was overcome with the pressing feeling that I was in terrible danger. The air felt thick and heavy, like the kind that had been trapped in an old house for far too long, and it smelt and tasted like there was a heavy storm on the way. "Ozone. You guys feel that?" Robbie asked, his voice unsteady. I nodded, but I couldn't explain it. Something was changing. Something was shifting. We weren't just walking anymore. We were being watched, followed, toyed with. I was certain of it. More certain than I've ever been of something. I could feel eyes on the back of my neck, like someone or something was following us. But when I turned around, there was nothing there. We kept walking, but the silence between us deepened. Robbie's eyes never left the distance, and Christopher started muttering to himself, his words incoherent. Jonah kept looking back, his movements jerky, like he was trying to catch a glimpse of something just out of view. The further we went, the more I was sure I could hear some kind of whispering in the air, soft and quiet, but unmistakable, as though it was coming from the very ground beneath my feet. "You hear that?" I whispered. Sam shook his head. "It's just the wind. It's nothing." But I could see it in his eyes. He didn't believe it. None of us did. We walked on for what felt like days. The road twisted and bent in ways a country road shouldn't have, like it was changing, actively altering itself. I remember us taking 3 sharp U-turns straight after one another, seemingly passing by the exact same dilapidated shack at each of the 3 curves. The buildings we passed looked different too. Their windows were dark, and some of them looked like they were rotting. I don't just mean that they looked old and forsaken, either. They looked as though every material they'd been built from was in a state of heavy decomposition. The wood of the barns was warped, the paint peeling, the lawns beyond overgrown. It was like the whole world was slowly falling apart around us, as if the road was all that was left in reality. At one point, I distinctly remember feeling someone breathing right down my neck, hot and clammy, as if they were stooped right behind me. I screamed out in fear and fell to my feet, spinning to look behind myself, but what I saw baffled me. I was facing up at the rest of the boys, their faces fighting between fear and concern. What the fuck? Had I somehow been walking backwards for some length of time without realizing it? How come no one had said anything? Hey, come on dude, it's okay, we're here. I'm here. Sam knelt down to help me to my feet, his voice comforting despite the shock I must have put him. I was hyperventilating by now. Let's go. He got up and held out a hand, inviting me to do the same. I grasped it tight and pulled myself up. For reasons I can't explain, I remember wishing I could have held Sam's hand longer. Another hour or so passed, and the air was thick with tension. Christopher was staring at his shoes, his hands clenched at his sides. Jonah was breathing in short bursts, and Robbie had started to trail even further behind, his eyes hollow. I felt it, too, even if I wasn't fully aware of it. The madness creeping in, the pressure building behind my eyes. Then, the first real fight started. I hadn't been paying attention to whatever preceded it, but Jonah snapped at Christopher, his voice full of rage. Stop acting like you're fine. You're not fine. None of us are fine. Something's wrong, damn it. Christopher's face reddened. I'm not the one acting weird. You're the one who's. But Jonah cut him off. I'm fine, you're the one. He broke off, his eyes wild. Then, as though in a trance, he turned and started walking faster, ahead of all of us. Jonah! Robbie called, but Jonah didn't stop. His hands were shaking now, and his breath was coming in short, ragged bursts, intertwined with sudden bouts of screaming that came and went. We watched him go, but none of us moved. There was something wrong him, something seriously unnatural about the way he was walking. His body jerked with every step, like he was trying to pull himself free from some invisible force. Jonah, stop! Sam shouted, but it was like the words didn't reach him. He was moving farther and farther away, vanishing into the horizon. We stood there for a while, no idea what to do. Eventually, we just wordlessly came to the agreement that we had to keep walking. There was nothing else to be done. As we went, the air went from thick and oppressive to suddenly crisp, the kind of crisp that made your breath visible. It was so instantaneous that we exchanged a few looks between each other before pressing on. There was no real value in questioning or even talking about things at this point. Just as I'd started to get used to the now frigid temperature, the wind picked up. Not much at first, but after a short while it howled and made it difficult to press on, as it was pressing forcefully against us. I was quite scrawny in my youth, so I had an especially rough time. Soon after, the road grew to be surrounded on both sides by a dense forest. The long branches seemed to reach down to grab us, twisting and coiling around themselves. There was something wrong about them, too. In spite of how long some of their branches and twigs grew outward, they didn't sway in the increasingly heavy wind, not even slightly. I could have sworn there was some lifelike quality to them, like they were welcoming us forward, to what exactly I didn't know. Then, the wind stopped and the air felt thick and muggy again. It happened as suddenly as the first change. We exchanged another look of bewildered terror, and continued. The farther we went, the more the silence pressed on me. The world felt too quiet, too still. Our footsteps were the only sound I could hear, and each one seemed louder than the last. I was about to say something, anything, just to break the long enduring silence, when I saw something out of the corner of my eye, at the edge of the treeline. It was the boy from earlier, the first person we'd seen standing outside a house earlier. But now his face wasn't displaying that friendly, neighborless smile. It was twisted in a look of pure, unadulterated hate. My breath caught up in my throat. It should have been funny, a harmless little kid putting on such a strong look of anger and hatred, but it wasn't. It wasn't funny at all. Again, I stumbled back and cried out in fear, shouting jumbled nonsense and pointing at the spot in the forest for the others to see the cause for my terror. My voice hitched, and I desperately scooted backwards to be closer to the group, eyes all but screwed shut. Just as he'd done before, it was Sam that came to my aid. His hands lightly slapped my cheeks, trying to get me to pay attention to his voice, clearly panicked but doing his best to soothe my horror. Snap out of it, there's nothing over there. Please, just calm down, you're gonna be fine. Nothing's there. Just relax, man, Jesus, breathe. Deep breaths, dude, deep breaths. I stole a glance around Sam, back at the treeline. The boy was gone. I focused my attention back to Sam as he grabbed me under the armpits and hauled me upwards. He was breathing heavily too now. I stared at his face, and finally, I eased back out of whatever panic attack I was experiencing. Instead, a feeling washed over me of deep appreciation for Sam, for my best friend. I realized that I wanted him to grab my hand again, like he'd done earlier on. I think that I loved him in that moment. And I hated it. I hated it more than I'd hated anything else we'd experienced on the walk. I hated how I felt, and I hated him for making me feel that way. So I shoved him back. A startled sound came from his mouth, but I hit him. I hit him harder than I thought myself capable of, and he fell back, clutching his face, gasping with pain and surprise. I threw him onto the ground and started swinging more punches at him. He tried to block me, tried to say something, maybe to reason with me, but I didn't care. I rested my forearm on his neck, pinning him down, and grabbed a rock lying on the road next to us. I don't know why, but neither Robbie or Christopher said anything, or made any attempt to break me away. They just watched. With a savage cry, the rock swung through the air, propelled by all the rage boiling inside me, slamming into Sam's face with a sickening crack. Blood exploded from his nose and mouth, his whole body jerking from the blow. He gasped, struggled to breathe, but I raised the rock once more, swinging it downward with all the madness within my body. The impact shattered his cheekbone, the rock sinking into the soft flesh with a horrifying squelch. Sam tried to scream, but it came out as a gurgling rasp, blood spilling from his lips as his hand reached meekly towards me. But I was relentless. I hit him again and again, crashing the rock into his skull with a sickening rhythm, rendering his face into a grotesque, pulpy mess. He went almost entirely limp, fingers twitching before falling still. His face was practically unrecognizable, a twisted, bloody mask of torn flesh and exposed bone. He laid there, gasping for air that would not come, choking on blood he could not spit. And then he died. I knelt over him, chest heaving, the rock falling from my hand, slick with blood. My breathing was ragged as though I'd just run a marathon. I hated him still, and I was satisfied with what I'd done. I finally looked up. Robbie and Christopher were still doing nothing more than taking in the sight of what just occurred. After a few seconds, they just turned around and continued down the road. All I did was catch up with them, my anger cooling away, forgetting about the act I'd just committed. And you know what? I realize now that I've never given any thought to what I did. I shut it away in some box in my head, forgot about it. Honestly, I think I forgot entirely about Sam, or the friendship I once had with him. It all only came back to me now as I've been writing this. It's like he never even existed or something. The three of us remaining walked in silence for about a minute before one after the other, Robbie and Christopher began to fall behind. They glanced over their shoulders, eyes wide, shoulders tense, and then shuffled away into the woods alone. I tried to call out to them, but they ignored me, vanishing like shadows, swallowed by the darkness that seemed to creep in from every corner. Soon I was walking alone. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but the quiet was suffocating. The longer I walked, the more wrong everything felt. The trees seemed to lean in closer, and I felt eyes on my back, watching me from the deep shadows between the trunks. The road twisted and turned, looping in impossible directions, as if the forest around it was shifting, playing with me. I tried to retrace my steps, but it was like the trees were watching me, moving to block my way. I tried to ignore my fear. I focused on the road, on getting to the end. But as I walked farther, it got harder. I wanted to turn back, but I knew I couldn't. Not now. It was part of the walk. You don't turn back. The air was laced with the smell of rot, and it began to feel as though the road was shifting beneath my feet. I tripped, tumbling down onto the asphalt, my arms scraping against the rough earth. When I finally stopped, I lay there gasping for breath, the world spinning around me. When I managed to get to my feet, I saw Christopher. He stood ahead of me, eyes empty and distant. His face was pale, his mouth slack, as though he'd been walking through that forest for days without rest in the time since they'd left me. He seemed to be looking past me. He didn't move or even blink. I tried to get his attention. Chris, come on, please talk to me. What's going on? You're scaring me, man, please." He seemingly came to his senses at that and looked at me. He sighed softly. "There's nothing to be scared of, dude. Just do what we've all been doing. We're becoming men, remember? Men aren't scared of stuff like this. You're gonna be fine, just keep walking. And don't look behind you. They hate when you do that." I wanted to scream, but my voice wouldn't come out. I took a step forward. Christopher didn't react. I took another step. I listened to him, though. I didn't look behind me. He never caught back up with me, and I wasn't about to risk a look back to check if he was even there anymore. I saw Robbie soon after. I saw the outline of his body coming from opposite end of the road, walking towards me, and as soon as he was close enough that I could recognize him as Robbie, his face twisted into a look of primal fear. His eyes bulged, his mouth open in a silent scream. He was standing in the middle of the road, but when I reached for him, he screeched. "Don't hurt me. Oh God, please don't hurt me, please. I don't want to die. I want to stay young. Please don't hurt me anymore." I was lost for words, and before I came up with the ones I needed to try and calm him down, he bolted past me, going in the direction I'd came from. He screamed all the way. As a matter of fact, I don't know how far away he went, but I didn't stop hearing his intermittent screams for at least the next 10 minutes. They sounded full of pain. I stumbled forward, heart pounding. Sweat trickled down my forehead. My legs were shaking, but I couldn't stop walking. I realized that Sam was walking beside me. I didn't really react to that, just continued to walk alongside him. His face was the same disfigured canvas of ruined skin and bone. I could barely make out where the individual parts of a human skull resided on his. His face was the anatomical equivalent of a Jackson Pollock painting. He paused after a few minutes and turned to hold his hand out to me. I didn't take it. "I think I'm ready now. Bye, dude." "Bye," I responded. Then he turned forward again and walked away down a fork in the road, the first we'd ever encountered on the walk. I blinked and the fork was gone, Sam gone with it. The air felt thicker than ever before, so thick it was almost suffocating me. I steeled myself and continued down the road's remaining path. As I rounded the curve, I stared down the road at the figure waiting for me. It was me, a perfect double, like looking in a mirror. No expression, no movement, just stillness. My heart started hammering in my chest. I stopped in my tracks, unsure what to do. "You're almost there," he said, his voice flat, emotionless, but unmistakably mine. The words sent a chill down my spine, but before I could react, he spoke again, his voice a little louder, a little more urgent. "You're almost there. Almost you." I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. It was like something had taken hold of me, frozen me in place. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But something told me that wasn't allowed. "Not now." He smiled politely. "You're almost me. Almost you," he repeated. "Just a little farther, and you'll know." The road ahead of me began to blur. My thoughts spun, tangled, like I was in some kind of dream. I sprinted forward, desperate to finish the walk. The people were still watching me, I realized. Or had they been all along? They were all around now, the figures from the houses, from the mailboxes, standing just off the sides of the road, smiling kindly. They were waiting, and I realized then, with a sickening clarity, that I wasn't walking toward the end of the road. I was walking toward something else. Something I couldn't see, but I could feel. Something that had been waiting for me my whole life. I don't remember anything past that point, only that I didn't get back to the village. Someone out for a drive found me days later, wandering in circles, muttering to myself, my eyes wide and unseeing. I was taken to the police, then after that a foster home. Of course no one believed me. What good could they have really done for me? I couldn't produce a name for my village, or for my parents, or practically anything about the place. I'd somehow forgotten it all, and I knew there was no point even trying to explain the walk to them, so I just kept it to myself. Many times, I've reflected on the words said to me before we embarked on our journey that day. "You'll come back when you're ready." I sure as hell feel ready. I have for a long time. But how the fuck am I supposed to go back to a place I could barely even remember the existence of? I spent months after I got my license driving throughout those southeastern states, scouring maps for anything worthwhile, and I've never been able to find any village like what I can remember. Not even a road that looks like the one we walked. I've kept my story to myself for over a decade now, and I guess that's why I wrote all this here. Everyone will think I'm loony, of course, but at this point, I just needed to get it off my chest and tell someone about it. I'm done giving myself headaches and other mental pain over the idiot mile. After all, I'm a man now. "Talia," I said when the landlady asked what my name was. "Perfect," she said. "You're accepted to rent a flat here." It was strange to hear myself being accepted to rent a flat, especially because my name was Talia. A few weeks back, I saw an advertisement on social media promoting this small flat at a surprisingly affordable price. The ad stated that it only accepted tenants with Talia as their first name. Weird. But I needed a new place ASAP since my previous flat's owner increased the monthly rent, and the payment was due. "What's with Talia, if you don't mind me asking?" I asked the landlady. The landlady giggled. "It's just one of my husband's eccentric sides," she replied. "He loves the name Talia. He wanted to rent out our building, but only to Talia's. Well, it's his business, his money, his building, so who am I to say no? As long as I get my part," the landlady laughed. "Is it your name?" I asked again. "Oh no, young lady. No. My name is Lucy," she responded. "But he named our only daughter Talia." "So there you have it. When will you be moving in?" she asked. "Tomorrow if possible," I said. "Of course," the landlady replied. "We only have 12 rooms here, 4 rooms per floor, 3 floors for rent. The 4th floor is entirely for my family. And you're the last tenant, the 12th. Which floor do I stay on?" I asked again. "First floor at the back," she replied. "Every tenant has the right to pick their room, but since you're the last, you get the only remaining one. Is that okay with you?" "Yeah, sure. I don't mind, as long as I have a place to stay." "So now the flat is full, meaning you have 12 Talias in the building?" I was dead curious, so I couldn't bear not to ask when the landlady sent me out the door. 13, if you count my daughter, who lives with me and my husband on the top floor," she replied warmly, a bright smile on her face. "Is it tough finding the Talias?" I wondered aloud. The landlady laughed. "It is, yeah," she replied. "But it's my husband's business, his eccentricity, and this building isn't our only source of income, so we have no problem." I returned to the building the next day, bringing all my stuff into my room. Thank goodness mine was on the 1st floor, so I didn't have to go through the pain of going up and down the stairs. But I was curious about how the other Talias looked, and what they thought about this weird requirement. So, I went door to door from the 1st floor to the top, introducing myself as the new tenant. They were all Talias, of course. They were of different races, family backgrounds, jobs, and personalities, you name it. The only thing uniting us 12 was our first name. I hadn't had the chance to ask all of them about the weird Talia-only requirement, as some didn't seem too friendly. But those I did talk to had similar stories to mine. It was weird, they said, but that was all. We needed a place to stay, and it was super affordable. But I couldn't just shrug it off. The owner's obsession with a name was one thing. I could accept that, but insisting on only taking in tenants named Talia, that didn't seem like good business. Yes, they had other sources of income, but still, this Talia-only thing wasn't exactly logical. The next few weeks passed as usual, nothing different. But one evening, just as I entered the building and grabbed my room's doorknob, I heard a voice calling me. "Hey, too." I turned to see another tenant from the 1st floor room, peeking out from her doorway. "Do you have time?" she asked, almost in a whisper. "Yeah, 4. I guess." "What's up?" I said as I walked toward her. All 12 tenants in the building were named Talia, so it would have been confusing to call each other by our first names. Since last names weren't commonly used where I lived, the first 4 tenants who got acquainted decided we should just call each other by our room numbers. And my room number was 2. "Have you seen 7 lately?" 4 asked. "The last time I saw 7 was when I was at 6 room 3 days ago," I said. I was returning the scissors I had borrowed. "Did she seem okay to you?" I saw her enter her room with her boyfriend, laughing their asses off. "So, yeah, she seemed fine to me." "Why? Is something wrong?" "Maybe," 4 hesitated. "7's boyfriend is my colleague at work. He hasn't shown up for 3 days. His teammates called him, but no response. I haven't seen 7 either. Have you tried knocking on her door?" I asked. "I did. No response. I even called her while standing outside her door. And it rang," 4 replied, but no one picked up. I called her 5 times, but nothing. I heard her phone ringing, but she never answered. 7 is a phone girl," I said. "There's no way she wouldn't pick up after 5 rings, especially if she was in her room." "Exactly. How about we ask 6? I suggested. "She lives next door to 7. 7 is loud when she talks, and even louder when she, 6 must have heard something. And I went upstairs and knocked on 6's door. No response. We called her name. Still nothing. We called her phone 3 times. It rang, but no one answered. 12 is also missing, 4 suddenly spoke again. "You checked?" I asked. "Yeah, and better yet, I have the spare key to her room. Remember when 12 and I got close, and she often asked me to check on her pet hamster whenever she was away." "So you already went inside?" "Yes. 4 days ago. She wasn't there, but her hamster was. She always asked me to check on it whenever she was out. There's no way she'd just leave without telling me." "Did you phone her?" "I did. I was in her room when I heard her phone ringing. It wasn't locked, so I checked her chats to see if she mentioned going somewhere. And her last message was 5 days ago. She told her mom she wasn't feeling well and planned to stay in." "Weird," I muttered. "Did you ask the landlady?" "I did. That made things even weirder," 4 said. She told me she hadn't seen 12 either, but reassured me by saying, "Don't worry. You'll be reunited with her soon. Just stay in your room." Shit, that's creepy, right? I have a bad feeling about this, I said. So do I. How about we get out of here and talk somewhere else? I suggested. Let's do that, For agreed. We walked downstairs, only to freeze in shock. What the hell? For and I shouted in unison as we stepped onto the first floor, where we were supposed to see the door that led to the outside of the building. Supposed to be. The door was no longer there. Instead, a plain, solid concrete block stood right in front of us. Not even a window was in sight. We looked around to see that the doors to our rooms were still there. We were still trying to figure out what had happened when we heard a voice echoing. A female voice. Someone we knew. "I told you to just stay in your room, haven't I? Bad girls." It was the voice of the landlady, echoing through the entire building. "What do you want? Let us go," I yelled as I looked around. No answer. Then we saw someone slowly walking down the stairs, a slightly chubby old lady, wearing a flowery patterned long dress. The landlady. "What do you want from us?" For yelled as we took steps backward toward the concrete wall where the door was supposed to be. "I don't want anything," she said. "My daughter does." The moment the landlady said it, For and I saw a young woman walk from behind her, down the stairs, approaching us. "This is my daughter, Talia. The 13th Talia," the landlady spoke to us. "Please do us a favor by handing over your youth and life essence without a fight." The 13th Talia, the landlady's daughter, lifted both of her hands as she descended the stairs. The very next second, I felt something pulling my soul out of my body. I choked. My body felt like it was burning from the inside. I was losing my strength to stand and slowly collapsed onto the floor. As I stared at my hands clutching my chest, I saw them slowly turn grayish pale and wrinkled. As if my flesh was being extracted from my body, my hands and legs grew thin. The choking, the burning sensation, it was getting stronger by the second. I could hear myself screaming in pain, begging for mercy. "Who the hell are you?" 13 screamed in anger, her harsh voice echoing as she pointed her finger at someone still standing beside me. I glanced to the side. I saw 4 standing strong, completely unaffected by whatever spell 13 and her mother had cast on us. "You all of you 12 are supposed to be the source of my resurrection. My parents and I spent a year finding 12 Talias, so I could proceed with the ritual to renew my life essence. Don't you dare mess this up." 13 raged as she reached out her hand, trying to cast a spell on 4. But to no avail. 4 dodged the cast effortlessly without even trying. "Your necklace. Show us your necklace," the landlady yelled at 4, who reached inside her t-shirt's collar and pulled out her necklace. A coin-like pendant hung at the end of it. Within the emblem, a symbol was carved, one I didn't recognize. At a glance, it looked like a pair of wings and a halo, surrounded by runic letters. "It's an angel emblem," the landlady shrieked, her voice laced with anger and disappointment. "She's from the angel family. How did I not notice the emblem when she first came?" Meanwhile, I still felt my body slowly burning and rotting from the inside. I looked at the tips of my fingers, they were turning to dust. 4. I called out her name in a whisper, barely able to get my voice out. It was a desperate plea for help. Realizing that her necklace had saved her, 4 immediately knelt down beside me and untied her necklace. She held my wrinkled arm and tied the necklace together onto both my hand and hers. Slowly but surely, I began to recover. My entire body, once grayish and wrinkled, started reverting to normal. The choking and burning inside me began to fade. "Oh fuck. You ruined everything." 13 screamed in fury, her voice deep, heavy, almost demonic. "Expel them, Talia," the landlady ordered her daughter. "But I'm missing 2 Talias. The longer she's here, the emblem will destroy us. We'll find another way." 13 screamed in frustration before casting another spell. This time, reverting the concrete wall behind us into doors. With a wave of her hand, she forced them open and hurled 4 and me outside, onto the road, into the middle of the night. The second we landed hard on the pavement, we looked up. The building was still there, but it seemed different. Dark, paintless, no lights. Cracks and moss covered its surface, almost as if it had been abandoned for decades. "They're gone," I muttered. "Looks like it," 4 replied. "Are you okay too?" "I'm still alive, so yeah, I guess." "Have you always had that necklace with you?" I asked 4, curious. "Honestly, no," 4 admitted. "I visited my mom this morning and told her about the strange rules of the building I rented. and about the missing tenants. Then she handed me this necklace. It's hers. You guys okay? A man's voice suddenly startled us. We turned to see a man about our age standing nearby. Yeah, we're okay, I said as he helped us to our feet. What are you doing in front of this abandoned building? What do you mean abandoned? For asked. This building has been abandoned for 187 years, the man said. No one dares to come near it, let alone buy it. People say strange and terrifying things happen when you step onto its porch, but no one else can see it, even if there's a crowd on this road. In broad daylight. Yeah, of course, I whispered to myself. The lady who owned the building 187 years ago had a weird, creepy name, the man continued. Lucy? I asked, remembering the landlady mentioning her name once. Do you know her last name? What? I asked. Verhel. She was Lucy Verhel. Oh, right. How witty and ironic. Then I realized something that added shit to everything. The building itself consisted of 13 rooms in total. 13. A number of bad luck in some cultures and beliefs. The building also had 4 floors, with 4 rooms on each floor, except for the one on top, for a number of bad luck in other cultures and beliefs. Funny enough, my friend, who lived in room number 4, and was hence called by the nickname 4, became the bad luck to the landlady and her daughter. Why don't you girls untie that necklace? Must be tough walking around like that, the man pointed out. For and I remained silent. We still held each other's hands, tied by 4's necklace and its magical emblem. As the man turned to walk away, we caught a glimpse of a tattoo on his upper right arm. The tattoo resembled a coin-like emblem. It featured an image of a goat's skull with huge horns at the center, surrounded by runic letters. It's 12:30. Lexi took her 15-minute lunch break 30 minutes ago, and I've been straightening the panty drawers ever since and pretending like the man who's been sitting on the bench since 9:30 isn't creeping me out. I saw our favorite security guy, Darren, rolling by on his little security scooter and called him over. He made a sharp left into the store, knocking over a half-naked Victoria's Secret mannequin in the process. I just wanted to tell you that the guy on the bench is really creeping us out. He's been sitting there since before we opened the store. Darren glanced over his shoulder, then turned back to me. That's Mr. Grayson. His wife and daughter were here. They will be being, sorry, 1 second. He cleared his throat. He is here for his wife and daughter. There it is. Damn. Have you talked to him? I asked. Yeah, I've talked to him. Not today, not yet. Last year. You talked to the man one time last year, and you remember his name? What kind of David Blaine shit is that? Darren chuckled, and for a minute, things didn't feel so off. That's the power of a Darren Kramer chuckle. David Blaine shit, you're funny. But yeah, no. Mr. Grayson comes every year. Every year? Every year for his wife and daughter, Darren said, answering my question before I even asked. What's up with all the questions today, Nancy Drew? He boarded his scooter. Maybe you should take a break. Get some fresh air. He wheeled away, stopping briefly to greet the man on the bench. Mr. Grayson. He smiled warmly in return, offering a single nod, keeping his hands clasped firmly in his lap as they've been all day. I think I need to eat. I was wiping down the store mirrors a few minutes ago when I heard a sweet little voice say, Can you please help my mommy? It was a little girl. She couldn't have been more than 8 years old. I hadn't noticed her or her mommy come in, even though I'd been near the front of the store for a good 15 minutes. Of course I can. Where's your mommy? She took my hand and led me to the row of 3 fitting rooms at the back of the store, then pointed at the center one. I knocked twice, then twisted the key in the knob and gently pushed open the door. She was crumpled on the ground, her legs contorted in angles that shouldn't exist. The curve of her neck resting on the edge of the built-in fitting room bench, propping up her twisted, broken body in the most unnatural, unnerving way. Her mouth was open. Her eyes were open. And oh God, her skull was open. I could see its reflection in the blood-spattered mirror, her brain matter slowly leaking from where the back of her head used to be. It was then that I realized the little girl was somehow no longer behind me, but cowering beneath the built-in chair, hiding behind what was left of her mother. She was wide-eyed and terrified, her long, hay-blonde hair dangling in front of her face, the ends of her strands stained red with blood. She held her index finger to her lips, her eyes pleading for me to keep quiet. The room glitched, as if someone was adjusting my brain's antennas to find a different channel. I closed my eyes as tightly as humanly possible and tried to picture my mom, my safe place. But all I could see was static. So much static. Through the white noise I could hear a faint popping sound. 1 pop, 2 pop, 3 pop, 4 pop, growing louder every time. After the 5th pop, the white noise came to an abrupt stop. I opened my eyes and found myself back at the mirror, Windex and microfiber towel in hand. I bolted to the fitting room area. It was empty. Empty of life. Empty of death. Empty of brain matter and pooling blood. All was well. I walked back to the front of the store to see if Benchman was a figment of imagination as well. He was there, just like he'd been all day. I'm sitting at the cash-wrapped counter typing this, and in this moment his presence is oddly comforting. He is perhaps the only constant I have today, now that Lexi seems to have disappeared off the face of the earth. Oh, of course. Speak of the little angel, and she will appear. That wasn't Lexi. She looked like Lexi if Lexi were older. Not wildly older, just old enough to notice. Like Lexi 20 years from now, after a failed marriage and some sort of major trauma. That's how I know this woman isn't Lexi. She doesn't have the glow Lexi carries with her everywhere. I sound so stupid, I know, but Lexi has this innate inner brightness I both envy and feel immensely grateful for. That woman looks like someone shrunk themselves down, crawled through an older Lexi's ear canal, and snuffed out the light in each of her eyeballs. Which is impossible, of course. I just wish I could figure out how she knows my name. She made a beeline for me when she entered the store, and I rounded the counter to meet her halfway, ready to tell her about whatever the hell had just happened to me. But as we neared one another, I realized it wasn't Lexi after all. I tried to play it off. "Welcome in. Can I help you?" She didn't respond, only smiled. "Are you looking for something special or—" I fell asleep. "What?" "I took a nap on my lunch break. I slept through the alarms. I'm there now." Before I could ask a follow-up question, an announcement began to play over the mall's intercom. Announcements aren't uncommon, but this one was new. I don't know if I can remember it all, but it went something like, "Threnody SP? Robotics welcomes you to the Lake Plaza Mall and Memorial Museum. The annual Lake Plaza Memorial experience will commence shortly. Please do not be frightened. The experience cannot harm you. Human beings are perfectly safe to observe the experience." The announcement ended. You can tell because they play a little ding-dong-dong. At the end of every announcement, they play a dong-ding-ding at the beginning. The woman, the one who wasn't Lexi, isn't Lexi, now had tears welling in her eyes. "You don't deserve to be here alone, Jenna." "My name? How does this woman know my name?" She reached out and held my face in her hand. I felt the cool metal of her wedding set against my cheek. "Lexi isn't married." Over the intercom, another announcement. "We kindly ask that visitors make their way to the designated viewing location that has been assigned to them." With that, not Lexi straightened her shoulders and quickly wiped away the tear rolling down her cheek like someone putting on a brave face for a sick child. She gave my hand a squeeze, then made her way outside of the store, taking a seat next to the man on the bench. The crowd size has tripled since we opened. You'd think we could make at least one sale. Holy shit, they're real. The mother and daughter from my whatever that was earlier. Panic attack. Starvation-induced hallucination. Whatever you want to call it. I guess I must have seen them before. It's not like I can just make people up, right? Brains can't do that. They've probably shopped here before. Hell, they were probably here yesterday. But that's not the point. The point is that I happened to look up from the computer as they were walking past the bench outside, where Benchman and not Lexi are seated. And as they did, Benchman unclasped his hands, a first for him today, and his face lit up like a crazy bright neon open sign. They're who he's been waiting for. His wife. His daughter. He stood up, extending his arms as if to say, "There you are. I've missed you." Only, they didn't return his enthusiasm. The mom smiled politely, and gently ushered her daughter away from Benchman's reach. But he's still smiling. A moment ago, he pointed at them and leaned over to say something to not Lexi. She laughed, then patted his hand. I could make out the shape of her mouth as she wrapped her fingers around his palm. "They love you." The woman finally found a pair of long pajamas and asked me to open up a fitting room for her just now. While I was doing it, I motioned toward the bench outside and said, "Is that your husband?" "Oh goodness, no. My husband is out of town on business." She laughed. "That's so funny though. They just played another announcement. At Threnody Robotics, we believe an intimate knowledge of history is the key to avoid having history repeat itself. By allowing the public be a part of this immersive experience and giving people a front row seat to the fear and carnage of that day, We hope to ensure that humanity never forgets what happened at Lake Plaza Mall nearly 20 years ago today. I walked over to the fitting room and lightly knocked on the door. Sorry, but do you know anything about the experience? The what now? The experience. I don't know. They just had an announcement about it. They've actually had a few announcements about it today. I haven't heard any announcement, she replied. K-Bird, have you heard any announcements? Nah. From the intercom. Please stay calm and do not interact with non-visitors, as doing so could cause a glitch in the experience. I asked if she heard that one. She said no. I can see my mom beside the woman who isn't Lexi. She's crying. I just asked the woman if her daughter was still in the fitting room with her. She said yes. But why can I see her crouched under the register, telling me to keep quiet? Why can I feel every shaky breath on my ankles? Why does she look so scared? Announcement. The 19th annual Lake Plaza Memorial Experience is starting now. In my teenage years, my best friends were Julieta, Camila, Natalia, and me. We were inseparable, not only at school but also outside of it. We spent time together, studied in groups, and above all, gathered at Julieta's house, the most convenient meeting point for all of us. Julieta lived with her mother, her sister, her niece, and her grandmother in a 3-story house. They occupied the second floor, while the first was rented out and the third served as a terrace. One morning during recess, Julieta called us urgently. Her face reflected concern and something else, fear. We sat in a circle on the school's green area, and she began speaking to us in a low voice, as if afraid someone else might hear her. For several nights, something strange has been happening to me. We looked at each other, expectant. Julieta told us that lately, she hadn't been able to sleep. She lay awake in her room, tossing and turning, unable to rest. One of those nights, thirst forced her to leave her room and go to the dining room, where the family kept a small refrigerator with cold drinks. The house was completely silent. She didn't want to make noise and wake her mother or grandmother, so she walked carefully. She opened the fridge, took out her water bottle, and began to drink, standing right in front of the appliance. Then she saw it. From the corner of her eye, in the dimly lit living room, something caught her attention. Under the faint glow of the streetlights filtering through the window, she distinguished a white, motionless figure. She slowly turned her head, and there it was. A few meters away, in the middle of the living room, stood a little girl. She was small, no more than a meter tall. She wore light-colored pajamas, white with pink details. Her long hair was tied in a messy braid, with strands stuck to her forehead, as if she had been sweating. Julieta froze. Her gaze met the girl's for a few seconds, but that was enough. A primal fear took hold of her, the deep terror of prey when facing its predator. Without thinking, she dropped the bottle, letting the water spill onto the floor, and ran back to her room. She slammed the door shut and hid under the blankets, as if they could shield her from what she had just seen. She waited. Nothing. No one in her house woke up from the noise. Not her mother, not her grandmother, not her sister. Everything remained in absolute silence. The next morning, she tried to convince herself that maybe her mind had played a trick on her, that her niece, the only child in the house, had gotten up at night and she had simply mistaken her for something else. But the doubt gnawed at her. When everyone was awake, Julieta asked her sister about her niece's white and pink pajamas. What pajamas? Her sister frowned. She pulled from the closet the only pajamas in those colors her daughter owned. They weren't the same. The pajamas of the girl Julieta had seen in the living room were a short-sleeved nightgown with pink details. But her niece's were completely different. A long-sleeved sweatshirt and pants set, in bright pink with white edges and a bear design in the center. A chill ran down Julieta's spine. It couldn't have been her niece. So what the hell had she seen that night? We fell silent. A shiver ran through us when Julieta finished her story. Natalia, wide-eyed and with trembling hands, scolded her for not telling her family sooner. Camila, with a serious expression, asked if anything else had happened recently. Julieta, after a moment of hesitation, nodded. Since that night, she whispered, I haven't gone into the living room after dark. Not alone, not with anyone. But there was one time, 2 nights ago. She paused. Her breathing was heavier. She looked at each of us with the expression of someone who doesn't want to remember, but can't help it. One night, she continued, I couldn't hold it anymore. My bladder forced me to leave my room to go to the bathroom. She took a longer pause this time, as if reliving the moment. The bathroom is right next to the living room, and there's a small window that connects the hallway to the living room. From there, you can see everything. We shuddered. The mere idea of passing through that area seemed terrifying, but Julieta had no other choice. I walked in complete silence, she continued, with my bedroom light on, leaving the door open in case I had to run back. I closed my eyes almost completely. I didn't want to see. I didn't want to feel. I didn't want to know. She paused. Her throat moved as she swallowed. I entered the bathroom, and I made it. I was safe, but the worst was yet to come. When I finished, as I washed my hands, my mind was already on the way out, on the window. I didn't want to look. I shouldn't look. She took our hands. Her skin was cold. I took a step toward the door, and I heard it. Her voice cracked. It was a subtle sound, but clear, like when someone lightly scrapes a glass with their nails, like an insistent tapping sharp. We shivered. I don't know when I did it, but I looked. Julieta lowered her head into her hands. She was there. The image she described made us hold our breath. The girl had her face and hands pressed against the glass. Her pale skin was flattened against it. There was no distance between them. Her eyes were so close to the glass that they looked viscous. And her fingers, Julieta murmured. Her fingers drummed against the window, over and over again. There was a long silence. She looked at us with an indescribable expression. The worst part was that I swear she smiled at me. Her voice trembled. I don't know how I got to my room, but when I shut the door, when I hid under the covers, that smile was in my mind. She looked at us again, and this time, her expression was different. I felt mocked, she whispered. As if I had fallen into a trap. As if that thing knew something I didn't. A knot of tension formed between us. By then, it wasn't just Natalia who was utterly terrified. Even Camila, the bravest of us all, had lost her confident demeanor. Her look of disbelief spoke for itself. I, for my part, was caught in a crossroads between fear and fascination. I couldn't say I wasn't scared, but the fact that I wasn't experiencing it firsthand allowed me to maintain a fragile composure. Still, what unsettled me most wasn't the story itself, but Julieta's endurance. How had she managed to bear all of this without telling her family? How could she continue living in that house with that presence lurking in the shadows? Recess ended, and we returned to class, our minds still trapped in what we had just heard. We had 4 long hours before we could go home, but the sense of unease never left us. Every now and then, our eyes met, sharing a silence filled with unanswered questions. Days passed, and in our project methodology class, we were assigned the task of developing the theoretical framework for our graduation research. As usual, we agreed to meet at Julieta's house to work on it that afternoon. After school, we decided to make a quick stop to buy some snacks. Between laughs, we picked ice cream and cookies, unconsciously trying to convince ourselves that it would be just another ordinary afternoon. When we arrived at Julieta's house, her grandmother greeted us with the same warmth as always. She had known us for years, and in a way, she was a grandmother to all of us. She welcomed us tenderly and offered us lunch, an offer we gladly accepted. We moved to the dining table, chatting about trivial things. That's when I noticed it. Julieta had a distant look, lost in time and space, fixed on a point beyond the dining room. Her eyes were locked on the living room, on the very spot where she had seen the girl. In that instant, I understood what was going through her mind. A sharp pang of anxiety shot through me, and almost without thinking, I reached out and took her hand. I squeezed it gently, a silent attempt to offer support. Julieta blinked and turned her face toward me. Her expression was a mixture of gratitude and distress, as if simply being there was an unbearable weight. I understood. Of course, I understood. It was at that moment that a chill ran down my spine. Suddenly, I became aware of where we were, of the walls surrounding us, of the light streaming through the windows, of the door leading to the living room, of Julieta's story and the presence that inhabited that house. I swallowed hard and turned my gaze back to my plate, trying to push away the dark thoughts creeping into my mind. I just hoped nothing bad would happen that day. We finished lunch, washed our dishes and utensils, and headed to Julieta's room. There, as always, we settled around her desk, ready to focus on our research. However, the feeling of unease lingered. That was when Julieta's grandmother knocked on the door and peeked in to tell us she was going to pick up Julieta's niece from school and would be back soon. We said goodbye normally, but as soon as her figure disappeared through the front door, the awareness of our solitude settled over us like a heavy shadow. The house was empty. There was no one else. We exchanged glances, and it was Camila who broke the silence with a sensible warning. We needed to focus. We tried, and for a while it worked. More than half an hour of peace passed before something shattered that fragile balance. A faint tapping, weak but clear, coming from the bedroom window. We turned our heads in unison toward the sound, and then looked at Julieta. She frowned and, in a firm voice, asked Camila to accompany her. Camila, without hesitation, got up and pulled the curtain aside. Nothing. There was nothing there. But the silence that followed was no relief. Suddenly louder, more insistent knocks. This time from the adjacent wall. "Who sleeps there?" I asked. Julieta looked at me with a grim expression. "No one. That room is empty. My dad only uses it when he visits, but that hardly ever happens." Possibilities swirled in my mind. Had someone broken in? Was Julieta's niece playing a prank? But something didn't add up. Camila grew restless and decided to go check. Natalia begged her not to, but she didn't hesitate. She stepped out and left the door slightly ajar. The seconds stretched endlessly until she returned, looking confused. "There's no one," she said. "I checked the other room, and it's empty. So is Julieta's niece's room. No one." As she spoke, Julieta noticed something behind her. The door leading to the living room, which had been closed before, was now slightly open. In the gap, a shadow. It had no defined shape, but it was two colors, black and white. Julieta pulled out her phone, switched to video mode, and zoomed in. We huddled behind her, watching the screen intently. And then the shadow moved. Just a slight shift, but enough to make the door move with it. Natalia let out a strangled gasp, and with that, panic erupted. We all screamed in unison, except for Camila, who ran to the bedroom door and slammed it shut. When she turned to face us, she found us all huddled together on Julieta's bed. "Calm down," she ordered firmly. But before she could say anything else, the attack resumed. Knocks, this time on both the window and the adjacent wall, simultaneously. It could no longer be a prank. It was impossible for someone to be in two places at once. It was impossible, at least for a human being. Natalia broke into sobs. "I want to get out of here." I glanced at my phone. It was 5 in the afternoon. I had to leave too, but the thought of stepping out of that room paralyzed me. We decided to stop working and turn on the TV for distraction. No one spoke. No one moved. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. A knock at the door made us jump, but this time it was Julieta's grandmother. She peeked in with a warm smile. "I'm back, girls. I brought fresh fruit for you." Behind her, Julieta's niece clung timidly to her skirt. She greeted us sweetly and ran into Julieta's arms. "Did you just get here?" Julieta asked. "Yes," the little girl replied. "Grandma bought me ice cream on the way, so we took a little longer." We looked at each other, our hearts pounding in our throats. There had been no one in the house. No one. But something had been with us the whole time. With Julieta's family home, the air in the room felt lighter, but the tension didn't fully dissipate. Julieta, feeling a renewed sense of security, finally stepped out of the room. Natalia, however, was still trembling. Her fear was palpable, and her tear-filled eyes reflected a primal urgency. She wanted to run. "I'm not staying here any longer," she whispered shakily, staring at the door as if expecting something to appear at any moment. Camila and I tried to calm her down. We told her it would be rude to leave abruptly, especially when Julieta's grandmother had taken the trouble to prepare something for us. But Natalia insisted. She clung to the sleeve of my sweater like a terrified child, and the trembling in her hands sent shivers down my spine. Eventually, we convinced her to stay, at least until we finished our snack. The grandmother returned with plates of fresh fruit and juice. The sound of utensils scraping against the dishes broke the uneasy silence, but it wasn't enough to ease our thoughts. Everything that had happened was still imprinted in our minds with terrifying clarity. Each bite felt heavy, as if our throats refused to swallow. I was the first to speak. "Julieta, you have to tell them what's happening. You can't keep this to yourself." She immediately shook her head, pressing her lips together. "I don't want to scare my mom or my grandma," she murmured, staring at her plate. Something inside me ignited. "And what if it happens again tonight?" I said, not sugarcoating my words. "We'll go home and sleep soundly, but you'll stay here alone with that. Do you really want to keep ignoring it?" Julieta glared at me, but her eyes welled up with tears. She knew I was right. Her stubbornness was only condemning her to face whatever lurked in that house alone. Finally, she sighed and, in a trembling voice, whispered, "Okay, tonight, when my mom gets home, I'll tell them everything." We finished eating in heavy silence, as if the house itself was listening to every word. We washed the dishes and said goodbye with tense smiles. Before leaving, we insisted, If anything happens, anything at all, call us." She nodded with a tired smile, but her eyes reflected something deeper: fear, resignation. We walked away from the house, feeling like we were leaving something behind. The last thing we saw of Julieta was her silhouette in the doorway, watching us as we left. And then the door closed. Behind us, the house loomed, silent and shadowy, like a patient predator. That night, when I got home, the darkness in my room felt thicker than usual. I locked my door, as if that could keep out the feeling that something, from some unseen corner, was watching me. I told everything to my mother and my aunt. They, being deeply religious, crossed themselves several times as they listened, their faces reflecting a mixture of disbelief and fear. In my mind, the doubt lingered. Should I show them the video Julieta had managed to record in her house? The video of that thing? I took a moment alone to review it. Julieta had sent it to our WhatsApp group, but until that moment, I hadn't had the courage to examine it closely. I turned up the screen brightness, but the image remained dark, distorted. A shiver ran down my spine. I didn't want to watch it, but I couldn't look away either. So, I used an app to adjust the contrast and saturation. I tweaked the colors, the shadow levels, and suddenly there it was. I dropped the phone as if it had burned my fingers. The screen had revealed what was once hidden in the darkness. A gray face, with features that might have seemed feminine, but weren't human. Not entirely. The withered skin, deeply wrinkled on the forehead and around the eyes of a bluish-gray hue that seemed to sink into the very darkness. And that smile, it was the same one Julieta had seen that night. The smile that had paralyzed her, the one that stretched too far, too wide, as if that thing's lips were about to tear apart. It was not a child. It was not human. A disguise, a crude attempt to appear harmless, but in its imperfection, it revealed its true nature. Trembling, I sent the modified video to the group. "Look closely, tell me you see it." The blue ticks appeared almost immediately. Messages from Natalia and Camila flooded the conversation. "What the hell is that? Oh my God, that can't be real." But Julieta didn't reply. Not that night, nor in the days that followed. She wasn't online, or maybe she had decided to distance herself from all of this, as if ignoring it would make it disappear. I took my phone and went to my mother. First, I showed her the original video, the one Julieta had recorded without modifications. She barely watched a few seconds before looking away, her expression twisting into a grimace of horror. "Delete that right now," she demanded with a trembling voice. "That could bring bad things into this house. You shouldn't have seen it or kept it." Without arguing, I deleted it in front of her. But a thought pulsed in my mind. The modified video, I hadn't shown that one yet. That night, I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, she appeared again. Her face twisted in my mind, her smile stretching wider and wider, turning into a grotesque grimace, an aberration of the human form. I would jolt awake, gasping, feeling the cold sweat clinging to my skin. I lay still, staring at the ceiling for hours, my phone beside me, the temptation to watch the video growing inside me like poison. My mother was right. I shouldn't keep this up. On the third night, I deleted it. I can't say if I slept better after that, but at least I no longer had the excuse to open my gallery and relive it. The video was gone, lost in space and time. But not from my memory. 11 years have passed since that night. I'm 26 now, and I still remember it with terrifying clarity. Especially because I know what happened next in Julieta's house.